This young man was sent by the Supreme One down to the mortal realm to exorcise evil spirits and save the world. But our boy accidentally picked a modern server, a place where people no longer believe in ghosts and demons. During Gu Yun's most desperate time, he was helped by a cute, kind-hearted little girl. Since then, protecting his little sister Gu Tiantian became his mission in this world. To help Gu Tiantian get stronger, he makes her lift weights every day and do 100 push-ups. Just hearing that his sister is being bullied makes him immediately haul his dragon-slaying saber to school, ready to go all out. Any evil spirits within a 10-mile radius of his sister are not allowed. Near her, he'll smoke any spirit he encounters. Today, Gu Yun planned to apply for the exorcism organization, called the Golden Soul Society. While there, he happened to befriend a guy named Wang Six, who possesses the yin-yang eyes. His special eyes have the ability to see through everyone. Unfortunately, people nowadays don't believe in the supernatural, except for him, so basically no one bothered to sign up. In the end, Wang Six only managed to scrape together a $100 fee from Gu Yun, hardly enough for a decent meal. Just when he was feeling low, Wang Six's yin-yang eyes suddenly spotted a receptionist being possessed by an evil spirit. The evil spirit behind her was full of resentment. She definitely won't survive the night. Hearing that, the blunt Gu Yun just went straight ahead and told Anling that Wang Six said she was about to croak. Wang Six was speechless at his friend. It was totally wild. He's really more of a liability than an asset. In the end, Anling reported him to the authorities, who hauled Wang Six away for spreading superstition. Now only Gu Yun and Anling were left at the desk. She asked why he didn't leave, and Gu Yun replied, "If I leave and you actually kick the bucket, then what?" Seeing him so concerned about her, in her heart Anling felt a bit touched. But then the guy dropped a real bombshell. "If my sister happens to walk by here, it'd be bad luck if she saw you under a white sheet and got scared to death." Hearing that, Anling was salty as hell, thinking to herself, "So only your sister is a human being? What am I to you, chopped liver?" Right then, Gu Yun's phone suddenly died. She was happy, thinking since he's out of juice, he'd finally stop talking nonsense. But then the guy pulled out 5 power banks, leaving Anling speechless. Is this dude running a battery shop or what? Time flew by and it was already 11 p.m. Anling had finished her shift. She stretched tiredly, getting ready to head home. She called her dad after clocking out. "Dad, can you come pick me up at the station?" At that moment, something was following Anling. The female ghost reached out with her long, spindly arms. Her voice was eerie. "Away! Are you by her side?" The ghost's eyes glowed red with pure malice. Why pick her up and not me? She lunged forward and shrieked, "I won't allow it!" Meanwhile, Wang Six walked out, rubbing his head. Finally free. Suddenly he saw something that made his eyes pop in shock. At this time, 2 creepy hands were reaching for Anling from behind. The area ahead was off limits. Those filthy hands were about to touch her. Wang Six panicked. It's too late. He grabbed a bottle of brine. Word is this can ward off ghosts. The next second, he hurled the bottle forward with all his might. That bottle slammed straight into the railing. The wall next to him also cracked and shattered. But Anling had already been pushed in front of the train. She gasped, her face full of terror. Just then, Gu Yun appeared, grabbing the ghost with one hand and pulling Anling back with the other. She was still shaking like a leaf from fright. The water bottle Wang Six threw earlier came flying back and hit him in the head. The ghost screeched, "Who dare ruin my plans?" Gu Yun pushed Anling into the train and told her to go. A fight's about to break out here. The ghost was furious and about to pounce. "You must pay for the karma Away created." Wang Six then screamed, "The white-clothed banshee! This is the white-clothed banshee!" He shouted out a warning. Demons appear when it's close to midnight, seeking payback for all the suffering they endured while alive. Run for your lives! Normal people can't even see her. The ghost's eyes were filled with pure hatred, accompanied by Wang Six's desperate cries. "We're toasted!" Gu Yun used his fist to block her attack. The next second, all that remained before him was a cloud of dust. Gu Yun said dejectedly, "Dead already? What a total noob." Wang Six's jaw dropped in shock. "This guy?" His voice was filled with unbelievable admiration. Security guards appeared out of nowhere and seized Wang Six. "It's this guy again, causing such massive damage to public property." "It wasn't me." He pointed his finger toward Gu Yun, but he had already made a quick getaway. "It was him!" "Don't do this to me, I already paid." "Don't frame me for fare dodging." Wang Six fell into utter despair. "The last train, please don't leave me behind." He was then pinned to the ground by 2 security guards. Gu Yun was lying on the train at the moment. He suddenly woke up with a jolt. Oh crap, Gu Yun remembered when he was saving Anling. While saving that girl, he might have accidentally stepped on and broken a strand of her hair. His eyes were full of panic. She's not gonna demand money like that Grandmaster dude, right? No wonder she looked like she wanted to say something before she left. Gu Yun sighed. This world is way too dangerous. And Ling was sitting on the train. Her heart was racing. In the silent night, voices could be heard. More than half of the victim's family settlement is already spent. So, should we use the funds for the employee's injury compensation? Inside a room, everyone was chatting animatedly. On the screen, Shen Yui's eyes slowly opened through the video feed. She snapped irritably, "You guys shut up! You're messing with my personal business here!" Her outburst made the others jump in fright. "Yes," Chen Jiang scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Is this really an S rank?" Lateng paid no attention. He just thought calmly, "There's no other way. The staff we hired, combined, their combat power isn't even as strong as an S rank." Speaking of Shen Yue, she was originally the only S rank demon hunter in I City. She currently holds the title of the one who has eliminated the most monsters. But little do people know, every time she arrives at a scene, those evil spirits have already been dead and gone for a long time. What she's curious about is just how terrifying the person must be to be able to pull this off. Elsewhere, the terrifying person Shen Yue mentioned has already arrived home. He flashed a refreshed smile. 3 minutes until midnight. Didn't disturb the neighbors at all. "Tian Tian, I'm home right on time today, okay?" No one answered. Confused, Gu Yun called out again. "Tian Tian?" The silence made him scream at the top of his lungs. "My sister's been kidnapped! I'll turn this city upside down!" At that moment, Tian Tian pushed the door open and walked in, her face looking pale. "Stop making so much noise. I just stayed a bit late for tutoring. Lately, something's been a little off with this girl." Without waiting for Gu Yun to reply, she dropped her backpack on the floor and dove straight onto the couch, face down. Gu Tian reminded him, "Keep it down, okay?" In the dark, cramped room, Gu Yun was working seriously. Suddenly, he paused mid-action for a moment. Then Gu Yun's voice boomed so loud it made the girl jump. "I've made up my mind." Gu Tian woke up looking grumpy and confused, glaring at him. Gu Yun shouted with an air of authority and conviction, declaring he would make a ton of money so that you don't have to work extra and can come home earlier. "Trust me." Gu Tian wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she nonchalantly shot back, "That's the 7th time you've said that this month." 3 years after he arrived, the global economy crashed. Their mom remarried and their dad vanished to who knows where. In the hazy memories of the two, the man who was Tien's biological father had taken off without a second thought. Back when they were both little, "I'm heading out to make some bread, peace out." And you're already in your 20s. Have you ever kept a job for more than a week, Gu Yun? You just mess around at work and freak out every boss you have. Working at the convenience store, you smashed the glass. Delivering food, you went so fast the orders ended up as mush. Gu Tian mocked him with a look of utter disgust and boredom. "No degree, no patience, what can you even do?" But he just smirked and replied, "A degree? Sure, back in my village, we didn't do much of that. But I've got patience for days." Gu Yun raised his voice, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Every single time, I worked right until the moment I got fired. I've never quit in my life." She waved her hand dismissively. Fed up. "Enough." Her expression became increasingly helpless. "Having a brother like you, the universe must be testing me." Gu Yun reassured her, "Don't sweat it. This time it's a sure thing. I've done my research online." "So what is it exactly?" He explained while daydreaming. "It says everyone uses digital currency now. Hard cash is only found at the bank." Exactly." "And?" He was lost in a wild fantasy. Holding 2 imaginary bags of money, he said, "Then I just charge in and grab it and boom, instant cash." Deep in thought, Gu Yun muttered to himself, "Relax. Whether it's the capital city of the gods or an underwater dungeon, I can carry this whole team solo." Gu Tian tried shaking him hard to wake him up, but it was no use. "That's not the point." He pouted and pointed at the computer, explaining, "But the internet said so. They said all the high-paying gigs are in this place." Gu Tian clung to his leg, crying a river, hoping he'd finally see sense. "Brother, I'm begging you. Can't you just live a normal life and get married?" Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Voice asked, "Is Gu Yun home?" Gu Yun mumbled, "That voice sounds familiar." As soon as the door opened, An Ling walked in with total confidence. Gu Yun's eyes widened in panic as he yelled, "The consultant girl! Are you here to make me pay for your hair?" But she just gave a gentle greeting. "Found you." He pointed right at her face and barked angrily, "How on earth did you find this place?" She smiled and explained, "Your phone fell right next to my desk. The GPS history led me here." Gu Yun backed away, admitting his own blunder. "That was so careless. If I'd known, I would have crushed that phone into dust." Actually, never mind. I don't even have the money for a new one. Anling pivoted gracefully following Gu Tian's words. If I'd known earlier, I would have rushed out to make some bread this morning. She was acting kinda weird. She slowly approached him and handed over an envelope full of cash. Shyly, she said, "Thank you for saving me. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope it's enough." Gu Yun was startled, having no clue what was going on. Huh? Gu Yun was shocked. Wait, you're giving me money? Anling's eyes were full of anticipation, her cheeks turning bright red. He didn't know how to react. What was your name again? Anling introduced herself. I'm Anling. Yesterday I almost slipped onto the tracks. I'm so lucky you were there. I honestly didn't know how else to properly thank you. Gu Yun's eyes lit up as he held the money. Oh my god, 2,000 yuan! He'd never seen that much cash in his entire life. Gu Tian started to dig it too. A sister-in-law literally showed up at the door, and she's a sugar mommy. The girl quickly played host. Please, have some milk! He showed her the newspaper advertisement. This is my 5-year goal. A treadmill for 3. With this, I'm already halfway there. Is she some kind of low-key millionaire? Anling thought to herself, his words. Could he be hinting that it's not enough? Actually, I pretty much live paycheck to paycheck. After getting paid, I lost track, and I placed 4 orders. This really is all the money I have left. She did the math. 648 times 4 plus 2,000 equals stone cold broke. Gu Tian felt hopeless. Supporting one brother was exhausting enough. She couldn't handle taking in another person. And Ling felt awkward. If it's really not enough, you two can ask for anything you want. This month I'm staying at my dad's. As soon as I get my paycheck next month, I'll... Gu Tian's attitude flipped instantly. Her dad lives in this area? That means they're loaded. Sister Anling? We're fam. There's no need to talk about money or anything like that. Say something, brother. Gu Yun finally realized in shock that Anling could actually be a source of income. The girl was speechless. Yep, that's definitely my brother. He smugly recalled that time years ago when he took down a rampaging spirit and the news reached the police station. At that time, Gu Yun was indeed arrested. He was treated as a suspect and interrogated all afternoon. He stepped forward, grabbed Anling's hand, and smiled happily. Turns out, just asking the person you saved for money works perfectly. Thank you for being my first customer. She was a bit confused and pulled her hand back. Gu Tian awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Even though my brother is a bit delusional about his strength, he's definitely a good person. If you ever need anything, you can come find him. Gu Yun also made a grand declaration. Exorcising spirits, slaying evil, assassinations, hunting, or even setting off bombs. I can do it all. This left Anling completely dazed and clueless. Suddenly she remembered something, and Ling asked, Oh right, are you good with a sword? Gu Yun replied, A sword? Even though I usually use my fists. The weapon masters in my village usually can't beat me anyway. So are you free today? Do you want to go hunting dinosaurs? Dinosaurs? Gu Yun asked, puzzled. Then he hopped in her car, hyped up. Let's go! If we don't raid the dinosaur nest quickly, they'll recover very fast. Anling remarked, You really know your stuff, don't you? Could he be a pro in disguise? A moment later, they were immersed in the game. Gu Yun's jaw dropped in amazement. The two of them spent the whole afternoon playing like that. Anling silently judged him. Even with a rented account, this guy is a total noob. Her eyes filled with determination. But since there's a reward today, Anling cannot lose. Anling's characters were 2 mice pushing a cart. She used all her strength to fight, going full beast mode as she charged forward. Already can't get back up? Take this, you punk! And just like that, the dinosaur was defeated. Empty water bottles were scattered all over the floor. Gu Yun drank some water and commented, This beef is way too salty. But it's fine. It's pretty normal for girls not to know how to cook. She's like the female warriors from my village. Hearing that, Anling cried inside and thought, I obviously know how to cook. It's only because you scared me so much my hands were shaking. After eating, he stood up and turned to leave. The water's all gone. I'm heading out. I'm going to the stream by the park to keep training. You can definitely do it. She sat there, biting her handkerchief hard. Next time for sure. Gu Yun entered the elevator. He wondered, is Anling some Middle Eastern princess? Why does her place have so little water? Suddenly, he sensed someone nearby. Gu Yun dashed out of the elevator and lunged forward. Who's trying to ambush me, punk? Wang Lu saw him charging and cowered in fear. Boss, have mercy! It's just me. Hearing that, he stopped. Oh, it's you. Yeah, it's me. Then he asked, What's your name again? They were just standing in the middle of the street chatting. Oh, right. Wang Lu, the prophet. Your prophecy was spot on. A murderous evil spirit really did appear. Exactly. I saw you take it down with just one punch, even though I'm too scared to think about what happened next. Wang Liu turned his head with a serious look. I tracked down where that girl lives, so I've been camping outside her door waiting for you all day. I really wanted to ask you one thing. He gestured wildly, full of questions, about wiping out all the evil spirits in City E. Are you actually serious about that? Damn straight. Gu Yun confidently raised his arm. Track down the evil spirit. Destroy it and then collect the reward from the victim. This is Gu Yun's latest master plan. He asked again. So how did you find the evil spirits before? He pulled out his phone to show him. Local hot searches. I just check where things are going down and head there. What if you get there and there's no spirit? Go home, grab a bite, and then keep scrolling for more hot searches. Wang Liu was completely stunned after hearing that. The story went that this was a man, nearly 40 years old, still unemployed, living off his mom, yet possessing a natural-born genius. He just spends way too much time on his phone, so he has always believed in the supernatural. Once people experience the extraordinary, they never want to go back to being ordinary. He has spent his whole life chasing the paranormal. Wang Liu even thought he would become a superhero. He originally thought he could rely on an exorcist boss, using his minor skills to become a little Robin. He trembled, his face darkening. But now this boss turns out to be a total moron. While he carefully checked everything. Done checking. All clear today. Suddenly, Wang Liu's expression changed as he began to calculate. Wait, come to think of it, he's clearly very strong, yet he still fights solo. He's definitely a diamond in the rough for exorcism, unpolished and raw. In that case, this is a golden opportunity for me. He rushed over and spoke rapidly. Gu Yun, bro. I'm actually a man, known as the super paranormal know-it-all. Let's team up. Form a squad to create an anti-spirit alliance. I'll be your eyes and you'll be my fists. Hearing that, Gu Yun agreed to the collab. Fine, let's wipe out them all. The two happily named their group. The Evil Spirit Extermination Association is officially established. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind. Gu Yun glanced toward where the wind had just passed. Seeing this, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Maybe it's just an illusion. Let's keep going." "Okay," Wang Liu said. "I'll use all my life as connections to land our very first job. You must be ready and waiting for the enemy. Once the job is done, we'll split it 50-50. He ran off, turning back to remind him. "Remember, be ready and waiting for the enemy." The sun had risen, and Gu Yun was quickly brushing his teeth, doing a favor for the first time. He took his shirt from Gu Tian. She cheered him on. "Good luck with work, brother." A hand slammed onto the flyer. "Split it 50-50. Wang Liu stood there looking at the people around him, feeling a bit flustered. He looked around and saw that everyone was packing heat. He started to panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this just a simple favor? The deposit is only 1,000 yuan, isn't it? Why are there so many undercover cops? Wang Liu looked over and saw a head in the distance. After staring for a while, he realized it was Gu Yun. He happily called out to Gu Yun. He came running over holding a massive broadsword. Behind Wang Liu, police cars were in hot pursuit. He reached out his hand. "Here, be ready and waiting for the enemy." Wang Liu scrambled back. "That's not what I meant." A mysterious-looking man was calling someone. "Yellow River, do you copy? This is Dragon Top." The suspect's accomplice carrying a blade has appeared. "Team, get ready!" Gu Yun aggressively hoisted the blade onto his shoulder. "Who are we cutting?" The other guy collapsed to the ground in terror. "Oh my god, I'm just an innocent citizen." The police cars were zooming past. Gu Yun grumbled as he walked. "I spent 648 yuan on that blade online." "Man, give me a break," Wang Liu said helplessly, carrying a sword in public in the middle of the night. "You're lucky they didn't throw you straight into prison already." Xie Xin then spoke up. "Your entrance at the gate was quite a show. You two must be the professional exorcists that the master invited." He happily chimed in. "You bet. We're pretty professional." The old man glanced back. "I mean, no disrespect to either of you, but no matter what happens in a moment, please stay calm." Gu Yun was stunned when he reached the front of the villa. This mansion is huge." The two of them looked at each other with their jaws dropped. "So this is what it's like to be loaded? I wonder how it compares to An Ling's place." Xia Xin pointed to a corner to introduce them. "This is our subject, the young master of our Jin family." In the corner sat a chubby boy named Jin San eating. Wang Liu was surprised by the sight. "He eats like a beast. Is that just how rich people are?" The boy pointed at the two of them. "So you two are the sports coaches my dad mentioned? Come on, join me for breakfast. That portion is for you two, the rest is mine. Don't even think about touching it." He stepped forward, preparing to introduce himself. "Actually, we're here to exercise." Wang Liu quickly covered his mouth, thinking, the client told us to keep this a secret. It seems the lady of the house doesn't like this kind of stuff. "Leave me alone, got it? So I gotta win over the little master first. Leave it to me." He stroked his chin, calculating his move. But kids these days are pretty wary of strangers. Don't tell me I have to show off my real skills? Like some super nanny? He looked around left and right. He saw Gu-Yun already sitting there eating with the boy. This is delicious. You've got good taste, man. Try this. You're making yourself right at home, huh? He stopped caring and got ready to inspect the place. Anyway, I need to check the scene first. A large purple eye appeared, as if seeing through everything. Wang Liu walked over and patted his shoulder. Gu-Yun, stop eating. I think we should just get out of here. He turned around and asked, why, what's up? Did you see a death omen for the little master? No, he replied, except for him. Wang Liu recounted what he saw. Everyone else in this place only has today left to live. Hearing that, he remained calm and kept eating. I see. Looks like something huge is about to go down in this building. Tell you what, I'll stay here and set things up. You go scout around and see if there are any bombs or anything. He pointed his finger angrily. You just want to stay and eat more, don't you? Wang Liu began circling the house to scout. Gu-Yun, you're strong, for real. But if things hit the fan, and you can't hold them off, then what? As he was walking, he entered a room. He looked up at the photos hanging on the wall. He reached out his hand. These photos? Back with Gu-Yun, he was still eating with Jin-san. Has anyone or anything weird appeared around you lately? The boy replied, nope, nothing, this is so good. He asked again, any mammoths? Ice planes or high officials or anything like that? He didn't answer, but handed a piece of cake to Coach Gu. Coach, eat this. Gu-Yun ate the cake and thought, this chubby kid doesn't seem to care about anything. Except for food. A supercar pulled up and stopped. Right in front of the villa's gate. Pan Zhao happily stepped out of the car and called out, San, Mommy's home. Mom, did you bring anything home for me? He replied, good food. She saw Gu-Yun in the house and wondered, who are you? Greetings, madam. He slowly stood up. I am the new sports coach. Hearing that, she covered her mouth in disdain. San, why are you hanging out with the help? I told you already, don't let strangers get close to you. The chef pulled the cloth off the slab of meat. All right, look at this. This is Kobe beef brought back from overseas. Mom specifically invited a chef to prepare it. Right here for you. He started drooling at the sight of that beef. He also started drooling over that slab of beef. Meanwhile, Wang Liu rushed down like an arrow. Don't stay here any longer. Things aren't as simple as they seem. He held the photos up in front of him. Look at these pictures of this kid. He's been nothing but skin and bones his whole life. Tan Zhao got angry upon hearing that. Who gave you permission to speak? Our San just happened to be born without a sense of taste. Isn't he eating great now? Seeing that, he looked grim and questioned her back. But he only ended up looking like this. Just a month ago. He rushed forward, pointing at the photo to challenge her. Is this Jin-san even a normal person? Tan Zhao turned to look at him. San, what are you doing? He was eyeing the beef hungrily. That beef is still raw! His eyes were bloodshot like a starving beast. Let me eat! Jin-san kept lunging toward the beef. She tried her best to stop him. San, don't make a scene in front of people. Jin-san suddenly took a massive bite. As twilight began to emerge, the sky turned gloomy. Jin-san was sitting blankly in front of the villa door. The servants and the butler were whispering to each other. I heard the young master was bullied at school again today, because he was too sick to eat. Why is the master always away? Even the mistress is starting to give up. Sholan brought the food over to him. Young master, here's dinner. He irritably swatted it away, sending the food flying everywhere. This is so terrifying. Don't let me see any food. Jin-san held his head, tormented by his own thoughts. Looking like this, I'd be better off dead. Suddenly a hand reached out as if inviting the fear in. Human food is quite interesting. Back to reality. Gu-Yun used his bare hand to stop him from biting. Jin-san's teeth began to crumble. While Gu-Yun's own hand was dripping with blood, the two of them quickly pulled Tan Zhao back. His gaze became ferocious and bloodshot. Jin-san lunged forward to tear at the meat. This tastes so damn good. You should eat too. Come join me. Wang Liu hid behind the wall in fear. Is that thing even human anymore? Are you okay? Did one bite just turn you into a total loser? Stop overreacting. It's already healed. He wondered. He's not an evil spirit yet, but if this keeps up, what kind of monster will he become? What should we do? He didn't answer and pulled out his phone, making Wang Liu shout, Is now really the time to be scrolling through your phone? Gu-Yun interrupted him. Quiet, let me find someone to ask. He snapped back. Ask what expert? Isn't that Shizu know-it-all? He said irritably. That guy? Can't do anything but flex and talk trash. Jin-san finished all the meat and started whining. There's not enough raw meat. He hurriedly cut in. Listen, asking a Taoist or a monk would be a better bet. Big brother, do you have any more raw meat? His body suddenly transformed into a massive demon. Terrifyingly, Gu-yun tossed the phone to him. "Get the others out of here! Retreat!" He stood confidently in front of him and said, "I'll handle this." Suddenly, a notification popped up on the phone. "There's a reply!" "Who's this neighborhood knight?" Jin-san was lunging frantically toward him. He looked at the message with suspicion. Who is this person? Why do they sound like some kind of supernatural authority? Can we even trust them? Gu-yun turned back and said, "He's just an enthusiastic online friend. Ask him what we should do in this situation." Seeing the message, he grew even more frantic. He said there was no other way. Everyone has already run away. We should get out of here fast, too. The police will come to handle the aftermath. At this moment, Wang Liu and Tan Zhao wanted to run out and intervene. "You people can't do this to my San-san!" Wang Liu quickly held her back. "Calm down, madam. Your son is no longer human." He stood at the front. As Jin-san bared his ferocious teeth, he spoke calmly. "Exactly. Since he's no longer human, he should be put down." The image of the boy inviting him to eat suddenly flashed through Gu-yun's mind. He clenched his fist as if making a firm resolution. "But that boy is a good person. He treated me to a meal. I must break the curse for him." Hearing this, Wang Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you for real? How can you even break it?" He raised his knife, preparing to act. While cutting his hand, he said, "The great elder once taught me curse breaking. It only takes 3 simple steps." Then Gu-yun leaped over the boy's head, but he didn't forget to keep counting. 1. Pass the trial of the abyss. He popped open a can. 2. Prepare a cup of water. Then he dripped blood from his earlier wound into it. 3. Drip blood into it. 4. Seeing this, Wang Liu yelled, "3 steps? What the hell is this?" "Run now, Gu-yun, you're gassed out. Don't throw your life away." Jinsen bared his razor-sharp teeth and said, "Master Gu, let me have a bite. Let's have a bite together." He lunged and tossed the can straight into the boy's mouth. "Here!" He jumped down while Jin-san looked like he was choking. Wang Liu watched, sweating from the tension. "All right, it's done." Black energy suddenly began to leak from his body. He slammed down right where Gu-yun was standing, causing a corner of the villa to shatter into pieces. The villa was completely trashed. Tan Zhao went pale but still managed to cry out, "Asan, they're playing you!" How can a human take down a house with one hand? These folk superstitions are deadly. Wang Liu ran out from the wreckage. "Call for backup and get the people out! Hurry, save as many as possible!" Jin-san emerged from the ruins in a hideous form. Seeing that, he panicked. "What the hell is that?" Gu-yun rushed in front of him to block his path. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a move. The antidote isn't being absorbed. Instead, it's strengthening his iron armor. "Fine, let me help you digest it." Gu-yun threw a punch. It caused the boy's armor to shatter completely. He repeatedly landed heavy blows to the boy's stomach. He didn't stop, punching frantically. He only stopped once the boy's body returned to normal. Only then did he quit. The boy began vomiting up everything he had just eaten. Seeing this, Gu-yun said, "That power is gone now." "Are you okay?" Someone shouted, "The explosion came from over here." The police officers all raced toward the sound of the blast. "Terrorists attacking a VIP. It's this bunch. I already saw him this morning." The police swarmed in and pinned Wang Liu down. Just looking at him, you can tell he's a terrorist. He cried out in injustice, "Why is it always me?" As Wang Liu spoke, Gu-yun's face appeared through the smoke. The officers saw him and switched targets. They prepared to arrest him. "Captain, right?" "This guy looks like the ringleader of the terrorists." He quickly dragged Wang Liu away. He complained as they ran. "Thanks to you, this is a total mess now. The whole house collapsed. You don't think they'll demand compensation, do you?" The two of them argued about compensation while running. "Can we just go home and scrape the money together?" "The big capitalist definitely won't let me off the hook." Suddenly, Wang Liu froze, his face turning pale. "I'm cooked." "It's the owner, Mr. Kim." But in front of them, it was ManHwa walking toward them. Seeing them, he raised his hand in greeting. "Gentlemen, finished so soon?" Gu-yun spoke up. "Your son is fine now." But Wang Liu chimed in as well. "But about the money?" "Sir, please just stay calm and hear me out." He and Wang Liu shook hands. "I understand this matter must not let you two masters lose out. However, lately business has been a bit..." He pulled out his wallet to show the two of them. "Look, I only have 5,000 RMB on me right now. Can I?" Wang Liu quickly played it off and stopped him. "Oh, don't worry about it. We already made a promise. Everything ends here this time. There's no need to bring up money anymore." "All right then, take care, you two." ManHwa happily ran back because he had achieved his goal. Two naive kids who don't understand the true face of a capitalist. I got rid of them for just a few $1,000. He reached his front door and suddenly froze. Manhwa looked like he had just suffered a massive shock. My house! You bunch of losers, I'm gonna kill you! Jinsan suddenly called out softly, Dad! He shakily turned his head to look. Tanjiao and Manhwa rushed over and hugged him tightly. The servants and the butler, standing nearby, quietly wiped away their tears. Guyun and Wang Liu happily started splitting the money. A 50-50 split, 2,500 each. After receiving the money, he turned and said, Should we give him some money to help fix the house? Is 800 enough? I beg you, just stop causing trouble. Hearing that, he quickly hurried back home. I'm going to go order a treadmill now. Master Wang, pick up the next job soon, okay? Wang Liu was walking back toward the villa. Then he stepped inside the mansion. Jinsan's parents wanted to thank him, but he stopped them. No need for thanks, Mr. and Mrs. Kim. This is just part of the job. Could I speak with the young master? In private? He stood by the boy's bed and spoke. Your eating disorder isn't cured yet. How did you turn into a flesh-eating demon like that? Jinsan asked back, Do you believe in the existence of gods? He was startled. Gods? Then the boy recounted, I met someone. He said he had to become a god. After that, he told me. Hearing that, he hurriedly cut in. State your wish. The god is listening. Let your fear turn into my power. Jinsan felt a bit helpless. Master Wang, don't just change the words. He quickly followed up. What did the person you met look like? The boy replied, He was wearing a black cloak. I couldn't see clearly. He stepped out of the villa, his mind filled with deep thoughts. Wang Lauer called the person he met before. Something's not right. It's different from the god I met back then. He was still lost in thought. When will I ever see her again? Or will I encounter something new and unpredictable? Someone was watching him from the roof of the villa. The person bared yellow teeth and said, It's you. You only deserve to vanish in the storm I'm about to whip up. Guyun ran back after buying a treadmill. He happily showed it to Gu Tian. A treadmill for you. It was $3.99. She was a bit skeptical. No way. You've never had more than $1,000 on you. Just as I thought, you hit a bank, didn't you? He quickly explained, No! This is all the bonus we got after finishing the job. Gu Tian asked again. Wait, so you didn't rob anyone? My bad, you borrowed a suit just to go do this? Then where's the big blade that was in the house? He replied, The police confiscated it. I was going to use it to deal with that flesh-eater. Flesh-eating demon where? After the demon was driven away, he actually went to school today. She immediately pulled out her phone to make a call. Hello 911, rewards for those who serve the country at the expense of home life? Wang Liu had to step in and call Tanjiao. About yesterday. Thank you so much, Master Gu and Master Wang. I still owe Master Gu a favor. Only then did she believe it. For real, you're the GOAT, man! Tanjiao gave a wink. I'll make it up to you however you want. All right, I'll hold you to that. She sighed. Even though it's not totally legit, you still look like a hard worker. My bad. Let me go pour some tea for Master Wang. Wang Liu sat on the chair and complained, Hey, Guyun, I've been thinking a lot since I got back. If it weren't for that helpful online friend of yours, at best you would have killed that chubby kid. At worst, I would have been turned into beefsteak the second you turned your back. Don't worry about it. You're not that fat. Nothing to fear. That's not the point. He turned around seriously. I think we need to expand our business. That kind-hearted online friend of yours, we have to pull them into the group. All right, let me DM and ask. Wang Liu looked at the profile picture and judged. Looking at the avatar, I can tell this is a buff, bearded guy, at least 6'2". Then he said in surprise, You can see all that through a screen? He looked up at the sky. I've seen plenty of cases like this. I am the one. He then sent an inviting message. The more muscles, the better. Ideally, someone who can take 2 hits from me. Hey, big guy, come join us and let's hunt some spirits together. The person immediately asked, What's in it for me? The two of them plotted together to offer more money. The leftover money from the treadmill should be enough. Then Guyun transferred the money to that person, splitting the fee with him evenly, transferring a bit of the last fee to you as a gesture of good faith. In a room, a girl sat in front of a screen, laughing happily. Her room was filled with eye-catching figurines. What do you want, mister? She replied, The boss is quite generous. Seeing this, Wang Liu urged, Hey, it's working, almost there. Ask him for a meetup. She read it and chuckled. Trying to set a date with just this much cash? You guys think way too highly of yourselves. Shen Yu replied, Not convenient to meet, got it. Then would it be convenient to give us your info? She was wondering, my info? Then someone walked in and called, President Shen. She was startled and turned around. Knock before you come in. The person quickly apologized. My apologies, President Shen. She turned and said, You're here to report about the flesh-eating demon at Phoenix Academy? Feng Huang, right? It's almost time for the mutation, isn't it? The person replied, yes, the Gaijin Society is sending more backup. This is Mr. Kim's most important client. We cannot afford any delays. Shen Yu yawned. Dismissed, everyone out. The flesh-eating demon is gone. What? The person hurriedly called someone. Hello, young Master Kim is cured? How is that possible? As expected of an S rank, I won't disturb you further. She handed him an advertising flyer. Don't leave yet. Then Shen Yue glued her face back to the computer. Spend a little money on this weekend's event to get me a ticket. She's relaxing, feeling like the elite of the elite. That's right, I'm the queen. This feels amazing. Suddenly, she snapped out of it. Wait, is today Friday? Shen Yu hurriedly scrambled through the mess around her. Crap, I haven't finished preparing yet. Need to wrap this up fast. She finalized with a message. I'm Shen Yue. Come find me here later, bye. Wang Liu was annoyed. I gave a fake name too, so we're even. Fine, I'm Lam Hu Duk. Stop joking, aren't you Gu Yun? Must be tripping. Seeing the message, he jumped out of his chair in shock. What? How did they know you're Gu Yun? He spoke hurriedly. They're tracking you. The forces behind them can easily decide our life or death, you know? He continued to panic and shouted, in this digital age, in front of the elite, and we're just like a transparent sheet of paper. That's when Gu Yun finally spoke up. My account name is set as Gu Yun DBE. Hearing that, his jaw dropped. Then he bolted out of the house. It's too hot in here. What? Anyway, I'm out. Work's done for now. Go do your own thing. Gu Yun sat there, resting his chin on his hand, thinking. Couldn't recruit them. Can I take back the red envelope I sent? He turned back and called Tien Tien, giving her a start. He got a calculating look on his face. Look, now there's no one left who can stop us. You know what you need to do. She quickly backed away. Don't start acting up. I have to go out in a bit. Unling was happily skipping down the street. She held a bag of pastries, looking delighted. A bag of sandwiches, 2 peanut butter ones, and 2 ham and egg ones. Today, I'm definitely going to clear my reputation for being a bad cook. Suddenly, a pleading shout rang out from Gu Yun's building. Stop, brother, please don't. She rushed up to check on Tien Tien. Anlin blushed and pressed her ear against the door to listen. She couldn't help but wonder, what are they doing in broad daylight? As soon as she walked in, she understood the situation. Gu Yun asked, Hey, what's with you? Keep going, Tien Tien. You've only done 15 kilometers, not even halfway. Hearing that, Anlin's face went dark as she stuttered. Regarding this, Gu Yun casually explained, The kid lacks exercise, so I'm making her run long distance. He picked it up to eat. It's fine that you're here, but why make sandwiches too? This is the flavor, Gu Yun mumbled to himself. But whatever, an old lady in my village once said, anything that's been grilled is edible. This left Anlin speechless. Grilling a sandwich? Seriously? She asked, So where is she now? He replied, She grilled a poisonous snake to eat and died. Gu Thien chimed in, We're not even related anyway. The two girls immediately shared a look of understanding. Don't ever let this guy cook again. Anlin walked over to the machine and remarked, This treadmill wasn't cheap, was it? Gu Yun sighed. $4,000, not a penny left. The world's dangerous. You blink and your cash is gone. That's because you spent it way too fast. She started. Actually, the reason I came here was to find you for a part-time job. But before she could finish, Gu Thien cut in. You know my brother never lasts more than a few days at those jobs, right? Anlin awkwardly explained, It's okay, it's just for today. I've always wanted to play that game. A publisher needs 2 staff members for an event. So I just wanted Master Gu to come along. She thought to herself, Actually, I had to pull some strings with some old guys to get this chance. Can't be helped. It's too embarrassing to just hit up some random guy for a date. Master Gu is the best choice. Gu Thien had finished getting ready and asked, A big company in N City? Are you going, brother? Gu Yun agreed instantly since he was free lately. Sure, let's go. She then reminded him, I have to go to my tutoring gig. Help me tidy up the place, okay? Suddenly, Gu Thien whispered, Bro, what do you think of her? Gu Yun didn't get it and asked back, What do you mean, what do I think? She spoke plainly. I think she's pretty good to you. Are you into girls like that? Gu Yun commented. Well, she's pretty chill in other ways. She's just not my traditional type. These words made Gu Thien let out a surprised, Huh? She sighed. Looks like I can't win this battle empty-handed. Scene change. They arrived at a place where a tournament was being held. Gu Yun wondered, what kind of cult meeting is this? Anlin explained that this was an unorganized organization. She bragged proudly, Today is the gaming offline event. At the end of the session, there's a lucky draw for the latest VR computer set. That's why the tickets were sold out ages ago. He immediately realized, Oh, I see. Do you really get it? In a bit, someone's gonna blow up. and we'll be handling the funeral arrangements. Lin was speechless and told him to stop talking. Below, a man announced, I am the co-organizer of this event, chairman of Liu Real Estate, Liu Xinxuan. He introduced that the partnership with Nidamdong would be a key project to attract foreign investment. The game Dream Big Escape, and which was meticulously crafted for this event, is also the product that Nidamdong will release, and in their future plans. Before noon, you are free to battle in this plaza, whoever takes the stars used for the lucky draw from their opponents. I will be the winner, and those in black will battle to take back the stars, won by you. So everyone stay focused, and let's get ready for what's coming. Everyone was hyped. Have fun, everyone. Buy a Liu family home. The event officially begins. The players immediately took their positions. Lin laughed and judged them, trying to bait kids. Everyone participating here today is young. Who can actually afford a house? She showed a devious face. We'll play the role of the Men in Black squad to crush their dreams, using the spirit bags in our hands to make them give up. Lin was incredibly hyped, crying and going home, giving up on the lucky draw. Gu Yun spoke up with a hint of realization. If you put it that way, I get it now. Hey, kid over there. The boy being called was still dazed, not knowing what was happening. Gu Yun held something, getting ready to throw it. Take this! The throw was so powerful the kid's jaw dropped in shock. Behind him, the ground and rocks were now blown to pieces. Lin was also speechless. That's totally not how you use it. She sighed. Look closely, this is how a spirit bag battle actually works. Then a boy in a green hat appeared. Lin challenged, bring it on! Finally, the creatures fought according to the two's commands. People nearby began to whisper. That guy looks so much like Master Roshi. Turns out the black-clothed squad does cosplay too. Seeing Gu Yun look back, they asked for a favor. Wait up! Can we take a picture? However, he showed a creepy, perverted face. Ruby was still stubborn and wouldn't let go. Oh, how scary! I don't care what kind of boss you are. I'm still going to challenge you. Getting ignored by him, the boy felt hurt. You jerk! Ignoring me? Is it because I'm not worthy? It's fine, Ruby. Gu Yun was busy looking for his gear. The bag they gave me, I threw it away. They won't dock my pay for this, will they? Try looking for it. Just then, a pair of glowing eyes was watching from the bushes. It quickly jumped over Gu Yun. He reached out to grab it. You didn't think you could actually escape, did you? Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt. Oil started leaking from that car. The person inside dialed the boss. They tried to report, Chairman Liu, the ghost has escaped. At the same time, Xin Xuyen was standing in the distance, watching. He rewatched the video sent to his phone. In the video, two people were guarding something. The next second, they were wiped out. The car's glass shattered into pieces. The scene descended into chaos. The car was charred to a crisp immediately after. Xin Xuyen trembled and muttered, Luck really can be controlled. He turned to the person beside him and asked, The operation is in your hands. I have some important business, so I'll head out first. Meanwhile, Lin was still busy fighting. She wiped her sweat and sighed. Dealing with all these different types of participants requires all sorts of counter skills and tactics. It's only thanks to my years of experience that I managed to beat 5 people. Suddenly, the crowd started buzzing with excitement. Have you heard? 100-man slayer! Someone just went on a 100-player winning streak. Say what? In another spot, a drill bit pierced straight through a monster. Another fell into a pit, and the last one was frozen solid. Lin wondered who on earth achieved such a beastly record. When she saw it, she couldn't help but be shocked. It was Gu Yun and a rabbit. Lin was stunned. I've memorized the entire species list. This rabbit isn't even on it. And besides, that wasn't an instant kill move earlier. With only a 30% hit rate, how could he hit 100 people in a row? Seeing her, Gu Yun said hello. Hi, Lin, I've figured out how to play. It's just a game of who can strike first anyway. Lin shouted in frustration. That's not it at all. How can such a total noob even exist? Right then, a guard blew his whistle, announcing that due to some incidents, today's activities end here. Please leave the plaza immediately. They said the place was about to be cordoned off. Please leave. Lin asked curiously. What about our overtime pay? And the lucky draw? He replied, please check the company website. Rewards will still be drawn based on your sequence numbers. On the way home, she sighed. Looks like the whole morning went down the drain. Aren't you going to return that rabbit? It seems really attached to you. As soon as she finished speaking, 3-Knee jumped off Gu Yun's head. It ran toward a food stall, catching her off guard. A noodle stall? A rabbit that eats noodles? Lin felt embarrassed. But even if we want to eat, we don't have any cash. I thought we'd get paid today. So I placed another order yesterday. Suddenly, the four-leaf clover on Threeny's forehead lit up. Everyone else watching was startled in surprise. The next second, the owner invited them. Talk about bad luck. "Young lady, do you want some offal?" "If you don't mind." "Why don't you just take it and eat? It's on the house, okay?" Gu-yun pinched San-ni's mouth to stop it from eating. He ate his noodles while warning, "Don't cause trouble, just eat." An-lin teased, "How can a rabbit even know how to eat noodles?" Gu-yun gave it a warning look. It flinched in fear. She was speechless. "Look, it's eating meat." Gu-yun was curious. "Did it just open its third eye? Then let's just call it San-ni." An-lin shouted in protest, "What kind of weird name is that?" Suddenly, his expression turned strange. This caught her attention, and she looked at Gu-yun. "What are you looking at?" He held out his phone and told her to look at this hot search. "This is the reason the plaza was cordoned off." An-lin exclaimed, "It's just one street away from us. What kind of horrific accident is this?" Gu-yun speculated. "Could it be an evil spirit?" "You stay here and eat. I'll be right back." Hearing that, she found it odd. "Hey, wait, what? What do evil spirits have to do with you?" But the next second, he had already vanished. Suddenly, Gu-yun ran back, having changed his mind. "Actually, never mind. I just got here, and 2 cops nearby are already checking IDs." An-lin fell into deep thought. 4 lives snuffed out in an instant. "Gu-yun, I'm a little scared." She shyly asked for a favor. "Can I crash at your place for dinner tonight?" The scene shifts to nightfall. Gu-yun chatted as they walked. "Tian-tian doesn't have tutoring today. She should be getting home soon. Let's stop by the supermarket for some ingredients to make noodles." Just then, the clover on San-ni's head started glowing again. Those people immediately surrounded them. "Excuse me, please stop right there." Meanwhile, Gu-tian was happily heading home. She opened the door and stepped inside. In that moment, Gu-tian stood there, completely stunned. She covered her face, unable to look at him. "Brother, did you really have to go down this path in the end?" Gu-tian's hand pointed forward, showing they had formed a gang. "Are you guys straight up looting now?" Behind the 2 of them was a massive pile of goods. An-lin quickly denied it. "No, that's not it." An-lin was staying at Gu-yun's house. In the room was a pile of stuff they had just been given. Gu-yun blabbed, "Cilantro is actually the least important thing here." Then An-lin explained, "All of this is thanks to this rabbit appearing." "Why does it feel like since it showed up? We have a guardian angel watching over us? Every crazy good thing is just falling into our laps, right?" She held out a card. "Let's test this. San-ni, I'll let you eat some cilantro. I'm going to hit the 10-roll draw now, okay?" After that, 9 gold stars and 1 purple star appeared. An-lin's jaw dropped in shock. 9 golds and 1 purple? A maxed-out 5-star pull? I was just doing a regular daily draw. She hugged San-ni like it was the most precious baby in the world. "If only I had met you yesterday, that would have been awesome," Gu-tian countered. "It's just a coincidence. We have to trust in science." An-lin didn't listen and kept showering the rabbit with praise. "So much. What luck to be given all this food out of the blue!" "Let me show off my cooking skills tonight." Gu-yun, feeling uneasy, asked, "Are you sure you're up for it?" "I've already experienced your cooking skills before," An-lin replied bashfully. "There were reasons for what happened before. Today I'm loaded with luck, so how could I possibly fail?" Then she happily walked into the kitchen to cook dinner. Gu-yun and Gu-tian watched her go, looking quite doubtful. A moment later, a plate of meat was served. The 2 of them ate and gagged. "What on earth is this taste?" "What did you even put in here?" An-lin was startled. "The stuff in the jars was soy sauce, right?" Gu-tian pointed out. "Where did you guys even get those jars from?" The 3 jars were lined up in a row. Inside were black sesame soup, brown sugar syrup, and herbal jelly. An-lin was speechless. Her head was in the clouds, so she forgot to taste the food before seasoning it. Gu-yun noticed her state and gave her a heads up. "It's that look in your eyes. Your mental energy is really running low. Do you need to speed up my training as well?" He gave some serious instructions. "To be able to run to the Thanlam waterfall, you have to train on the treadmill too." An-lin protested, "Hey, what does this have to do with anything?" "1 treadmill? Oh, shared by 2 people. Each person runs half the time," Gu-tian said happily. "That works, and Lin, let's take turns. You got this." She complained while running. "What the heck? Why does a shut-in like me have to endure this kind of torture? Hurry up, there's still 20 kilometers to go." After finishing the run, An-lin was drenched in sweat and groaned, "I want to rage quit this game. Gosh, I'm such a loser, I can't even cook." Gu-yun praised her. "I didn't expect that even in your state. Hey, you'd actually finish the run. You've got potential. From now on, every Saturday, if you stick with it for a day, you can cultivate." The rule was broken right then. Suddenly, An-lin reached out and pulled his head down. She interrogated him. "Have you ever thought about why I failed at cooking 3 times?" At least 2 of those were because you sabotaged me. If you want me to come over to run every Saturday, Lin was truly pissed off. Then, on Sundays you have to come to my house. Spend the whole afternoon farming resources with me, even if every single time. You can get me home in just 10 minutes. I'll still do it. Gu-yun casually agreed. Sure, whatever. Suddenly, Lin took out her phone to check the news. The Liu group announced, the VL console lucky draw will take place at midnight. I have to get home and camp out by my computer tonight. Gu Tian asked, aren't you staying a bit longer? Lin's eyes lit up as she looked at San Ni. Oh, right. As she left, she picked up the rabbit too. Lend me San Ni's luck for one night, okay? Lin was extremely grateful. Thank you so much. Gu-yun's fear when seeing the accident. It had vanished today. This made Gu-yun confused. Huh? She said, if the person in danger in that car was me, would you come help me? Of course I would. Gu-yun mocked her for being so out of shape. If it were me, then I would have jumped out before the car even caught fire. Lin left in a huff. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part. Bye. Scene changes to another location at a high-rise building. Someone is talking to Sheng Chuan. Mr. Liao, business has been booming for you, hasn't it? Thank you for your concern, Captain Sher. You probably still remember, don't you? Why we pooled all our capital at the start to invest in the Gaijin Association. He reminded him that it was for everyone's benefit. Shitao questioned him. So that's why you want to do business with Nitan? Taking it from Jinwan Hua and then destroying it? Hearing that, Sheng Chuan gave a sarcastic smirk. That's just because there's an issue with my competence. Shitao advised him, whether your business sinks or swims. I don't want to interfere. I hope you know what you're doing. But don't forget who you have to thank for everything you own. The old man slowly closed his eyes and instructed, I'm getting old. I'll have to retire sooner or later, but I don't want any trouble before I hang it up. Sheng Chuan bowed and complied. You're absolutely right, sir. Then he pushed back his chair to sit down. A second later, Sheng Chuan smiled with smug satisfaction. Just then, Liu Yun arrived to report, Father, this... Sheng Chuan waved him off and speculated. That old fox must have caught wind of something. But what can he even do? He's not the only one with power. He had set his sights on San Ni. With just this 4-legged life form, we can test the legend, the white rabbit that can bring good luck. His next words were a warning. However, human greed is eternal. The day the white rabbit vanishes is the exact moment that luck runs out. Sheng Chuan was annoyed. How could this rabbit end up in his hands? This is the masterpiece that person created using my own fear. He gloated, I'm not as brainless as those subordinates. As long as I have that rabbit, wealth and status will fall right into my lap. Finally, Sheng Chuan instructed Liu Yun to pass down the orders. 1,000 bounty posted. Capture it alive and she'll play ball. Yes, father. Sheng Chuan smiled with delight. The storm is coming and there's no stopping it. At this very moment, where he's sitting is already in someone's crosshairs. The sounds of discussion were clearly heard. The person appearing is Shen Yue. She defies orders and shows no remorse. Execute her on the spot. Identity scan successful. The guard opened the door and ordered her to go in. Shen Yu walks in. The guard outside mumbles, what is Chairman Shi thinking? To think such a young child ended up in this mess? She looked up at the glowing armament. Amidst the bodies scattered all over the floor, ghost control armament. Shen Yu is weighing her options. If the rejection is severe, she'll drop dead instantly. But where else can I go besides the Kim Association? A figure stands above, looking down. A dying person trembles, reaching out a hand toward her, signaling her to run for it. Shen Yu is reminiscing about the past. The moment she was rescued from the rubble, the time she trained like a beast, those memories fueled her determination. She leaped up and grabbed the ghost control armament. No guts, no glory. The man above watched her. He made a move the moment she jumped to seize the artifact. Finally, she obtained her own armament, achieving the S-Rank mercenary title. Shen Yue, thinking back to the first days she was sent to slay spirits, walking off the train at the station. She was caught off guard. What? A high-tier spirit is already here? Shen Yu was pumped, charging in upon hearing reports of a spirit wreaking havoc. 10 years of hard training were all for this moment. Go get him, Demon Legion! But when Shen Yue arrived, the spirit had already been taken out. It really caught her by surprise. Just got here and haven't even used a move. Why is it already toast? Chen Zhang ran up from a distance, amazed. Damn, an S-Rank already dealt with it. It wasn't me. He hugged Shen Yue and spoke through tears. And who else is there? In the hands of the evil spirit. These are the lives of our brothers you're talking about. Thank you for avenging us. Shen Yu looked up at the sky, filled with emotion, silently making a resolution. I'll get it next time. Next time, when Shen Yue rushed to the scene, the spirit had already been dealt with. The next time and the time after that, it was the same. She was given a commendation, feeling awkward. All right, the score list. Shen Yue's kill count for evil spirits keeps rising. Shen Yue felt sluggish, thinking this city isn't what she imagined. Shen Yue is glued to the game screen. A mission notification popped up. She just laughed it off and replied, "Is there a mission? I know. Wait until I finish this round. I won't make it in time anyway." Shen Yue kicked her feet up on the desk, gaming and laughing. Is that my way out? The fourth of the 6 promises has arrived. Shen Yue felt a surge of energy, quickly rushing to the location. The 6th promise is done. Server Vi, I'm coming for you. When she arrived, she froze. Shen Yue lunged forward in despair but was held back by security. Why did the event stop? Do you guys have any idea how long I've been waiting? The sniper scope is aimed right at the head, the man sitting in the office. It's all because of this guy. After aiming for a while, she hesitated. But after all, he's a human being, not an evil spirit to be assassinated. From the earpiece she was wearing, an angry voice came through. I gave the order. Shen Yue, what are you hesitating for? There have been some rumors lately about your work ethic. Shen Yue gritted her teeth and remained silent. The radio transmitted more info. Offline intelligence. A swarm of evil spirits appeared on Danghua Highway, North District. Shen Yue immediately stood up and reported to the chairman. Give him until tonight? For now, I'm still the one in charge of City E. She left the sniper rifle and radio behind and bolted off. A voice came through the radio. Your luck is pretty good, huh? At Thanhua Boulevard, Guyun held a trash bag in his left hand. His right hand was still smoking, a look of confusion on his face. Around him, a swarm of evil spirits lay scattered, beaten by him. He still looked puzzled. I just came downstairs to take out the trash. 2 evil spirits controlling a bus tried to ram into him. The driver inside was in a total panic. Seeing that, he lunged forward and landed a perfect kick on the evil spirit. He gained momentum and shattered the bus window. The bus then crashed into a nearby utility pole. Guyun jumped down nearby. The street lamp wobbled and fell right across where he was standing. Luckily, he dodged just in time, so he was fine. But nobody expected a billboard to fall right on top of him. Passers-by frantically called for an ambulance. Thanghua Boulevard, Huabing Street. Someone just got hit by a bus. And now a billboard fell on him too. Extent of the injuries? Well, of course. Guyun sat up abruptly, looking dazed. My nose is bleeding. Am I even human? He scratched his messy hair and said, What's the deal? I'm just having some bad luck, that's all. Out of nowhere, a rabbit appeared, chewing on some leaves. We're screwed, and Lin is in danger. A horde of evil spirits chased after and tried to drag Guyun back. As he was struggling to get into a taxi, he climbed into the taxi. He tried to push the evil spirits out while yelling to the driver, Step on it, driver, to Thiendia Apartments. The driver was a woman. Hearing him, she smirked and said, Have you ever heard of urban legends? After kicking the spirits out of the car, he grabbed his phone to call and spoke to the driver. Hold on, I need to talk quickly. If I leave the rabbit, it'll be in danger. Let An Lin know first. Suddenly his phone blew up. Gu Yun apologetically said to the driver, My bad, driver, I didn't mean to mess up the seat. The evil spirit looked at him sarcastically. Looks like your luck is straight up garbage. With that constitution, you're a magnet for freaky things. Ever heard of this one? If a beautiful girl invites you into her car at midnight, then absolutely do not agree. The car was surrounded by a thick layer of fog. Because this car will, the evil spirit thought with a wicked grin, drive straight to hell without stopping. Guyun shouted to the driver, Driver, I don't have the money to pay for the seats. The evil spirit transformed and laughed wickedly. Look at my car, where do you see any seats? They are all made of my own bones. Guyun was dazed, having no idea what was happening. Just die already and enjoy my special service. In the city area where an evil spirit had just rampaged, Chen Zhang was overseeing the cleanup while Shen Yue ran over from afar. The two of them stood watching the cleanup crew handle the spirits. While chatting, this time it wasn't your doing, right? You're the one who snitched on me, aren't you? I just wanted to do right by the brothers. Such a busybody. Chen Zhang showed her a group chat on his phone. How does he know about this? The taxi stopped in front of Thiendia Apartments. Gu Yun jumped out of the car. The female spirit held 2 pieces of bone and sobbed. An Lin slowly woke up on the ground. What happened to me? I was just looting non-stop. Why am I on the floor now? She touched the back of her head. Is this blood? She recalled the moment before passing out. The household appliances? They wanted to kill me. Before she could snap out of it, the fridge tried to attack her again. The fridge! And Lin screamed, Help me, Gu Yun! As the fridge was about to fall on her, she wondered why she had even called for him, giving up hope, thinking it's all over. At least I won't look too bad when I die. This is just so sad. Gu-yun flashed through the window and kicked the fridge away, leaving Lin in total shock. He was so moved she started to tear up. She lunged forward and hugged Gu-yun tightly. Her snot even got on his firm chest, which made her blush with embarrassment. Only then did he realize his clothes had been torn by the female driver earlier. Gu-yun said, "That doesn't matter. Now that I'm here, you'll be fine." Lin blushed, thinking to herself, what does he mean by that? Could he actually be a total player? Next, the hero will speak. Saving the damsel in distress is a given. Gu-yun stepped forward, grabbed Lin's shoulders, and said firmly, "I know, you aren't ready to face this yet, but I will teach you." Lin blushed shyly and looked away, thinking, oh my god. Don't be such a tease. Gu-yun continued speaking. "Tomorrow I'll teach you the destruction fist technique." Hearing that, Lin was dazed, her head full of questions. He kept talking and demonstrating the fist technique for her to see. This is essential knowledge from the weapon master in our village. One punch can destroy a defensive wall, but he was kicked out of the village later for breaking the village chief's house wall. Gu-yun firmly asserted to Lin, solving the problem only takes 3 steps. 1. Find the source of the bad luck. 2. Get close to it. 3. Use destruction methods. As he spoke, Lin fainted again. "Don't worry. It works every time." She woke up dazed. Teacher Gu-yun was in the kitchen cooking. "You just lost a little blood. I took some ingredients from your house to make some nutritious food. It'll be ready soon." "You know how to make nutritious food?" Were they really praising you? Of course, to praise my outstanding survival skills, the villagers gave me the nickname Savage. He held out a pitch-black lump in front of her. "Here, try this," he said, confidently introducing midnight fried rice. Lin held the spoon, tapped it a few times, and grimaced. "This is hard as a rock. You can actually eat this? You're not a savage, you're more like livestock." Gu-yun picked up a piece and talked while eating. "It's not good? Compared to gnawing on bones, this is much tastier." Lin lunged at him, choking him and screaming in his face, "Give me back that badass moment." Thump! Both of them turned toward the source of the noise. Wang Liu stood at the door with his jaw dropped, still holding 2 takeout boxes and a bag of buns, lying on the floor. Ling immediately rushed to explain. "It's not what you think," Wang Liu shouted at me. As a legendary movie buff, there's no way I'd be fazed by these cliché scenes. In his eyes, the two of them had long been surrounded by a strange energy from their auras. "You two are about to turn into black holes!" After calming down, Gu-yun recounted everything in detail, starting with the drunk, thuggish spirit, the midnight taxi, the Grim Reaper, and the killing of pets, and even the Big 7 Losers collection. Wang Liu was extremely skeptical. If a normal person ran into this, they would have been 6 feet under ages ago. Seriously. What kind of earth-shattering stuff have you been doing? Gu-yun calmly said a rabbit had escaped. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Is it the rabbit you asked me about this afternoon?" "Well, that makes sense then." Wang Liu continued to speculate. "Then why didn't the phone work?" That also makes sense." Gu-yun added that the phone exploded. Lin couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Makes sense, my foot. Why am I the only one who doesn't get it? I'm going to eat all your buns." But he didn't care at all. How should I put this? Right now, we professionals are having an internal meeting. The family member can just watch from the side. Hearing that, she blushed with embarrassment. "Family member?" Wang Luara focused on his business. "I already asked Shen Yue, including the ghosts. The woman in white at first and the flesh-eating demon later are all urban legends that have been around for a long time. The reason legends are legends is because there's no solid evidence. But recently, stories that only existed in history have been popping up as real-life cases one by one. Victims have appeared." He narrowed his eyes and offered his deduction. "Shen Yu suspects someone is turning urban legends into reality." However, Gu-yun didn't have a single worry. "Oh, really?" "Unlike the evil spirits I've taken out before. Lately, it's all been random nonsense and weird stuff." Wang Liu continued to ask, for example, the lucky rabbit. "This time, it turns out to be from the Cell legend. Do you guys know about the Cell person?" Ling nearby chimed in, "Yeah, that's in games." Wang Liu helplessly pulled out his phone. "I'm the only one who knows the answer. Is there a lake person legend? Fine. Just consider me uncultured. Are you happy now?" Gu-yun could only offer a friendly smile after hearing that. He focused back on the main point. In fact, he didn't understand any of the terms mentioned in the legend. The little white rabbit that brings good luck is actually the incarnation of a witch. They killed her using brutal magic to turn her into a pendant after bringing enough good luck. Lin's face instantly paled upon hearing this. It will immediately kill the previous host. Gu-yun, standing beside, was also in total disbelief. Is Sanni really that kind of rabbit? Wang Liu then revealed more. "I don't know if it is or not. But regardless, your rabbit's been outed, and now the Liu group has put a 1,000,000 bounty on its head, dead or alive. Hearing that amount, Gu Yun started doing the math. Even slaying 100 evil spirits wouldn't pay that much. As a great hero, so the two of them dived into the search without a second thought. They would leave no stone unturned to find it. Anlin suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Brother Wang, your reading last time was pretty spot on. Check out my current fate. Is it possible I'll secure the bag but won't live to enjoy it?" Wang Liu gave a smug smile and said, "Since we share a bond of fate, I'll give you a little tip. From what I've seen these past few days, cling to the guy in front of you, and I guarantee you'll survive no matter who you run into." She really did exactly what he said, leaving Gu Yun a bit bewildered. "What are you doing?" That kind of tickles. No matter what, Anlin refused to let go. "It's fine, just keep going." Suddenly, he remembered something. "Oh right, Wang Liu. Yesterday, a lot of people saw me and the rabbit. Coming home like that? Will people give Tian Tian a hard time?" Gu Yun immediately shoved money into Wang Liu's hand. "This is all the money I have left. Go hire some top-tier bodyguards to watch over my sister." However, the amount he handed over was just some chump change. But in his heart, Wang Liu was screaming, "With what eyes of yours? Did you see me being able to hire elite bodyguards with this? Besides, for $8 you'd be lucky to hire a kid, and even then they'd probably pass." But when he turned to look at Gu Yun, he started breaking into a cold sweat. That look of disappointment. Finally, Wang Liu had to comply. "Got it, I'll do whatever I can." Gu Yun continued his search while carrying Anlin along. In her heart, she had made up her mind. Worst case scenario, I'll just give myself to you. But then Anlin tried to calm herself down. "Get a grip. I realized I barely know anything about this man. Who is he exactly? Why is he helping me?" Suddenly, Gu Yun's gaze became sharp. He turned around swiftly. Just like that, Gu Yun pressed close against Anlin. Her face was now as red as a tomato. Faced with this sudden situation, Gu Yun signaled for Anlin to be quiet, to monitor the situation down below. A mob carrying weapons was charging in. Nervous, Anlin couldn't stop whimpering. Gu Yun immediately comforted her. "It's okay, stay behind me." The sound of the door being smashed echoed repeatedly, and Lin was so terrified she couldn't stop shaking. Now the door was being cut open by electric saws. Before long, the door was completely destroyed. The leader was none other than Wei Hao. The men in black stormed inside. They seemed to be out in full force. In no time, they had Gu Yun completely surrounded. He protected Anlin behind him and said, "I have a serious announcement for everyone." Wei Hao looked at Gu Yun with a face full of questions. He warned them once again, breaking into someone's house is against the law. But his attitude was extremely flippant. "You think we're the type to follow the law?" Anlin was terrified seeing them so aggressive. "Look, just take whatever you want. We don't know anything." Wei Hao leaned in greedily. "Want to have some fun with me? There's so many of us here. Nobody can guarantee what might happen." Gu Yun, annoyed by the sight, stepped in to block him. "I've been through this before. If you cross the line and end up in police hands, there's no easy way out. The strong don't draw blades against the weak." "What are you guys even doing with those knives?" Wei Hao didn't back down and barked out, "Shut your trap. What's if I swing this at you?" Gu Yun looked at the blade without a hint of concern. As it lunged toward him, he only had to flick his fingers gently, and suddenly the world started spinning. A second later, Wei Hao took a painful tumble. Gu Yun looked down arrogantly at him, groveling on the floor. "Don't get it twisted, I'm saying you are the weak one." Wei Hao refused to back down, and tried to get back up to fight. However, Gu Yun perfectly dodged every single one of his strikes. "So many people blocking me, and you're even carrying weapons?" He kept taunting, "That's 3 lives already. Just now. You lost 3 lives for disrespecting the law." Wei Hao was fuming with rage, and called out to his goons, "All of you, get him! Don't let him leave alive!" Before long, Gu Yun had wiped the floor with the entire group. Anlin just sat there nonchalantly sipping tea. "Gu Yun, let me ask you something. For someone as good at fighting as you, how many people are even left by your side?" He replied calmly, "It's just because they're too weak. At this level, anyone you pick at random from my village could easily take them." She then asked hesitantly, "Is your village like a village of gladiators?" Gu Yun didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed Wei Hao by the hair to interrogate him. "Stop faking it, I'm not going to be cruel." He was so terrified that he kept begging for mercy. "Big bro, I won't break the law anymore. I'll turn over a new leaf." He continued to ask, "Nice attitude. Now, does your organization have anyone else? Any heavy hitters?" Wei Hao trembled, not daring to hide anything. "Yes, of course. Our expert has already gone to another location." He seemed to have guessed it. "It wouldn't happen to be Danghua Avenue where my house is, would it?" By then he was sweating bullets from fear. No, it's the North District. On the ceiling, A pair of eyes filled with murderous intent appeared, followed by a mouth with razor-sharp teeth lunging forward. Gu-yun quickly reached out to stop San-ni. San-ni, keep your mouth shut. However, it didn't seem to want to let go, and kept struggling with him. This is a sign of pure rage. Did he say something to offend you? And Lin keenly noticed something at this moment. The North District? Could San-ni's family be there? It wants to bite the people who snatched it away. Wei Hao also pleaded, "Rabbit, please spare my life." But San-ni didn't seem to have any intention of letting him off the hook. Gu-yun had no choice but to step in and protect him. 3. He successfully got San-ni to behave. Be good, I have things to ask him. Gu-yun grabbed Wei Hao by the collar. You guys can't even beat some rabbits. Why were you sent over here? He then spilled the whole story. After the rabbits go wild, there are no survivors. We're just here to check. If any fish slipped through the net, the real expert is playing the long game. He narrowed his eyes at Wei Hao. An expert who can take on the rabbits? Is he that strong? He laughed loudly and replied, of course, there's no comparison. He's a 4-division champion. He's not even human. As good as you are. He's a much heavier hitter. Hearing that, Gu-yun let out a sly smile. It's a real pain having people die in my house. That's all I need to know. San-ni was now on a crowded street. Anlin was waiting for him in the small car. Looking at the surroundings, she could easily tell this was the North District. There are so many people looking for the rabbit. This is the power of a 1,000,000 yuan reward. Anyway, luckily the rabbit was tired and fell asleep. Gu-yun could no longer contain his excitement. Is the champion among these people? Anling, on the other hand, was a bit wary. What are you really hoping to find? Is that champion really bad news? He confidently declared, I am Gu-yun. I have never wrongly killed a weakling, but I won't let a single strong opponent escape either. Hearing that, Anlin screamed internally, is this the same guy who was just lecturing about the law? They resolutely walked away. Let's break away from the crowd and look for clues. Gu-yun then noticed someone staring intently at a nearby utility pole. Hey, look! That guy in the corner is wearing a winter coat in April. Is he that afraid of the cold? Chang-hu waved him over. Hey, buddy, what does this piece of paper mean? Can you help me figure it out? Anlin watched as Gu-yun went over to help, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Asking Gu-yun for answers, this guy's head isn't screwed on right either. On the pole was a missing pet flyer, written in messy handwriting. Gu-yun offered his deduction. Looks like an elementary student's handwriting. If their pet is lost, they must be really worried. Chang-hu rubbed his chin in thought. Tell me if someone finds it. Should they return it to the owner for 300 bucks? He nodded in agreement. Returning it is the right thing to do. However, his attitude towards the rabbit was odd, as if it were the same rabbit, but a different owner was offering $1 million bounty, Chang-hu said while pulling something out. If it were me, I'd definitely go with the higher pay. Gu-yun was slightly suspicious. And you are? Immediately after, the sound of clothes ripping filled the air. With a single punch, Chang-hu shattered a nearby sign into pieces. He gave a sinister laugh and blurted out, it's a stroke of luck to meet a 4-division champion. Gu-yun and Chang-hu continuously traded blows. He couldn't help but marvel now. He really is an expert. Hearing that, Chang-hu became even more smug. The higher a person's status, the more they can unleash the true value of power. You punks don't have the blessing to enjoy this luck, so just be good and stay in your lane. Anlin reported from nearby. Our information has already been leaked by his accomplices. Gu-yun, however, didn't show any concern. Someone who just snatches others' pets is no true warrior. The guy continued, I don't give a damn about this kind of mission. Just playing the long game to fight an expert, that's my real goal. The public battles in this world are all incredibly boring. Only no-holds-barred underground matches are what I live for. Chang-hu kept launching strikes at Gu-yun, but he nimbly dodged them all. When you're the last one standing, you're the champion. He countered the challenge without a hint of fear. Are there really experts? Bring them on and let me see. The guy just then realized Anlin had vanished. Wait, where's that woman? You're here stalling me. While she took off with the rabbit. Gu-yun frowned and analyzed the situation. That's got nothing to do with you. There are 3 problems with what you just said. Chang-hu had no patience to listen to him. Talk nonsense for 1 more second. This is bad. Get the hell out of my way. However, Gu-yun had no intention of stopping. First, true experts never wait. I've run all over this city and only found some weak-ass evil spirits. Even while being punched, he insisted on finishing his sentence. Second, why haven't you tried to kill me yet? As I thought, you're far too naive. Right then, Gu-yun landed a blow he'd never forget. Third, I was a bit hesitant with that finishing move just now. But now I can go all out. Chang-hu continued to mock him with utter contempt. A loudmouth who's all talk like you. I've dumped plenty of bodies in 4-division matches. They all... But a second later, he looked completely dazed. What happened to them again? Changha was now critically injured, lying there like a heap of trash. Why can't I remember anything? He kept asking himself, who am I? Meanwhile, in the dead of night at a certain house, Lin had returned San Ni to its owner. Xiao Guang emotionally hugged San Ni tightly in his arms. Seeing this scene, Lin felt a surge of happiness too. It wasn't until much later that Gu Yun showed up. She stood leisurely by the car, waiting for him to finish the fight. Gu Yun spoke while munching away. His mental state is unstable. After just a couple of words, he started questioning his whole life. On the way back, Lin couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. As expected, without the rabbit, our luck ran out. That $1,000,000 just grew wings and flew away. Beside her, Gu Yun also remarked, those 4-division matches weren't all that anyway. However, Lin got excited holding the cash in her hand. But we did make 300. We've got money now, let's go get some grub. Her soft lips curled into a gentle smile. Gu Yun, on the other hand, didn't want to be so wasteful. Can't we just save it? You barely have anything left over this month. Lin remained determined and wouldn't listen. Zip it, I'm treating you now. Just like that, she drove him away. Let's go! I know a really cheap BBQ buffet. They have free soda. Let's call Tian Tian too. That evening, Xiao Guang was happily watching San Ni gobble down its food. Bunny, why did you start liking noodles? At the same time, in the corner, Tommy was looking at some info on his phone. 1, 2, 3, 6 zeros. Honey, look, Chikai already planned this out. With some help from the boys. It's enough for the down payment on the house. She still hesitated a bit. But Xiao Guang? Chikai didn't hesitate to show off the rabbit in his arms. Kids don't know any better. Luckily, he had gone to the market to buy a replacement beforehand. Seeing this, Tommy happily hugged her husband. Honey, you're so smart! He took the chance to tell her, I'll do it later. Now take Xiao Guang out to buy some delicious food. Let me handle this. But at this moment, Chikai's appearance made San Ni instantly alert. Its gaze gradually turned fierce. At the critical moment, knock sounded at the door. The moment Chikai opened the door, a massive wave of energy surged in. It was like a cyclone blowing the house away. On the street, someone was walking with a pet in hand, Shen Yue's pet. It was indeed San Ni. Sometime later, her appearance made a man so scared he broke into a cold sweat. As soon as he saw San Ni placed on the table, he was even more terrified. San Ni! Shen Yue went straight to the point. Boss Liao? I heard this is what you lost. Boss Liao's face darkened. You're no ordinary high school student. Who are you? She pushed San Ni toward him. Not really. I'm just a fan of the reward money. Please check the goods. Suddenly the seal glowed again. San Ni went wild and bit Boss Liao right in the neck. Shen Yu then said, I heard you wanted to use this to take down Chairman Shi. That's really not cool, you know. He finally realized she was from the Jijin Association. Quick, take this thing away! I was wrong, Shen Yu replied coldly. Too late. She simply turned and walked away. At this time, in a certain bar, it was pure chaos. All sorts of creeps and monsters were gathered inside. President Feng was sitting in a corner talking business. Was my introductory gift easy to use? Little beauty of the Jijin Association. The other person heard this and felt a bit wary. Messing with people from the Jijin Association? Do you have a death wish? He immediately showed his disdain. Are you afraid of the Jijin Association? President Feng didn't forget to threaten him. Then your fear could also become new nutrients, or the urban legend. To inherit the power of the gods, I want to use a terrifying wind to shake the entire city. Hey, a creative divine miracle! Using the fear of Mr. Lu's distress as raw material, I shall recreate the lucky rabbit that can dominate destiny. But this power fell into the hands of someone who couldn't handle it. Truly a tragedy. However, when this incident gets out, it will spark a new wave of fear. What I've done was just to put the bait in the hands of the person who needs it. What happens after that will unfold completely naturally. Meanwhile, San Ni was still biting Boss Liu's neck without letting go. He spoke up in warning. Don't think I don't know about the Jijin Association. The way you guys schemed to put Chairman Shi in power wasn't any cleaner than what I do. But Shen Yu's attitude remained totally casual. That's right. But what does that have to do with me? Even at this point, Boss Liao still tried to threaten her. The boss of Anshao is backing me up. He won't let the Jijin Association off the hook. Hearing that name, she got even more excited. So you're relying on Anshao, huh? Interesting. Shen Yue leaned in close to grill him. Who did they send to rescue you? The 4-class champion or Shenshu Beach Lao? She suddenly lost her cool and snapped, Where are they? The only one who can save you is me. Now start answering my questions. Who told you about the rabbit's power? Boss Liu was terrified out of his mind. I'll tell you everything. There's a man who wants to establish a supernatural union called Act of God. Every genius there has their own unique card. Boss Liu tried to rake through his memories. I have proof. Wait, where's the card he gave me? Shen Yu grabbed him by the collar and asked, how do you know about Tianzai? Only then did Boss Liao explain. He gave me a card. It's the symbol of the union. Why can't I see it anywhere? At the same time, President Feng merely wore a devious smirk. You've been discarded. Just like that, a surge of energy like a vortex charged straight at the building. Everything inside was instantly turned upside down. Shen Yu, Boss Liu, and San Ni couldn't escape this mess either. She tried to use her power to hold her ground. Shen Yu reached out to grab Boss Liao, but it was already too late. Ultimately, she only had time to grab San Ni and get out. Exhausted, Shen Yu collapsed to her knees on the ground, panting. I didn't expect it to be like this. Who is it? Who's the one pulling the strings? President Feng was thrilled at this moment. The Jijin Association took out An Xiao's guy. Will the two sides still play nice? The seeds of hatred have been sown. Time to fish in troubled waters. He kept stirring the pot. The newly nominated god will rise from here. The whole crowd of evil spirits grew even more hyped. Come with me and create some havoc, so that every living soul is on edge. Meanwhile, back with Guvan, everyone was still having a blast eating and drinking together. Bottoms up! Vuong Luke kept singing his praises. Luckily, we had Guvan. We finally pulled through this crisis. An Ling, however, seemed spacey, staring intently at her phone, even though it seemed like she was spamming her luck ability left and right. Vuong Luke was still rambling on. As the saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Who knows, our time might be just around the corner. Just as he finished, An Lin cheered excitedly. I got it! Gu Thien was jump-scared by this sudden outburst. Say what? An Lin then held up her phone screen. I pulled the VIP edition console. Why rely on others when you can rely on yourself? My second pull, a 1 in 300 chance. She kept calling out to Gu Thien in total hype. Hey girl, come over to my place to hang out. She looked a bit skeptical and lost in thought. Is this really An Lin's true nature? Guvan also stroked his chin, pondering with a refreshed spirit. Looks like it's time to teach her the destruction fist. Gu Thien suddenly turned back and announced, That's right, bro, it's that time again. He still hadn't managed to react. What time exactly? It was the one thing every student fears most. The midterm parent-teacher conference. Meanwhile, at City E High School, everyone was excitedly shouting, Nerd Gu, can you explain this problem to me? Boss Lady Gu, you draw so well, why haven't you thought about joining the art club? Suddenly, a guy ran up and declared, Gu Tian Tian, I am Ton Chin. Today, I'll make the top beauty of this grade. You fall. For me. He was gleefully charging forward. But a second later, Gu Thien had him in a headlock and slammed him down. She looked coldly at Ton Chin on the floor. Take him to the infirmary. Don't let this delay the parent-teacher conference. Shu Lei, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel. You really are a big deal, huh? The flawless top beauty who deadlifts 85 kilo. Gu Thien Tien. I wonder if us commoners will get to bask in your glory. Gu Thien shyly replied, What are you saying? Those are just rumors. Shu Lei teased from the side. Even a straight-A student is scared of parent-teacher conferences? She then admitted, My brother is coming this time. Hearing that, Shu Lei also remembered, Oh, the guy who lectured for over 3 hours last time, about the absolute necessity of muscle training for the college entrance exams? Ha! Gu Thien could only give a weary sigh. One person dared to lecture and the rest dared to listen. The result? By the end of the semester, the whole class's average dropped by 12 points. Shu Lei didn't forget to flex her muscles. At least I traded my skinny frame for this. Suddenly, Guvan appeared and called out, Sorry about that, Chu Lei. I didn't think things through last time. Hearing this, Chu Lei was overjoyed. Guvan, so it won't be like that this year, right? But he had a completely different idea. He carefully studied the evil spirit situation in City E. Wrist training is definitely outdated. This year, I'll set up a plan for training based on broad outreach. 4 categories of training. Guvan's words made Gu Thien unable to resist, getting physical. And you guys better be well prepared. Inside the classroom, she kept warning him. Later, just read exactly from the script. Otherwise, we're living apart. Gu Thien. He was so terrified, he just nodded reflexively. I got it. Gu Thien added one more warning. The teacher is letting me sit in and listen. Don't you dare cause any trouble. At this moment, Luke Vien politely said, Are you Luke Nhan Jap's mother? I heard your kid is already up and studying by 6 a.m. That's nothing compared to your Long Dao. I heard he does self-study until midnight, and he hasn't even come home yet, Long Chu replied humbly. No way, your kid is the hard-working one. My boy is just good for nothing. Seeing them like that, Gu Tian couldn't help but feel disgusted. The more they compete, the more they play innocent, even though they're still over 100 points behind me. They're not even as good as my seatmate. Mango Thien's report card is just flat lines. He doesn't study at all. His test scores have never even hit double digits. Today, only God can save this seat. As soon as she mentioned her seatmate, that person's guardian also appeared nearby. Both siblings stared in dazed confusion when they saw the person next to them was Vuong Luke. He awkwardly flipped open a notebook to check. I'm his young uncle. What was his name again? Mango Thien. Gu Thien was beyond frustrated. Seriously? He had to check a notebook to know the name? Gu Van also quickly asked what he was doing there. At this point, Vuong Luke revealed, this school has an urban legend. He jumped in surprise after hearing that. What? He then added, right now it's just online chatter. That's why I came to investigate. Gu Thien asked doubtfully. Then what does that have to do with Mango Thien? Vuong Luke looked at them as if he had amnesia. Who is Mango Thien? Her prediction was spot on. Sure enough, he didn't know the guy at all. Vuong saw the other person's frustrated expression and reaffirmed once more, Thien, don't forget, I'm a master fortune teller, okay? Gu Thien exposed him in disgust. So, this isn't something you just made up? It's just like my brother, calling himself some village warrior, only using that to convince himself, so he can scrape by and keep living. Vuong Luke spoke honestly. So that Mang kid met me at the school gate, while I was setting up my stall and hired me as his uncle for the meeting. She asked in shock, you actually took the money? He arrogantly replied, is 20 bucks even considered money? His whole aura screams misfortune. Saving a life is a divine deed, and I just happen to be an incredibly kind soul. As soon as Vuong Luke finished speaking, a stack of test papers was slammed onto the desk, making a loud noise. Everyone looked at the teacher in front of them, feeling tense. Gobik introduced herself. Good morning, parents. I am Ms. Ngo, the homeroom teacher. These are the midterm results. The class rankings have also been recorded. Vuong Luke's face turned pale the moment he saw her. Is this your teacher? Gu Thien looked at her, equally terrified. Yes, she's strict with any student who breaks the rules, and their parents are always called in. So her nickname is the Assassin. Vuong Luke was now totally love-struck. Ma'am, please just kill me. Gu Van angrily rolled up his sleeves, ready to punch him. It's just a nickname, not a criminal record. However, Vuong Luke couldn't care less. Wait, let me cast a fortune to see how the chemistry between me and this teacher is. Just then, Luke Vien leaned in close. Hey, fortune teller bro, help me cast a fortune for my little Luke. See how his grades turned out this time? Chulong nearby was no exception. And for my little Long too. Vuong Luke didn't even look and called it immediately. No need to predict. I know both dropped 10 ranks. Luke Vien didn't believe it at first, but when Gobich handed out the results, they were shocked. How can this be? Our kids work so hard for real. Gu Thien couldn't help but marvel. Your prediction was scary accurate. Vuong Luke 10 revealed, when I was at my stall, I saw those two gaming together every single day. It'd be weird if they didn't fail. Gobich then approached them. Vuong Luke suddenly got cold feet. Soon, a result slip was handed to them. Gobich announced loudly, the class average increased by 7 points this exam. However, only Gu Thien achieved a perfect score. Her essay even got 5 extra points for its core concept. Now I'd like to invite Gu Thien's brother to the stage, to share some experience. Then she leaned close to Vuong Luke, who was blushing hard. As for the guardian of student Ma Dongthien, whose rank is at the bottom, let's talk privately later. Gu Van then walked up to the podium. Greetings, fellow parents. I am Gu Van. Time, blah, blah, blah. Flies by, yada, yada. And so on and so forth. What? I am honored to stand here and share some experience, blah, blah. Below, Gu Thien was so pissed, she was gritting her teeth non-stop. Gu Van's speech was incredibly blunt. Can't read? Skip it, skip it, skip it. Next is the secret. Below, Gu Thien was practically ready to catch a case. Can you even read words? However, all the parents were listening intently. Gu Van continued to read out loud with focus, based on my research of exam papers over many years, to extract the underlying patterns. The following slide will clearly outline the key points. Opening PPT, switching slides. Everyone pointed at the projector at once to remind him. The slide isn't open yet! Then Gu Thien also spoke up from below. Bro, you haven't plugged in the USB yet. He raised his hand in a totally badass way. She was also ready to hand it over. But a second later, Guvan used all his strength to crush the USB, never missing a moment to practice. Give it your best shot against me. You've really grown up. Guvan just kept reading naturally. Listed here are the changes in the natural science subjects, switching slides, and the 4 types of inductive reasoning, switching slides. Below, Gu Thien was crying a river. Stop playing dumb like you don't know what's going on. The parents below were also listening, completely stunned. Just by following these 5 key points, you can easily boost your literature test scores by over 10%. After that, Guvan looked very proud of himself. That is all, thank you. Bowing, he confidently returned to his seat. Was my presentation okay? I followed? Your instructions to the letter. Gu Thien hung her head low. Will I even make it home alive today? Suddenly, Gu Thien felt a soul flicker past the window. He whipped around to Vuong Luc. Something just flashed by. Gu Thien was confused. What? No, it didn't. Guvan asked once more. Vuong Luc, did you notice anything weird? He nodded and said, I did find something extremely abnormal. But what Vuong Luc noticed was something else entirely. It was something about Ngo Beach. Guvan misunderstood and rushed outside. I get it. I'm going to sweep the whole school now. Vuong Luc quickly chased after him. What do you mean, get it? Why are you running? Ngo Bic just leaned against the door in silence, watching them. Li Fu walked up, full of excitement. So, Ms. Ngo, is there anything else you want me to do? Ngo Bic didn't hesitate to criticize him. Lie, your kid's jade is all fake, just like the parent signatures in his workbook. Please discipline him strictly. While Li Fu returned in a heated rage, Vuong Luc took the chance to approach. Ms. Ngo, let me take you out to dinner later. I know all the best BBQ spots in this city. Luc Vien, standing nearby, looked annoyed. Men, typical. Ngo Bic then asked the guardian of student Mahao Thien, do you even care about your child's issues? Vuong Luc was in no mood to worry about that. Life is too short to care about such trivial stuff. I'm a pro-girl killer. I have many private matters to ask you today. She then became suspicious. Didn't you come here for anything official? He replied with a smirk. Actually, I'm carrying the burden of an investigation. An extremely dangerous case. If I don't act fast, there could be a mass casualty event. Outside, Guvan and Gu Thien were holding their phones, running along the corridor. Therefore, the phone stores all my data, which I've handed over to the operative. Then Vuong Luc continued to approach Ngo Beach, while I'm staying here to conduct a deeper inquiry, along with you, Gu Thien. Looked at the content on the phone and frowned deeply. Investigation report by Super Pro Vuong Luc. What on earth is this? The first report entry was from 3 months ago. A boarding student finishing self-study saw a ghost at night and was bedridden for 3 days. The second time was 2 months ago. A basketball player saw a ghost in the parking lot. After that, the school increased security and ruled that students must walk in groups at night. Guvan then shouted angrily, Wait! Something this important. Why didn't you tell me anything? If this were a pandemic, you'd be interrogated for hiding it like this. Gu Thien shot back immediately. That guy isn't exactly a good person anyway. She said angrily, That was Ton Chin. How many honest words has he ever spoken, for real? If you believe in science, there's no such thing as the supernatural in this world. Guvan continued scrolling down. What about that 11th grade student from Class A7 last week? He questioned with suspicion. He was just holding his books to study, yet he got so spooked he fell straight down the stairs. Gu Thien then explained, Ho-Vi is just a regular academic rep. Pissing people off is just part of the job. Why don't you think about it this way? Maybe someone was playing dirty for revenge? If it was a student, using a camera blind spot to give him a shove, wouldn't even be that hard. However, Guvan was thinking in a different direction. He suspected an evil spirit had infiltrated the school. Now the only way is to scorch the earth and wipe it out completely. Thien, go home. I'll deal with this and then head back. Seeing her brother channeling his power, Gu Thien lost her cool. Hey, what are you trying to do? There are hundreds of teachers and students here. Arson, really? Even if I'm not at the scene, I'd be an accomplice. But Guvan still wouldn't give up. The village chief once said, being indifferent to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. If they knew their sacrifice exposed the killer, they would surely smile in the afterlife. She stepped in to stop him. There are no villages left in our city. Snap out of it. Gu Thien then discovered something new. Wait, bro! Right here, that fake fortune teller attached a file about a fictional urban legend. Bloody Mary. Isn't that just a character from a comic that Chow Lele once read? Wait, Guvan immediately asked. Will it show up? Gu Thien seemed a bit wary. You want to try it? He confidently crossed his arms and said, verifying a legend only takes 3 steps. Step 1, test it personally. Step 2, if nothing happens, the legend is fake. Step 3. If something happens, the legend is real. In his head, Guvan began to visualize that scenario. Gu Thien heard this and got even more frustrated. How many lives do you think you have to keep testing stuff? He immediately flipped the logic on her. Don't you disbelieve in legends? In that case, I definitely won't get any results. So what's there to be afraid of? She was truly speechless.
Are you for real? I'm literally shaking my head.
Gu Thien suddenly felt a sense of relief. But there are no candles in the school anyway, thank goodness. Suddenly, a message popped up on the phone. Guvan nervously replied, too suspicious. Who are you? How do you know me? Vuong Luke is currently being detained. He struggled for a bit. Prove it, my foot! I got dragged away by security for harassing a teacher. This is his phone. Hurry up and finish your business, then come pick me up. The two siblings immediately checked the ID. It really is him. Just like that, they walked into a dark place. The timid Gu Thien kept her distance. A pitch-black bathroom? Does the school even have a place like this? Guvan had now lit a flame. Wait, isn't this a restroom? And it has no door. I just saw a room that was both dark and had a mirror. The door is what matters. Then let's start the test, Thien Thien. Stay back a little. She remained very adamant. I'm telling you, nothing is going to happen. You should go save that hack fortune teller instead. The wind outside began to howl in gusts. In that filthy, grimy restroom, Guvan was lighting the flame to perform the ritual. He had scribbled some words on the mirror. It said Black Mary. Guvan narrowed his eyes, ready for the ritual. He summoned his resolve to read the text. B. Gu Thien watched closely from a safe distance. The sound of running water continued. Everything remained silent, as if nothing was wrong. Guvan turned back awkwardly and asked his sister, How do you read this? In a fit of rage, Gu Thien snatched the candle and yelled, I can't believe you don't even know this word! Frustrated, she snapped, Even a kid would know this. It's pronounced... And just like that, Gu Thien completed the incantation. Bloody Mary. The surrounding space changed instantly. Fierce winds began to swirl violently. Gu Thien, experiencing this for the first time, turned pale with fear. She stood dazed as she was swept away. Is it me? It's late at night now. At school, Vuong Luke is shaking uncontrollably, hiding away somewhere. Ngobik is oblivious, still fully engrossed in her phone call. What, you said you encountered a tiger? Was it the Kimco Council? I got it. The 100,000 deposit Lu paid before he died, don't worry. The target will definitely be taken out cleanly. No one will find out. Vuong Luke is shivering with fear right now. It doesn't look like a good time to come out. I plan to ambush her in the office. To give Ngo a surprise. Now it's a surprise for real, holy crap. Terrified, he peeks out from under the desk. I don't want to be taken out cleanly. Suddenly, Ngo bitch moves closer, scaring the wits out of Vuong Luke. However, she doesn't notice him and just sits down. Vuong Luke is so scared he's screaming for help in his head. Guvan, where are you? At the same time, over at Guvan's place, gusts of wind keep blowing in. Before long, it all dissipates. Gu Thien notices and runs over happily. I knew it was just the wind. Nothing mystical about it, totally scientific. But now, security guards are approaching on patrol outside. Who's there? Don't you know about the curfew? They are getting close to Guvan's spot. Gu Thien is stressed to the max, practically losing it. We're doomed! It's the guards! I'm a top student! A flawless beauty. About to be caught in the men's room! Suspicious behavior? She keeps pleading with her brother. What do we do now? Bro, save me! Guvan just picks up his sister and heads out. Okay. A while later, when the guards arrive, no one is there. They search for a bit but still find nothing. I thought I saw someone. Was I imagining it? Once it feels safe, the two siblings crawl out from a corner. Gu Thien asks suspiciously, Wait, aren't delusional guys like you supposed to jump out the window? To escape or something? Guvan snapped back at her. How am I supposed to escape while carrying someone? Are you slow or something? She was driven crazy by the provocation and ranted, coming from an uneducated guy like you. That insult cuts even deeper, you know? He didn't care in the slightest. You agreed to it. Starting today, we're adding 10 more training circuits. You can't even bench 100 kilos yet. It's making me look bad. Despite her reluctance, Gu Thien helplessly complied. However, in a corner they hadn't noticed, a soul was already following behind Gu Thien. It seemed this evil spirit had no good intentions. Meanwhile, on Go Beach's side, the phone rang once again. She got up and left her seat. Vuong Luke waited until the sound of footsteps faded away before letting out a sigh of relief. He quietly crawled out. That was close, so close. Why does this woman have such a strong scent? I almost suffocated under her skirt. But Vuong Luke didn't realize that someone was already waiting for him. From behind, Ngo Bitch's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She angrily choked the smelly Vuong Luke. Only then did he regretfully realize she had played him good. Vuong Look struggled to reach out. Kill me, will you? I at least have to leave a clue about my death. I have to write the name Ngo. He tried his best to scribble it out stroke by stroke. Yes, Vuong Look desperately resisted. Stop, stop! It's because you're being so rough that I'm messing up the writing. I won't tell anyone. Please, let me go. At that moment, Guvon's voice echoed from outside. Vuong Look, where are you? He kept kicking at the door. There's someone in there! I'm going to report you guys for kidnapping. Ngobik was annoyed by the noise outside. She angrily warned him, watch yourself. I'll be back for you soon. Just as Gu Thien was about to kick it again, Ngo Beach opened the door. The two security guards nearby explained, Ms. Ngo, this guy is being stubborn. We're locking someone in the room. The guard said no one was there, but you just had to barge in. The state of those two, they are in a situation that's hard to put into words. Ngobik's face is as red as a tomato. The two guards look at each other, totally catching the vibe. Vuong Look quickly throws his shirt back on. Haven't you ever seen a private talk with a parent before? Then he drags everyone outside. Stop nosing around. Ngobik is so livid. She could snap a corner off the wooden desk. Her glare looks like it could kill at any moment. On the way out, Vuong Look says cheerfully, I didn't expect you to actually come looking for me. Is it telepathy or what? Guvan then speaks up. The guards saw the message, but still wouldn't say where you were locked up. So I just charged in to find you. Hearing that, he's confused. Message? He turns back to confirm one more time. Didn't you send a message telling me to come? But Vuong Look still has no clue. What message? When he sees the message on Guvan's screen, he gets spooked too. That wasn't me. Whose number is this? I've been in Ms. Ngo's room the whole time. Vuong Look has now left the school. Sitting in a diner, he's still fuming. This is ridiculous. The person who sent that message framed me saying I was busted by security for indecent behavior. With my skills, I've never been caught, okay? Gu Thien picks up the phone, which makes him turn pale instantly. Hello, 911, there's someone here. Vuong Look suddenly turns serious again. Only because the positive energy here is strong do I dare speak. Don't you think the person who sent that message, leading you two step by step, to complete the ritual is highly suspicious? Guvan looks up curious as well. He finally voices his suspicion. You mean, could the person sending the messages be Mary herself? What if it really is Bloody Mary? Gu Thien strongly disagrees. Can you talk some sense? At least try to be a bit logical, okay? Since when do people in mirrors know how to text? Vuong Look slowly lights a cigarette. He recounts seriously, I haven't told you two yet, have I? I actually experienced something bizarre once. Memories of my childhood kept flooding back when I was young. Wishing to see things beyond the ordinary, I impulsively put my faith in a ritual. I've met her, let me see what you see. Bloody Mary slowly spoke up. I have heard your wish. From that day on, Vuong Look became different. I gained extraordinary vision. He was still talking enthusiastically, unaware of the price that had to be paid. However, at this moment, the two siblings, Guvan was in no mood to listen to old stories. Is that last skewer mine? I had one and you had two, so what's the big deal? Vuong Look was speechless with them. Good job, Vuong Look, Guvan finally remembered. So you were interested in the legend of Bloody Mary, and that's why you looked into this? Not because of some commission? Vuong Look nodded. Exactly, but from the very start, perhaps she has already chosen us. Still, he had some concerns. The thing is, to investigate, we have to get into the school. And then everything that happened today went down. Gu Thien had sneakily finished the whole skewer and acted like nothing happened, which made Guvan absolutely livid. So that means there's no payout this time? Vuong Look was still very confident. Not necessarily. This high-level strategist bro had mapped out a plan to kill two birds with one stone. They discussed it late into the night. It was finally time for Guvan and Gu Thien to head home. Let's settle on that then. Thien still has homework to do. Come get me tomorrow. Vuong Look hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, cheerfully waving goodbye. All right. But as the two siblings left, the surroundings became empty. Vuong Look's mind began to wander back to Ms. Ngo. He secretly understood and didn't ask questions. But this matter? A tall figure appeared behind him. Only you are left now. You know what you need to do. Vuong Look saw the blade pressed right against him and broke into a cold sweat. Have you guys been waiting for this chance all along? Is there really no way you could just let me slide? The other person replied loudly, I'm afraid I really can't do that. Vuong Look was terrified, ready to bolt at any second. Then don't blame me, you're super VIP bro here. Don Hua pointed at the pile of food on the table and said, 2 beers. And 20 skewers, that's 72 CNY total. Transfer or scan the code. Only then did he realize he'd been played. Code. Boss, can't you give me a discount on this? Early the next morning at the school, Guvan looked at the people sitting in the hallway and felt annoyed. Applying for a security job, huh? Seriously, Vuong Luk was out of options. If you can't beat 'em, join 'em, he asked curiously. By the way, did anything weird happen with Thien Thien after you guys got home last night? Gu Van reported the actual situation to him. She went to bed very early, didn't notice a thing. Deep down, Vuong Luk was still worried. I hope everything is really okay. I keep wondering, why was the message sent to you and not me? Is there something about you that it's fixated on? Could our every move be exactly what the sender predicted? Hearing this, Gu Van began to be on high alert. You mean out of all these people applying here, there might be one of her minions? Or maybe they're all evil spirits? Vuong Luk shook his head to correct him. No, this is just the result of the economic crisis, leaving all these young people unemployed. He started pointing out the background of each person there. Look over there. Graduated from Hua University. Expert in digital tech and coding. Next to him is a 5-time consecutive champion. And beside him, an annual runner-up from Star Boulevard. Gu Van looked at him skeptically. Can your eyes actually see all that? Vuong Luk remained perfectly calm. Everywhere I go to find a job, it's always these same people. The competition is just too cutthroat. What's your education level? He replied honestly, never even finished elementary school. Gu Van looked at the other's expression and felt annoyed. What's there to be so surprised about? By the time I arrived, I was already past school age. In the village, there was no such thing as a school. Vuong Luk finally gave in. Fine, let's stop talking about your backwater hometown. The point is, competing against them. We have zero advantage. 500 CNY a day isn't chump change. Unemployed youths, all wanting to try their luck is understandable. The two of them are now full of determination. Don't sweat it, I've got a foolproof game plan. Vuong Luk asked curiously. Just to be safe, I have to ask. Gu Van cracked his knuckles and said, Your foolproof game plan? Is it just beating everyone up until it's over? This made him protest strongly. This is a civil society. Don't do anything reckless. Better stick to my way. Soon, inside the room, they called number 182. Trembling, they entered the principal's office. He carefully scrutinized their files, then slowly took a sip of tea. Finally, he gave his verdict. All right, go home and wait for further notice. Gu Van, clueless, innocently asked, How will I get the notice? My phone is broken. Vuong Luk, standing nearby, caught on immediately. He means we failed, dude. Are you even seriously hiring? He sighed, feeling helpless about the situation. Times are tough right now. Originally, we didn't even plan to hire security. Now it's 500 CNY a day, because the Parents Association put pressure on the school, insisting we solve these bizarre incidents. We were forced to do this. Tell me, you two, why should I pick you specifically? Finally, Vuong Luk just cut to the chase and bartered. I only need 300 CNY a day. Just like that, in a flash, they got their 2 sets of uniforms. Security patrolling the hallways. In the school's backyard, Thien was planning to ditch class and sneak out. However, as soon as I climbed the wall, he froze. Gu Van accidentally kicked Thien back down. While Vuong Luk was holding a gun, toys were attacking relentlessly. Thien shielded himself with his arms while screaming, Do you really have to be this extra? The kid kept crying out, feeling wronged. I just went to the bar for a bit. Stupid no, Thien! I just got a beatdown from my dad because of my midterm results. And I'm still hurting right now. Vuong Luk looked up at the boy in front of him. It's Thien! This is all because of you, you fake fortune teller! Thien shouted angrily. I haven't even settled the score for you snitching to my dad yet. And now you're here to bust me. He crossed his arms arrogantly and said, We just got hired as security guards. You're climbing the wall right in front of us. If we don't bust you, who else would we bust? On the other side, Gu Van reported. Looks like his name isn't on the list. Vuong Luk pulled out a list and asked, Do you know these 3 people? Thien also looked closely at it. Bok Fi, Ho Vi, Ton Chin? Are you 2 here to investigate the haunting? Look, who's that? Taking the chance, the kid bolted, leaving them totally confused. Where'd he go? So the 2 of them continued to execute a different plan. Gu Van, let's split up. You go check out Ton Chin. Ton Chin? I think I heard Thien Thien mention him. I'll go ask around. Gu Van was searching through the hallways. Thien Thien is in class 8. A second later, he shouted in anger. Thien Thien, how dare you? Right in broad daylight in the classroom during lunch break. Gu Van scolded her loudly. Slacking off during self-study, no wonder. Your benchwarmer grades never improve. Exposed, Gu Thien jumped up in protest. Can you just stop? She didn't hesitate to threaten him. Dear brother, save my face at school. Otherwise, I'm moving out. Seeing that, he immediately softened his voice. All right, fine. Though reluctant, Gu Van had to comply. Besides, you should be happy I finally found a decent job. No way I'm wasting my time on revision. Just come out and chill with me at noon. She led Gu Van to the school's basketball court. The basketball team that Ton Chin plays for is currently competing in this gymnasium. Gu Thien introduced him. That's the buffed-up Ton Chin over there. Gu Van nodded in approval. Now that's a physique that can actually take on evil spirits. You should learn a thing or two from him. She snapped back in annoyance. Who'd want to learn from that meathead? Ton Chin spotted Gu Thien and shouted her name loudly. Gu Thien Thien! Instantly, the guys on the sidelines all showed their admiration. Gu Thien Thien! Gu Thien covered her face, wishing it wasn't happening. Oh no, Ton Chin has gone into beast mode all of a sudden. His movements changed. He slipped past his opponents with ease. Then Ton Chin made a perfect shot into the hoop. However, his luck ran out when the ball hit the referee instead. Just like that, Ton Chin was ejected from the court. Number 28, penalized. At this point, his teammates were also going wild. Gu Thien Thien is looking at me! Gu Van watched the guys scuffling below. He remarked, this is actually pretty interesting. Their bodies are quite solid. Dealing with clashes like that without getting exhausted. Gu Thien shouted in embarrassment and anger. Enough already, she said crossly. I'm telling you, don't go liking Ton Chin. He's a total fuckboy. He's already played so many girls. Hao Thien had sat down beside them without anyone noticing. Exactly, this guy is the enemy of both girls and guys. Basically, he's public enemy number 1. Gu Van asked curiously, You're Ma Hao Thien? Well? The kid dodged the question. Who's Ma Hao Thien? I'm just a witness for justice. If you're asking around about Ton Chin, then you've come to the right person. Here's the lowdown on him. Vuong Luk happened to arrive just then. Otomo no Yakamochi, 710 to 794. A great general of the Nara period. Famous work, The Cherry Blossoms of Home. His strengths are rapping and basketball. You've been played, big bro. Luckily, I took my mission seriously. Bok Fi, an 8th grader. Nothing special about him, just likes writing reports. Ostracized by the whole class. 3 months ago, he was spooked by a ghost. Ho Vai, a 7th grade class vice president and a total nerd. Relentlessly collects homework. Has 0 friends. Last week, he was pushed down the stairs. Vuong Luk asked again. Have you spotted the common thread between these 3? Gu Van innocently replied, They're all male? He was so frustrated he could spit blood. I really shouldn't have asked you. The point is, all 3 of them are hated by a lot of people. He finally nodded in agreement. Vuong Luk hid in a corner to observe. Could this also be right? In short, we can deduce. The next victim will definitely be someone who's hated. Gu Van still didn't get it and asked, So we find the person everyone hates and take him out first? If I handle him, the evil spirit won't be able to kill him, right? He quickly corrected him. We're supposed to protect them. Chill out if you get caught. Don't drag me down with you. Let's split up then. You go to the statistics lecture hall. I'll cover the administration area. Gu Van accepted the task and left quickly. Got it. Vuong Luk walked alone down the hallway. He couldn't help but feel the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The administration building is kind of creepy. She shouldn't be here, right? Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a figure appeared behind him. Why am I so jumpy? How do I keep running into her everywhere? Ngo Bick rushed toward Vuong Luk. You still dare to come here? Terrified, he quickly dodged. Stay away from me! Vuong Luk sprinted blindly into the restroom. But Ngo Bitch didn't hesitate at all. She charged right in after him. He was pale with fear. You'd even enter the men's room? She's really trying to kill me! Ngo Bick suddenly cornered Vuong Luk. Looking at the paper in his hand, she was able to guess. You guys are investigating Bloody Mary? Vuong Luk tried to persuade her. Listen to me. We are professionals. If we just leave it alone, this will seriously affect the students. Suddenly, Ngo Bitch made a proposal. I can let you stay for a few days. Report your investigation results to me every day. If a single hair on my students' heads is harmed, I'll end you. Gu Van was blocking the gate. Hey, kid. You need to learn to look at things dialectically. Objectively, why are you voting? For Gu Thien Thien as the most hated student? The student indignantly countered, But she rejected me. Can't I hold a grudge? He still wouldn't let it go. We will solve this problem with these 3 steps. 1. Gu Thien Thien rejected you. 2. Gu Thien Thien might have been wrong. 3. The person who is truly annoying is you, so write down your own name. The student picked up the pen and asked, What's your name? He answered instinctively before realizing, Gu Van. Gu Van looked at the list in his hand, feeling confused. Gen Z is so hard to understand these days. On the street, he stopped every student he saw. Hey, kid. I'm Gu Van. Let's have a vote. Hey, kid, I'm Gu Van. Is there anyone you hate? Hey, kid, I'm Gu Van. However, Hao Thien didn't care and called out, Who cares who you are? Quick, come check out this drama. When Gu Van got closer, he recognized the 2 people involved. Ton Chen and Thien Thien's best friend, Shulele. Shule carefully handed over a stack of papers. Chin, look at this. I even drew a comic about the two of us. But Ton Chin acted very arrogant. I don't even want this stuff in my house. Why keep it? He coldly turned away. Let's break up. Seeing this, Shule immediately chased after him. Chin! Ton Chin was so out of line that he pushed her away and yelled, "Stop clinging to me, you psycho!" Just like that, the drawings in Chule's hands fell scattering to the ground. She slumped to the ground in pain, crying. Watching this, Gu Van sighed in disappointment. That's terrible. Hao Thien, standing nearby, chimed in. What a total fuckboy! He nodded in agreement. Exactly. Holding a prop and flying like that? Your aim is trash. Before running off, the kid added one more thing. Give Ton Chin a vote for me. Hao Thien ran up, not afraid to confront Ton Chin. That jerk, seeing the kid, started acting all smug. So even a loser like you shows up to talk trash? Ton Chin showed no mercy and kicked Hao Thien right in the chest. None of your business, he barked. Then he leaned against the railing, laughing mockingly. However, a split second later, the structure began to crack. In the blink of an eye, Ton Chin lost his balance. He fell into a free fall along with the shattered glass. The people watching from below were absolutely horrified. But then, just inches from the ground, his body stopped. Luckily, Gu Van had arrived in time to grab Ton Chin's leg. Oh my God, my leg! Looking at this scene, it was no longer unfamiliar to him. As expected, behind every urban legend is an evil spirit. After that, Gu Van instructed the bystanders. Looks like a dislocation. You guys get him to the infirmary right now. The teacher curiously asked, Who exactly are you? However, he left without revealing a thing. Just a passing security guard. Later, after regrouping with Vuong Luk, Gu Van reported, Ton Chin was attacked by the spirit again. He then asked, Don't you feel that? Since meeting me, the evil spirit's style has changed? He nonchalantly replied, Before I met you, I didn't even know you existed. Gu Van continued his analysis. If it were the previous spirit, it would have pounced by now. Not like this time, it's been days and it's nowhere to be seen. Vuong Luk nodded in agreement. True, but if it's really coming for me and you're playing the savior, you might actually be ready to take over as president of our association? Surprised, Gu Van asked, Wait, what? Are you the president of the Evil Spirit Extermination Alliance? But he dodged the question. Regardless of who the president is, let's check today's poll results, who knows? Tonight's target might just be the one with the most votes. First, I scouted the faculty lounge and dozens of students at the sports field. The most hated teacher is Ms. Ngo. She's extremely strict. Those kids really don't know any better. Gu Van then asked, So could she be in danger? Vuong Luk couldn't say for sure. I'm actually not worried about that at all. Regarding the ones chosen on your end, nothing weird happened, right? I bet $50 that jerk Ton Chin is in second place. No one would dare take first place from him. Right? Gu Van calmly handed over the statistics. Me. Vuong Luk screamed in frustration. You're ranked higher than that guy? What on earth did you do to make everyone hate you so much? He scratched his head sheepishly, unable to look the other in the eye. I guess a few people had an issue with my attitude during the survey. Suddenly, the whole place went silent. A while later, Vuong Luk still couldn't get over his anger. Wait, something's not right. Today's events are abnormal. It's breaking away from this spirit's usual M.O. Gu Van nodded in agreement. Yeah, it attacked the same person twice, but that's not what he meant. No, it skipped its nighttime attack window. Maybe it's in a hurry. Vuong Luk suddenly turned serious. Honestly, it's pretty dangerous, so they decided to just go for it. That's a good thing. It's best if it finds me right away. I can deal with it then and there. Even though he didn't know if it was a good thing or not, the legend was becoming clearer. Let's go. If we're in, we're in. Vuong Luk looked at the pole in his hand, then looked at Gu Van, who was calmly eating noodles in front of him. So, Mr. Number One, how does it feel? Gu Thien laughed teasingly. Tons of people can't stand your personality, bro. Now do you see how much pressure I deal with every day? She couldn't help but be a bit narcissistic. It's hard to stay as perfect as I am. Vuong Luk looked at her with pure judgment. Back at school. You sure do care a lot about your image, huh? Chule is still feeling down after being dumped by Ton Chin. Gu Thien tried to gently comfort Chulele. Are you still hung up on that jerk? I heard he even got into a scrap with an intern doctor. What a loser. Hearing that, Vuong Luk couldn't hide his anger. That scumbag. He's unbelievable. Does he think having money makes him all that? Hey, Gu Van, don't you ever think about getting married and having kids? Last time you made 4,000 RMB, you blew it all on a treadmill. Gu Van didn't react much, just kept his head down eating noodles. When Thien Thien faces an evil spirit, who knows? This training result might just save her life. Chule looked at them suspiciously. Evil spirit? Seeing that, Gu Thien quickly explained, "They're just talking about a game." Then, Vuong Luk checked in on Gu Thien again. "By the way, Gu Thien, have you felt mentally unstable lately? Like there's another personality inside you? Or your mind doesn't feel like your own, something like that?" She played it off and replied to Master Vuong, "Are you talking about yourself? I'm always thinking about studying. I don't have such a wild, adventurous imagination like you guys." When they were finished, Chulei and Gu Thien left. "We're heading to evening self-study now. Work hard and stay out of trouble, okay?" Guvan found it odd and asked, "What's up with you?" Vuong Luk suddenly felt insecure, doubting himself. "Guvan, do you think this job of ours, exterminating evil spirits, is looked down upon way too much?" Guvan nodded in agreement. "True, and it's very easy to get dragged into the station. But just like with An Lin, if we don't step in, she'll never realize the danger." He lowered his head, dejected. "Let me tell you the honest truth. Ever since I got my powers, initially I really wanted to be a hero." Flashback to the past. 25 years ago, Vuong Luk was playing chess with an old man. "Mr. Trong, you're cheating." "What are you talking about, kiddo? How could I pull any tricks while playing chess with you?" He shouted loudly back then. "There are 2 people behind you, teaming up against me." However, Mr. Truong couldn't see the evil spirits behind him at all. "There's no one here." Vuong Luk kept insisting at the time. "No way, can't you see them? Mr. Truong, those things are creepy." The old man didn't pay much mind and left. "What are you on about?" "It's getting late, I'm heading home." The door closed, leaving only him helplessly banging on it. "Don't go, open the door. Open the door, hurry!" His mother then dragged him away. "What are you doing, kid? Stop bothering the old man and get home for dinner." Despite that, Vuong Luk kept talking. "Mom, Mr. Truong is being haunted, oh my god." "It's not a story, it's real," Guvan asked curiously. "What happened after that?" Vuong Luk continued the story. The next day he was found dead in his chair, clutching a photograph. Word is it was his wife who went missing during the war. From then on, the adults in the neighborhood started whispering about me. Later, my family had to move to the outskirts. Recalling this made Vuong Luk feel insecure again. "I often wonder if everyone just has a set destiny. Maybe our powers can't beat fate in the end. Instead of being stubborn and making everything miserable, isn't it better to just turn a blind eye? As long as you see it but stay quiet, no one can criticize a normal person." Instead of comforting him, Guvan rubbed salt in the wound. "In my opinion, it's just because you're too weak. If you just used brute force and punched that female ghost in the mouth, problem solved." Vuong Luk countered, his blood boiling. "Not everyone is like you." Guvan then explained, "If you don't step up to stop it, how can you be so sure they want to resign themselves to fate?" Guvan spoke with great confidence. "No one is born to just give up on their destiny. As long as they want to be saved, I'll go save them." Vuong Luk hung his head, slowly saying, "Guvan, you never change." "Then I'll be straight with you." Just now there was something following Gu Thien. He was instantly spooked upon hearing this. "What?" He stood up to stop him. "Chill out. It's not trying to hurt the girl." Vuong Luk also couldn't say for sure. "I'm not sure if this thing is good or bad either. It's like her shadow. It seems to be mimicking her every move." Guvan didn't care and bolted away. "Whatever. My sister shouldn't have anyone else's stuff on her." Just as he was about to stand up, he was pinned down by a rough hand. "Hold it right there." Thumb Tuck slammed Vuong Luk to the ground without mercy. "Caught another dine and dasher looking like this. Looks like a serial offender." Thinking of running? Meanwhile, Guvan was frantically chasing after his sister. Thien. Thien was now surrounded by a powerful surge of evil energy. A strange rope suddenly appeared under the utility pole. Vuong Luk screamed a warning, "That thing!" Guvan ignored everything and charged toward his sister. At that exact moment, the screws on the pole came loose, causing it to fall over. Seeing this, his heart skipped a beat. However, Gu Thien didn't seem worried at all. She effortlessly caught it with her hands. Everyone was shell-shocked to see Gu Thien casually holding up the utility pole. Seeing his sister was fine, Guvan stood there analyzing. "This pole weighs about the same as an 80-kilo dumbbell. Thien's push-up limit is 85 kilos. Gu Thien turned back, blushing as she complained, "This is so cringe, you're a mean big brother." She kept crying out dramatically, dragging Chulei along as they ran back to school. Vuong Luk was trembling as he hugged the lamppost in confusion. "What on earth did you do to my sister?" Guvan used just one hand. That could drive a utility pole straight into the ground. An extreme training regimen for growth. Daily physical conditioning is just part of the grind. Vuong Luk couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the sight. Now is not the time to talk about this. If I didn't see it wrong back then, we aren't just dealing with Bloody Mary. Scene cuts to another location. A group of students at the school are performing some kind of ritual together. Homewreckers are the worst. For a world without fuckboys. Pray to the dark god. That scumbag Ton Chin will definitely get his karma. Then things proceeded as usual. The whole bunch was dragged into the security office. Wang Luk kept yelling, "Hey, you kids!" Sneaking into the computer lab to game at midnight. Good thing we were looking into something, so we caught you red-handed while patrolling. Inside the computer lab, Wang Luk shouted even louder, "Why is Ma Dongtian always involved in this?" Hao Thian immediately talked back, "You're my bad luck charm, man. Bumping into you twice in one day. We just skipped a few IT classes and wanted to review a little." He snapped back loudly. Stuck at Bronze 3 and never won a game before, or what? I used to be a professional booster, but I've never seen anyone as trash as you guys. This alone is enough to report you. Hao Thian finally got scared and started pleading. "Sir, please. We've collaborated before. Just don't tell the teachers, okay?" Guvan then called out. Thamwit replied, "Yes, President." Wang Luk's face lit up with joy. That president title sure sounds sweet. He was left speechless. "Didn't you give yourself that title?" But when he saw the info on the screen, he was stunned and cried out, "What the? The gloomy doll?" Wang Luk was so scared he was sweating buckets. "I knew it wasn't Bloody Mary. Our previous leads were all... It's all wrong. What on earth is the goal here? Who's the next victim going to be?" Kovan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the target wasn't the most hated person. Tian. My family has always been well loved by everyone. Hao Thian's crew took advantage of their distraction to carry out their shady plans. The kid lunged forward and pushed Wang Luk. "Sorry, Pops." Then they seized the opportunity to bolt. Kovan stood there dazed, wanting to just ignore the whole thing. But a split second later, he vanished from his seat. With just a single move, Kovan managed to round them all up. Kovan grabbed the kid by the neck to inspect him. "Too bad one of them escaped, huh? Aren't you Bok Fi, the first victim? What did you guys hear that made you run like that?" Hao Thian remained stubborn. "Kill me, but I'm not talking. The heroes of our anti-fuckboy alliance are all people of great loyalty." Wang Luk took the chance to intimidate them. "Nice. If you don't speak, I really wouldn't know. Take a look at this. This is your teacher Ms. Ngu's number. I'm about to hit the call button." Bok Fi fell to his knees in terror, begging them not to tell. Okay, I'll spill everything. We couldn't stand that scumbag Ton Chin, so we formed the anti-fuckboy alliance. We just wanted to mess with that jerk a little, to get noticed by the girls. Hao Thian yelled from the side. "Great job, you snitch, selling out your brothers like that." Wang Luk had pinpointed his target. "The perpetrator is right here among us. Speak up, how did you guys pull off the ambush?" Hao Thian stopped hiding it. "We just prayed to the gods, complained a bit, and then went back to gaming. If I wasn't wearing a mask today, I wouldn't even have the balls to face or talk to Ton Chin. How could I have sucker punched him?" It finally dawned on him. "So it wasn't you. And it wasn't you either. Then what about that other kid?" At that same moment, someone else was running for their life. Now that person has reached the rooftop. Then Cat Luke lifted it up, searching for something before pulling out a thread. Right as Cat Luke was fully into it, he got busted. He turned around in terror. Kovan appeared, dragging Hao Thian and the crew with him. As soon as he arrived, he dropped them all down. Cat Luke was so scared he was speechless. Wang Luk pointed right at his face. "Cat Luke, so that creepy doll was your doing?" Cat Luke still gripped the doll tightly in his hands. "You guys got here pretty fast." "Bok Fi, it's you again? You betrayed us!" Bok Fi said helplessly. "These big shots were too intense. I had no choice but to go straight." He still found it hard to understand. "Since when did you start suspecting me? Was it when I messed with this snitch Bok Fi? Or when Ho Vi refused to let me cheat, so I pushed him down the stairs?" Wang Luk was totally speechless after hearing that. "You are seriously messed up. It's not because your homies told us you guys worship some weird doll. Is that why we're here?" Cat Luck didn't seem to be listening at all. "Or was it when Chu Lele rejected me, making me so salty that I wanted to kill that trashy couple? I'm talking about her and that Ton Chin guy." Wang Luk was so mad he wanted to scream. "I already told you, your crew snitched on you." Kovan was absolutely furious now. "If I'd asked Chu Lele who she had beef with this afternoon, this case would have been solved long ago." Hao Thian realized his true nature and shouted, "Cat Luck, we were your allies." "You only told us that doll could bring people bad luck. But who told you to use the power of the curse to actually harm others?" "You're the one who betrayed us." But Cat Luke wasn't going to be pushed around. "Shut your trap, Madungthian!" "All you do is talk, no action. That's why you're a total loser." "I'm not like you guys. That person gave me power. I must chant the incantation to become the god of this school." Vuong Look didn't want to be too harsh at this point.
Fine, you're just a kid.
We don't want to ruin your life either. Give me the stuff.
This goes way deeper than you think. You wouldn't understand.
However, Cat Luke wasn't giving up that easily. You were too careless.
A good-for-nothing president like you?
Back in the server room, I used the chaos to pluck a strand of your hair.
What?
I just need to tie your hair to the charm for it to work. Now, let's see the ultimate level of terror. Instantly, Vuong Look was paralyzed. My limbs! He then turned to threaten Kovan. As for you over there, do you dare lay a hand on your own boss? Or are you going to let him rip you apart? But he remained completely calm, snapping the threads that were binding him. Kovan finally snapped out of it, looking dazed. Huh? Koteen had returned home by now, but found the place empty. He's still not home yet? Guess I'll whip up some food for him. The house is all out of ingredients. Back on the rooftop, Catluck screamed in a panic, You're a straight-up demon! He backed away a few steps in fear. You actually tried to kill your own colleague.
He wanted to live too, you know. Maybe he even has someone he loves.
Kovan crossed his arms, showing zero remorse. Exactly. That's why I didn't need to hear his opinion. I just used my professional expertise to beat him just enough so he'd be fine. Hao Thien walked over to check on Vuong Look. Even though his head hit the ground, he's not seriously hurt. Plus, the weird doll has been separated from him. Kovan walked forward with a devious smirk. Now it's your turn. What's the logic behind your magic?
How can you use the power of darkness?
How can I learn it? Catluck was so terrified he was sweating bullets. I just got this doll. From a strange person, that's all. He said my social anxiety could be turned into power for the doll.
I'm not handsome and nobody likes me.
The old lady in the village always left me out when she handed out candy. If I don't use the power of these charms, who would ever like me? I hate people who do absolutely nothing, yet are still loved by everyone. Just like you guys. Catluck gave a sinister laugh and spoke up. I want to drag all of you down to hell with me. Kovan then tried to reason with him, whether people like you or not.
What does that have to do with you anyway?
Just believe in what you need to do, and stay true to that belief until the end. Catluck started laughing hysterically like he'd lost his mind. Belief? That's right, I wasn't even thinking that far ahead. I just want to get rid of every single person I hate. He pulled some strange bags out from his clothes. And the ones I keep around, I'll torture them until they die. Hao Thien was now frantic with worry. You're pushing him straight into a black hole! That is not how you advise someone. Kovan didn't care at all. I'm just telling the truth. How he reacts has nothing to do with me. Catluck was now eyeing them with a hidden agenda. Aren't you Kotien's older brother?
Thien, how could someone have a
sister who's the idol of the whole school like her? You must be real proud, huh? Seriously, you're super proud of that kid, aren't you? Instantly, Kovan's gaze turned dark and heavy. Thien Hao stood nearby and tried to reason with Catluck, too. Stop acting crazy.
Kotien is a good person.
Catluck didn't hesitate to reveal what had just happened. This afternoon, your sister skillfully blocked an attack meant for Chu Lele. That's right, my bad. At that time, I put glue on the lamppost, just so I could get a strand of hair from the school's top beauty. He was so creepy that he even held Kotien's hair right up to his mouth. Happiness is only real when shared, right? Let's all have some fun with her together. Kovan was now so livid he was about to explode. How dare you? Catluck aimed a dagger menacingly at the doll in his hand. Freeze! Her hair is already wrapped around the doll. If my blade even touches it, she's going to get hurt. The ground beneath Kovan's feet cracked under the sheer force of his power. Catluck, still death-defying, continued to taunt him. Angry but helpless, aren't we? I'll use the doll to command that person to come here and jump off the building right in front of you. My power can definitely make that happen. The controlled doll can follow my orders and go straight to that spot. As for whether the person inside gets hurt, well, that's up to fate. Kovan clenched his fists and gave a warning. Before that happens, I'll destroy both you and the Earth's surface. Catluck didn't flinch at all. Do it then, Mr. Top Student. Unexpectedly, Vuong Look appeared from behind. Since when did he scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, it's me again. Catluck couldn't believe his eyes. How is it you? Vuong Look looked embarrassed. I remembered that I also leaned against that pole this afternoon. Hearing this, Catluck looked like his world had collapsed. He sprawled out on the ground in total defeat. Turns out that strand of hair didn't belong to a girl after all. A precise shot was suddenly fired. The shooter was none other than Go Beach. That's it. She casually holstered her weapon. What am I even waiting for? Kotien looked at this book in his hand and sighed in relief. It was just a spider. The sky was finally starting to brighten. Vuong Look sat there, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Life is so unpredictable. Kovan had to agree. Never thought such magic even existed. There are no limits to these techniques. Thean was still shaken, nearly becoming an accomplice to a murderer. That was way too close. Out of curiosity, Kovan asked, "By the way, do you know how to use this thing yet? Why don't you try it out on me?" Wongluk pulled back warily. "You want me to just try it like that?" Suddenly, a security guard ran toward them. "I've been looking for you guys all night. Turns out you're slacking off here and tying up students?" Police cars were now parked down at the school entrance. And just like that, Kovan left in a police cruiser. Another figure approached a nearby car. Gobik was already sitting inside. "The organization can only take him alone." Wong-sek said nervously, "I guess Master Ko isn't that important." He grumbled a bit. "Ms. Ngo, it's a little tight in here." She just coldly cut him off. "Suck it up." Wong-sik pulled out a stack of documents. "Here's the file for this case. Sorry, it has absolutely nothing to do with Bloody Mary." Gobik flipped through it, looking quite skeptical. "Unrelated. The gloomy doll has targeted 8 students, all causing various types of injuries. Then why was Ton Chin completely fine after meeting a ghost in the parking lot? Why was he unscathed?" Wong Seo suddenly looked shell-shocked. "You're right, that time was just a jump scare. Ton Chin only truly met with disaster yesterday." Ngobik gazed out the window. "Ton Chin's grandfather is Ton Hak, one of the major financiers of the Ko-Kim Society. She is crying out to us for help." Wong Sex asked hesitantly. Crying out to who?" Her eyes were now filled with tears. "Why didn't you come find me directly?" Meanwhile, Wong Six didn't notice that the puppet in his pocket had vanished. Ngobit kept wondering to herself, "Or is there something you're afraid of?" The energy from the puppet was closing in on Ko Tien, who was slumped over on the desk, inside a certain skyscraper. "Bloody Mary? That's a cold case from over 15 years ago." The other person asked curiously, "CEO La, is this still on your mind?" The man observed for a while and then said, "It's almost time. Tranjang, lead Team 1 to escort the S-Class target to the station." Tranjang questioned once more, "Is this to hand over evidence to headquarters?" On the way, they discussed the situation non-stop. In the last 5 years, this is the first time an S-rank subordinate has been captured alive. Tham Nguyen expressed her confusion. "I wonder who cooked up this scheme to create a diversion." The eyes and ears have swarmed the high-speed train to Ankin City. Carrying this lamp ensures no riots will break out. Tranjang then clarified further, the broken wire suppression device. It can block the luck waves emitted from the rabbit's foot, completely isolating any interference with the wire opening process within the spatial dimension. "You have no idea what I'm saying, do you?" She panicked a bit after hearing that. I know. You're the one in charge of my education, after all." He gave a devious smirk upon hearing that. "As if you'd actually know any of that, right? An S-class elite, yet held back because she failed her exams twice. That's why you're still stuck in 10th grade. Tham Nguyen's face darkened as she warned him. "Say another word and I'll end you." Tran Jang, embarrassed and defensive, shouted, "Hey! I'm an A-class operative of this organization. Don't you dare do anything reckless!" She didn't let up, teasing him further. "Why is your face getting so red?" Before leaving, Tam Nguyen confidently declared, "Tran Jang, at this rate, you're no match for me." She walked away nonchalantly. "Don't worry, this evidence will be safely delivered to the main headquarters in Ankin City." Tran Jang caringly reminded her, "Stay safe on the road." However, Tam Nguyen's attitude remained incredibly flippant. "Am I hearing this right? You're telling an S-class to stay safe? If anything, you guys should be the careful ones. Don't let your strongest fighter leave first, only to have your rear flank completely wiped out." He was driven mad with rage by her taunts. "Stupid woman! Enjoy being a high schooler forever." "Let's go! We're on patrol! Everyone's working overtime this week!" Tham Nguyen looked at the vast space before her, feeling a sense of dread. Is she really gone? She looked at the massive train ahead, her heart filled with anxiety. There won't be any danger, right? It's been 3 years. Actually, 5 years since I've been in real combat. At this moment, 3-9 was also shivering with fear while looking at Tam Nguyen. Luckily, there are no other passengers. "At least there won't be any murderers among us, right? You wouldn't kill anyone, would you?" They had just boarded the train. They enjoyed a full meal of instant noodles together. Shenya began returning to her main task. "Don't you feel like IK2 City lately? And has been a bit sus? Over the past 5 years, the Ening monsters have all been suffering casualties. Right after the organization starts investigating, they've already been taken out by some mysterious person." She felt it was a bit strange, and most recently with you. Before we could even get a handle on the case, he had already settled it. Even though I need to analyze this, Someone is definitely pulling the strings here. To even dare right in front of me. To kill the leader of the AMTU organization, Liao Shengchuan. Stoking that organization's hatred like this is probably a sign of a massive riot. About to go down in the city. Shen Yu lazily sprawled out on the chair. But what does this have to do with a lazy mastermind like me? Just drive to the station and turn in the mission. I wonder what legendary beast I'll flex today. Suddenly, at that moment, the steam from the noodle cup vanished instantly. It turned to ice so fast that the naked eye could barely see, and before Shen Yue even noticed, she was frozen too. San Yi trembled uncontrollably as the figure approached. Right behind Jisya, out of nowhere, a spatial rift appeared. A second later, Shen Yue burst out from it. She screamed in rage, "Pay me back for my game progress! You M2 rats!" However, Jisya was clearly bewildered by the situation. Who? Shen Yue realized she had been played. Aren't you M2 here for revenge? She demanded loudly, "Who on earth are you?" Jisya spoke arrogantly, "Do not question me." After that, she turned the entire train cabin into ice for the fight. Shen Yu, despite everything, remained fearless. Do you even have the strength to withstand a disaster? Jessica just gave a cold snicker upon hearing that. The divine power unleashed by Shen Yue vanished shortly after. She was slightly surprised by the sight. An icy shard-covered foot lunged forward. Caught off guard, Shen Yue was stabbed by Jessica. But Shen Yue summoned all her remaining strength, finally unleashing her ultimate move, Spatial Sunder Slash. She felt satisfied, looking at the result of what she had prevented. At least someone whose luck had completely run out like her could still survive. Jia, who had escaped, couldn't help but admire. You've got some real guts. At that moment, on Gu Yun's side, An Ling bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thanks for the hard work, Uncle Zhao. Come over to our place sometime, okay? On the way, she couldn't help but comment. Good thing I slipped my phone number into your pocket earlier. For this kind of rescue mission, it really takes a local to get it right. Gu Yun gave a thumbs up and praised, "My bad. I'll have to rely on you again next time." An Ling laughed and asked back, "There's a next time?" Suddenly, he pulled her back and said, "Since I've troubled you so much, can you grant me one request?" An Ling thought of something and her face turned bright red. "Isn't this moving a bit too fast? I didn't think you were that kind of guy. What do you want to do?" Gu Yun's thoughts were very straightforward. "Let me borrow your phone for QQ for a bit. I need to talk to Nguyen Tong about something." She felt let down and was absolutely livid. "You should have just said that from the start!" And Ling looked at the person on the screen, and her face darkened instantly. A beautiful girl with long black hair. "Spill it! Who is this high-energy Nguyen Tuong? Who is this?" Gu Yun didn't sense any danger and answered honestly, "Oh, an athlete 1.9 meters tall and weighs 200 pounds. She didn't forget to warn him. "Don't let me catch you lying. Don't be so shallow." "What do you want to ask?" Gu Yun thought for a long while before stating the problem. It made An Ling fall over in shock. Is there anywhere around here that teaches dark magic? The more An Ling thought about it, the angrier she got. 18 years old, long straight black hair, a high school girl, totally his type. So sus. Gu Yun, walking ahead, still hadn't noticed a thing. "What are you whispering back there, reciting a spell?" She was determined not to give up on him. Just spill it. "Which little homewrecker talked you into wanting to learn magic, huh?" Gu Yun also found it strange at this point. "What's up with your lack of student spirit? Don't you care that in this world, there are spells that even a fist can't shatter?" And Ling winced and blinked at him. "My fists! Only need to be able to beat back the girls. Hanging around you, and that's enough." She pulled him along to leave. "Oh well, it was hard enough to get this. Just consider this a date then." But Gu Yun's head was only filled with thoughts of a showdown. A fight, where is it happening? Before long, they arrived at the destination. "Here's the Magic Academy you wanted." Gu Yun looked at the scene before him. He couldn't stop marveling. You can just tell this place is mystical. Meanwhile, An Ling took charge of paying. "My dad just gave me 500 yuan for the entry tickets." "I'll cover you this time, okay?" While she helped him put on the costume, Gu Yun kept thinking to himself, "Have I seriously never been here before? So true arcane secrets really do require a fee, huh? I should set aside some tuition for Tian Tian later, to learn magic." Then, as they stepped into the strange landscape inside, he was stunned once again. "Did we just go abroad? This looks dangerous," switching to combat mode. An Ling beside him was as gentle as could be. "Let's just vibe at this outdoor festival." She began introducing the surroundings to get Gu Yun acquainted. This was built during the golden age of magic. It was my absolute favorite when I was a kid. However, as soon as An Ling turned back, she saw Gu Yun staring intently at the text on the board. Season 7, Final Battle Against the Witch Coven. Summoned students will temporarily set aside their studies to form a squad to eliminate the Twilight Witch. Seeing this, she reminded him, "This is just the theme for this month's event. Let's go. We still need to use the Mana Stone to test and see which house you'll get sorted into." In another corner, someone was screaming their lungs out. "Why?" Yuan Pan roared, unable to keep his cool. "Why won't you let me join the Witches' Council, huh?" Gu Yun asked, a bit shook. "What's the deal here?" Anling didn't know how to explain it either. "I've never seen this new attraction before. Must be a staff member, right? Hype men really have it rough." Afro quickly clarified. "Because this is a female coven and you're a dude." Yuan Pan immediately acted all shy and bashful. "But my gender identity is female." But the kid still wouldn't budge. "Where do you think you are?" At that moment, someone walked up. "Afro, stand down." Upon seeing her, Avin bowed and said, "Greetings, Professor." The professor looked at Yuan Pan with pure contempt. "A mere ant. Actually dares to dream of joining the coven. La Luna IQ." After she finished the incantation, a blinding flash of light appeared. Avin awkwardly stepped forward to apologize. "Sorry for the trouble, you two. I'm Afro, your guide. Please come this way to get your academy sorting mana stones." Gu Yun was still over there, seriously analyzing things. The coven kid had already dragged Anling away long ago. "Follow me to the academy square." Avin handed them 2 stones and explained, "In 5 minutes, follow the runes that show up on the stone. Then head to your respective academies to keep playing," flashing a grin. Slyly saying, "Make sure you guys have a blast." Anling was still feeling hesitant at this point. This seems a little sus. However, Gu Yun didn't overthink it. "Isn't that just how witches are supposed to be?" She heard that and sighed. "You're even more locked in than I am." Anling then began to explain. "This is just a color-changing trick with thermochromic plastic. Ever since high school, nothing really gets me hype anymore. No surprises here. Main character of the Suxin Academy once again. What about you, Gu Yun?" Anling walked over to take a look. "What's this? The Great Demon? The Noseless One?" Gu Yun was still dazed, having no clue what was going on. "Is this a new role?" Meanwhile, she was so hyped she started screaming. "I've never heard of anyone getting assigned as the boss before." Even random bypassers immediately started snapping photos of him. "Dude, his aura is insane. Is he an NPC? Can we get a picture together?" However, once they saw Anling's fierce expression, they were scared out of their wits. "Sorry to bother you." Avin was rushing off somewhere in a panic. It seemed the kid was heading to report something to the professor. Over on the other side, Anling was still totally immersed in her game. "What the heck? Is there no Demon King plotline here? How are we supposed to play now?" Gu Yun looked at the stone in his hand and began to scheme. "Perhaps I can figure out some dark secret arts on my own. That way, this trip won't be a total waste." And Ling turned pale with fear when she heard that. "What are you planning to do?" She dragged Gu Yun along to find Avin for an explanation. "Where's that promo witch from earlier? Why isn't anyone coming out to explain what's going on?" He saw Yuan Pan moping there and tried calling out to him. "Hey man, did you see where those 2 witches went?" But when the guy turned around, his face looked as if he was gagging on something. Gu Yun felt a sense of danger and immediately backed away a few steps. A split second later, a frog jumped out of Yuan Pan's mouth. Then he just keeled over onto the ground. And Ling saw this scene from behind and was frozen in shock. The other players nearby were no different. Just like that, blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the campus. "The Demon Lord! The Demon Lord is a killer!" Meanwhile, at a skyscraper office, Chen Jiang was struggling to restrain Lu Liu. He exhaustedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. How tragic. He's just a high schooler, but he's been wrecked beyond recognition. Tai Ye also asked about him out of curiosity. Is this a victim of the 3-star voodoo doll? However, the restraints unfortunately loosened at that moment. Lu Liu ended up knocking over Luo Xin, who was standing nearby. "Chen Jiang!" They quickly restrained him again and checked on her. "Is she hurt?" Luo Xin didn't answer. Instead, her face darkened as she gave an order. "Grandpa, fire him!" Chen Jiang was absolutely shook when he heard that. CEO Luo rushed to explain. "Don't mind her, Chen Jiang. My granddaughter is just being immature." "Luo Xin, is that any way to talk to people?" "Don't go, all right? She's just in her rebellious phase." "Yes, sir." Chen Jiang and the others were so stressed they were sweating bullets. Just then, he suddenly received a phone call. "Any reports on a witch sighting, Tiazi? Do me a favor and check it out. I still have to investigate that high school, the one involving the voodoo doll." Tai Ye immediately obeyed. "Got it, Chenj." Back at the park, Gu Yun kept insisting, "It was definitely a witch's doing," but the security guards didn't believe him for a second. But all the witnesses said the Dark Lord kid did it. Gu Yun held out his hands to prove his point. Look, nothing happened, right? I haven't even learned sorcery yet. So it couldn't have been me. The two guards were terrified and quickly pulled out their phones, though they hadn't called the police just yet. Onling rushed over to talk some sense into him. Even if you don't get arrested, they'll think you're straight up crazy. Gu Yun, just drop it, okay? But Gu Yun was still being stubborn. But we saw someone make a move earlier. I have to find that witch so she can teach me magic. She stood beside him, absolutely panicking. Don't just say whatever comes to mind. More and more people are getting suspicious now. Tai Ye arrived just in time. I'll handle things here. Hello, I'm Tia Ye, the person in charge of the Kaleidoscope Magic Corner. May I ask who here witnessed the attack? And Ling was overjoyed and immediately shook his hand. Right, is that person okay? He nodded and reported the situation back to them. They're stable, we got them to the hospital just in time. But there was an esophageal tear causing a lot of bleeding. They need to stay in the ICU for a week. Gu Yun chimed in happily. Phew, glad it's nothing serious. An Ling was absolutely triggered by his attitude. You call that nothing serious? Tai Ye added with a serious tone. The cause has been cleared up. It was an unexpected accident during the performance. No one is being held responsible, so you're free to go now. Please keep this on the low, don't post it on social media. Gu Yun wouldn't let it go and kept arguing. No way, I'm sure it was the witch's doing. Your investigation is totally unprofessional. You should have checked that building first. Sensing things were going south, An Ling dragged him away. Sorry about that, this guy has Chunabu. We're leaving right now! Deep down, she was incredibly anxious. What if the ICU bills come back to haunt us? Tai Ye turned back to instruct the guards there. Seal the front door for now. Without my orders, no one is allowed to send anyone else in to investigate. On the way home, An Ling was eating ice cream, while fuming internally. This date was a total disaster. Gu Yun, however, was still obsessed with that incident, turning into a frog. Looking at him, An Ling finally realized the person who stood between them earlier wasn't just some high school girl with long, straight black hair, but a witch. Gu Yun suddenly turned to ask An Ling, have you ever seen a witch before? She was reaching her boiling point. If I were a witch, I'd turn you into a frog right now. An Ling suppressed her anger and replied, yeah, I've seen one. He asked without a hint of doubt, for real? An Ling then suggested, my place is actually pretty big. I've got a ton of great movies. There are plenty of witches in them. Want to go learn some theoretical knowledge? Gu Yun, misinterpreting her completely, let out a frustrated shout. I never thought you were this kind of person. An Ling immediately rushed to explain. Hey, that's not what I meant! It was purely just... He suddenly changed his tune and walked over enthusiastically. You really have a lot of connections. Take me to see the materials quickly so I can study, Teacher An. And Ling was momentarily dazed by Gu Yun's sudden shift in attitude. Wait, what just happened? Before she could react, he had already dragged her away. Don't drag me along like this. Meanwhile, at the magic park, the professor sat on high and asked about the situation. Are they all chased away yet? My bestie. She was very satisfied with the results, but there are still 2 stubborn witnesses left. The professor immediately reassured her. Don't worry about it. My sister is already on her way to handle them. In front of the high school gates, students were happily unwinding after a tiring day of classes. School's out. Time for an 8-hour experience at the Net Cafe. Gu Tian, however, looked worried. Mr. Wu is absent again today. What are these people even doing here? They spent the whole afternoon asking about my brother. And old Fang got fired too. While she was lost in thought, Chen Zhang happened to pass by. Could something terrible have happened to my brother? But at that moment, it suddenly started to rain, catching Gu Zhao off guard. It's raining. She quickly ran to a nearby bus stop to take cover. Meanwhile, Chairman Luo was focused on a phone call. Chen Zhang reported the situation seriously. This is Chen Zhang. The voodoo doll case. It is still being thoroughly investigated. Everyone who had contact has already given their statements. As of now, we still haven't found the source of the person supplying these artifacts. He observed Lulu's condition, and then remarked, this time the spiritual erosion is even stronger than the last. It seems to be a mix of forces from various natural disasters. This kid is cooked. Chairman Luo immediately assigned a task. Is it Sanzhong again? Is it Zhonghe or Chenjiang? You guys stay close and be careful. The danger level of this case is no joke. Chen Zhang hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Right, as for the other team, I've put Shuizi in charge. We've already narrowed it down to a few shady suspects, he asserted confidently. We absolutely won't miss a single clue. As Gu Tian boarded the bus, an announcement blared out. Now arriving at Thon Moi Thiendia Station. After getting on, Gu Tian suddenly noticed two strangers approaching her, suspecting they were kidnappers, human trafficking for overseas scams. Gu Tian took advantage of the door's opening and jumped out. Lansing tried to stop her. "Hey, don't!" Gu Tian felt smug, thinking she had escaped. However, a second later, an invisible hand gripped her tightly. Right at that moment, a motorcycle zooming at high speed rushed by, giving Gu Tian a narrow escape. She sat stunned on the ground, taking quite a while to pull herself together. Thinking back on that weird incident, someone on the bus, Lan Xing and the others, had been dealt with cleanly. Just then, an old lady approached Gu Zhao from behind. Qi Yao nodded with satisfaction. "Little one."
You're fast.
As Qi Yao dragged her along, Gu Zhao kept crying out, "It hurts, let me go!" Only then did she show her true colors with a wicked smile. Their own cleverness. "Where are you going in such a rush? Why don't you come to Grandma's house instead?" Gu Zhao struggled with all her might, refusing to go even if it meant her life. "Let go! I have to find my brother!" Qi Yao effortlessly remarked. "Your brother's name is Gu Yun, right?" Gu Chao's face instantly went pale. She swung a wooden stick down and shouted, "Then it's settled! Come be our newest sister." However, at that very second, she was blocked by an umbrella. The person was none other than Gu Yun. Qi Yao was stunned by his appearance. "Why did you come here?" Gu Yun held his sister tightly in his arms and told her to hand him the umbrella. Gu Yun was a bit startled to see the opponent collapse. "This identity doesn't belong to you, does it?" She couldn't take the torture any longer. He used all his power to drive away the evil spirit. "Get lost!" Just like that, a soul flew out from Qi Yao's body. Gu Tian couldn't see the supernatural phenomenon, so she was completely bewildered. "Brother, what did you just do?" In some dark corner, a sharp knife was stabbing frantically without stopping. That woman kept muttering under her breath. Are you a demon?" Meanwhile, at the city hospital, Gu Yun and Gu Tian were waiting outside the operating room to consult with the doctor. And Zhai looked at the medical record in his hand and couldn't stop criticizing. Multiple complex fractures and several failing organs. How cold-blooded do you have to be to beat someone? Until they're in this state? Gu Yun denied it regardless. "I wasn't the one who beat her." And Ling scolded him irritably. "I was literally in the middle of cooking when you called." "Gu Yun, what did you do this time?" He acted completely innocent, explaining it was a scam. "I just separated her from something." And then she just collapsed. The image kept replaying in Gu Yun's mind. Gu Tian added weakly from the side. "It was so weird, Ling. An old lady with broken bones all over her body followed me the whole way. And she could fight like someone in a martial arts movie." Anjai pointed at the medical record angrily. "Regardless of whether you guys caused this or not, the hospital deposits is 30 million. Who's paying?" And Ling got right in Gu Yun's face, demanding the truth. "Gu Yun, look at me and answer. Are you absolutely sure this old woman's injuries have nothing to do with you?" He looked her straight in the eye without flinching. "I'm sure." Ling made the call and told Anjai, "Fine. I'll pay the advance via Huabai." Now all three of them sat together in the hospital room. "Keep an eye on Qi Yao." Gu Tian looked at the lunchbox in her hand, unable to feel any joy. "Ling, the meal you made smells pretty good." But Ling couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why is this happening?" Gu Yun then explained, "I've been targeted. But this time it has nothing to do with the Mohican organization." Gu Tian scolded him with a heavy heart. "Stop talking nonsense. That old lady is so pitiful." And Ling felt something was off. Hasn't her family arrived yet? Gu Tian pulled out a piece of paper. Before that, the doctor found an address on her, but the phone number on it never goes through. It was a slip of paper with contact info. At the top was Yisheng Huayuan, and Ling didn't want to give up. She still wanted to try again, saying, "Try calling from my number. Regardless of whether you caused this mess or not, we need to apologize to them properly." The other side finally picked up. "Hello?" Ling was absolutely delighted. "They answered," she hurriedly informed the caller. "Hello, please don't hang up. We're currently at the People's Hospital. Your mother is in very poor health." The other person responded indifferently. "The old lady?" Ling frantically explained to the person, "I'm so sorry. We got her into treatment as soon as possible. But it's still..." But the person on the other side remained completely unmoved. "It's fine, just hang up." Ling listened, stunned. Qi Wu heartlessly uttered those unfilial words. "I'm telling you, I don't want this mother anymore." He was busy with some eye candy right now. "I only need a sweetheart, and that's enough." Chen Zhang punched the wall in a rage. He couldn't help but shudder upon seeing Jing Lan and his teammates lying there, cold and lifeless. On Chen Zhang's phone, a text message screen was still open. "Beloved disciple, the target is about to make a move on a high school student. Level 3 personnel just need to monitor the situation. Stop flexing, there's no time left, Vice President Chen." However, no response was received. So Jinglan decided to risk it all. "We're going in!" Chenjiang turned to question Tianyi Chusha. "How on earth did this happen? This is already the third person." Hearing that, he could only feel helpless. The autopsy report indicates that these two died from strangling each other. Report to headquarters and request backup immediately. The S-class isn't here right now. He grit his teeth in pure rage for them. "I can't just sit around doing nothing either." Chenjiang decided to pick up his gun to deal with the enemy. Witches are human too. If they get shot, they die. "Stay at the branch and wait for me." The scene now shifts back to the hospital. Ling stared blankly at her phone screen for a long time. What could possibly make someone abandon even their own mother? She then made a suggestion. Tian, we can't have too many people here." "Let me call a car to take you home, okay?" Though Gu Tian was reluctant, she worriedly cautioned, "Brother, be careful." Now only Gu Yun was left there. Chi Yao, lying on the bed, stirred slightly. She picked up the flyer to look at it. Gu Yun noticed and asked, "Are you awake?" Chi Yao, without a hint of vitality, spoke up, "Young man, why did you stop back then?" He then inquired, "The thing clinging to you is gone. You've always been able to see it, haven't you?" She quietly nodded in admission. Gu Yun asked further, "This flyer is for your house, right?" Chi Yao stared at the flyer, unable to look away. "His father passed away early. We worked so hard to save up and buy this house. The real estate agent said this would be a happy home." Old memories came flooding back. "When my son got married, I felt the same way, that my life was finally complete. However, everything started once my son brought her home. Sika was constantly threatening Hiru, saying, 'Ma'am, you wouldn't want everyone to know what's going on between your husband and me, would you? Please be a little patient. They want to keep you here to hang out for a while longer.' Chi Yao then began to clarify everything. She said she was my son's business partner, yet she went straight into the bedroom. After that, my daughter-in-law's whereabouts became unknown. I went to ask my son, but it was as if he had turned into a completely different person. He even banned me from going down to the basement. Meanwhile, Sika was relentlessly seducing Chi Wu. 'Hey baby, was dinner to your liking? Let's drown in sweetness tonight, okay?' Driven by anxiety, Chi Yao had asked for help. I was so scared, so I asked a delivery guy to open the basement. The result was him running out like a madman. Suddenly, my body started moving on its own. And just like that, Chi Yao could no longer control herself. She kept moving like that. Then I just kept wandering aimlessly through the streets. She won't let me stop. Maybe after I've killed everyone she wanted me to kill, my life will finally end too. So when your punch came swinging at me, I felt a sense of relief. But the woman who destroyed my family is still living out there in this world." Gu Yun felt a bit suspicious. "This is a witch's spell, isn't it? Could I borrow your flyer for a moment?" The kind-hearted Chi Yao kept advising him, "Young man, don't do anything rash." He took the lead and made a bet. "I will help you get it back in one piece." Standing outside the hospital room, Ling asked doubtfully, "You're not planning to call the police, are you?" Gu Yun nodded in confirmation. She didn't stop him. Instead, she agreed to go along. "I'm coming with you." Gu Yun suddenly pulled Ling into his arms, leaving her bewildered. "Then hold on tight." He just dove down while holding Ling, making her scream in panic. "This is the 5th floor." And Ling was so nervous that she clung tightly to Gu Yun and wouldn't let go. At this moment, Chen Zhang was also driving over. Meanwhile, Sika and her group still have no idea what's happening. They're still happily partying and vibing. Chen Zhang has now reached that house. The sound of a gurney being rushed along echoes continuously. Jiangsu doesn't have time to think. He just sprints as fast as he can. "The patient in bed 10 is going into shock. Begin emergency resuscitation immediately." While performing CPR, he asked, "Where is the family?" Still haven't been able to reach them. Xiao Su stood outside, reporting helplessly, "I still can't get through to them." Time after time, the defibrillator paddles are pressed against the patient's chest. Meanwhile, Kiwoo is listening to chill music while enjoying a delicious steak. He and Sai Ka are even happily dancing around the house. The two of them even made a wish together. May this moment last forever. But as soon as the words left their lips, the door came flying off its hinges. It turns out the one who broke the door down was Gu Yun. "What's with this apartment complex of yours? Every single building looks exactly the same." Ling was right behind him, constantly complaining. "I told you, Building 13 is behind Building 12. Sika and Chiwoo were both staring at them, completely stunned. Ling, sensing the situation, immediately stepped back. "You guys just keep doing your thing." Instead of being scared, Sika was actually acting incredibly playful and flirty. "So you're the troublemaker the professor mentioned? I can tell you're just a kid who's starved for love." How about I give you some sugar? Gu-yun simply ignored her entirely. He coldly turned away. He walked over to Chi-woo and began berating him. Your mother is critically ill. What the hell are you doing here? He just sat there nonchalantly, as if nothing was wrong. What does that old hag have to do with me? I'm busy chasing my happiness here. Sika walked over and tried to seduce Gu-yun again. We call it making a smart choice. If you just join our happy home too, we can all live happily ever after. So you must be loyal to me from now on. Gu-yun remained perfectly calm as he countered her. The oath is now in effect. She was totally blindsided by his reaction. Why isn't the mind control working? He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, Enling, are you done talking yet? Flashback to 10 minutes ago. Enling had coordinated with Gu-yun. Give me 3 minutes. I bet not everyone is being controlled. Enling slowly and painfully crawled out from a corner. You definitely don't want to see the stuff in here. She led Hiru away. It's done. Don't worry about us. After confirming the victim was safe, Gu-yun stopped holding back and went on a full-blown rampage. So can I finally wreck this place now? Sika was now shaking with pure rage. You let a survivor slip away! We can't stay in this villa anymore! How are you going to pay me back for this? Fuming, she unleashed her magic circle. Waves of power radiated out continuously. Suddenly, something massive appeared near Gu-yun, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he just stood there calmly and took it head-on. A massive boom rang out, the shockwave hitting Enling as well. When she looked back, she saw Gu-yun had been blasted far away. She turned pale with fear. Gu-yun! What on earth hit you? Why can't I see anything? Ordinary people can't see evil spirits. Sika was now laughing atop a 3-headed dog, showing zero mercy to anyone. Chenjiang was still trembling as he reloaded his magazines. He thought to himself, there's no turning back now. As an A-level operative who was once second in command at the Love City branch, maybe everything will end tonight. Chenjiang cautiously stepped inside. Type B sedatives can numb the pain for an hour. Perhaps in the end, I can take her down with me. For my brothers, which I won't let you off the hook. Seeing the evil spirit, he geared up for a fight. However, as soon as he stepped inside, Chenjiang was stunned and shouted out loud, What the? Everything before him had long since turned into a total mess. Memories from the past kept flooding back. As a little boy, Chi-woo kept asking, Mom, where's Dad? Honey, eat up. I'll have to count on you in the future. Back then, Chi-yao carried the entire family on her shoulders alone. She worked day and night to raise her son into a man. Gradually, Chi-woo graduated from university. Despite the hardships, the days the mother and son spent together were very happy. Eventually, he achieved his own success and bought a spacious, decent house. However, Chi-woo started looking down on Chi-yao's poverty. Mom, stop going out to sell things. The room at the very back. Didn't I already set it up for you? Stop going out and embarrassing me. She just stood there, dazed, in front of her son's grand house, a home that lacked any warmth. Switching back to reality, the 3-headed dog was about to attack Enling and the others. Enling stood frozen like a statue, having no choice but to accept her fate. However, at that moment, a loud noise erupted. Gu-yun successfully blocked the attack from the 3-headed dog. He glanced at the beast and cursed. Walking a dog without a leash is no different from letting the dog walk you. Keep your pets in check, or you'll have to pay up. Sika was utterly shocked that Gu-yun could stop her attack. His eyes now glowed red, and his killing intent surged immensely. How about introducing me to your sisters? Sika was so terrified that tears streamed down her face. Madam, save me! Soon after, her entire body burst into violent flames. In an instant, she was completely enveloped in a red glow. Gu-yun watched this scene and couldn't help but comment on the curse. From afar, huh? At that moment, a voice echoed from the tall castle. Magic shouldn't be used like this. His gaze was bone-chillingly cold. You traitor! At that time, Chi-yao was still lying quietly in the hospital ward. Her hands suddenly trembled as she reached out. Enling and Gu-yun immediately caught her drift and took her hands. He didn't forget to tell Chi-yao he's been taken care of. She now held Gu-yun's hands firmly with both of hers, as if showing her gratitude. He stared blankly at what was in his palm. It was 2 copper coins. Seeing this, Enling also told Gu-yun, just take them, because she knew full well that this payment held a very special meaning. Out in the hallway, Enling held Gu-yun's hand with deep affection. Gu-yun, don't forget me when you're rolling in it. At this time, Chi-woo finally snapped out of it on his hospital bed. He looked at the letter in his hand, feeling nothing but pure regret. Honey, I'm out of here. Don't look for me. Signed, his ex-wife. Chi-woo stumbled out of bed. Mom, you're staying here, right? Mom, listen to me. That woman... He was so livid he ground his teeth. It's all her fault! I'll give you a real apology, Mom. But by the time Chi-woo rushed in, it was way too late. Just like before. You'll forgive me, right, Mom? Xiaosu saw him coming and said, "The lady in bed 10? I'm sorry, sir, she just passed away." The scene now shifts to the Tiandi apartments. A notification pops up on the phone screen. Video approved, upload another one. The self-immolating person is actually a witch. In the middle of the street, a blinding red light flared from the evil chrysanthemum pub sign. The evil spirits inside the pub were struck with terror. Someone's voice rang out. "New girl, hey! Come have a drink with me." Feng Zong gave Jessica a polite, old-school bow. "Forgive us, Twilight Witch. The gangs in this area have gone completely rogue." She gave a cold shoulder and said nothing. He chuckled. "This is a VIP of calamity. Wake up and treat her right." Jessica wore a veil, her plump lips looking absolutely captivating. "Watch your mouth. Give me a little respect. I'll let it slide this once." She laughed and pointed at Feng Zong. "Was that toy I asked for last time fun to play with?" At that, Jessica had a smug look on her face. "Our witch council has eyes and ears everywhere. Before it could even cause any real terror, that voodoo doll was already taken out by God knows who." Feng Zong grit his teeth in sheer terror. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. He replied to her, "When it comes to magic, we still have to rely on a witch like you. I'll immediately dispatch people to handle this threat." "Is there anything else, ma'am?" Jessica stood up, her feet hovering off the ground, and said to him, "No need. We witches have our own ways." She turned and flew toward the back of the room. Feng Zong looked completely bewildered. "Just focus on preparing your debut ceremony properly." Scene change. Luo Song and Chen Zhang were talking. Luo Xin sat in a corner quietly reading a book. Luo Song's expression remained unchanged. "A mole, huh?" Chen Zhang looked pissed. He pointed at him suspiciously. "Why was our guy found by that witch? With such pinpoint accuracy? How come as soon as I got evidence on her, that witch was silenced?" His eyes burned with resentment. Within the foundation, someone must be in bed with calamity. Luo Song placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Chen Zhang turned toward Luo Xin and whispered, "This is a huge deal. You know the company's current situation, Luo Xin. Don't let anything leak for now. Go play with Uncle Chen." "Dad has to go meet a client." Luo Xin looked at him. "I want to walk around the magic corner, Uncle Chen. Just go hang out by yourself." Chen Zhang blew a fuse. He slammed both hands on the table and yelled, "Go wrap up the info on that witch case. Where the hell is Tai Zi?" In the creepy hallway, red lights flickered behind the glass doors. The red light flashed through the glass. A half-human, half-beast figure is roaring ferociously. New scene, Tai Ye pushes the door slightly ajar. He looks into the room. Gilio looks absolutely terrified. The professor caresses his face gloatingly. "Your consciousness hasn't been completely eroded yet, has it? Leave it to me to handle." She folds her arms with a smug expression. When kids see a new toy, they're bound to act up, losing control a few times. "I won't hold it against you." The brutal professor places a hand on Ji Liu's head. "But getting caught by those losers at the association, now that is truly unforgivable." And then, his eyes look like they're about to pop out as he screams in pain. "I'll only teach you once." Tai Ye folds his arms and sighs in admiration. "This is how magic is supposed to be used." She looks toward the door with a sinister gaze. She calls out to those outside. "Stage the scene, my servants." The surveillance camera malfunctioned. The criminal took advantage of the lapse, hid a hammer, and committed suicide. Later, in another scene, Gu Yun is intensely playing a game, and Ling is thoughtfully taking notes. Playtime, 7 hours and 53 minutes. Mission complete? No. Looks like your pro gaming career is a dead end. I think I can still grind it out, but the client is about to check the account. Let me do it. Done. Gu Yun takes the phone, scrolls through social media, and sighs. If your gaming talent could be applied to reality, who knows? You might even go toe-to-toe with the Tundra Direwolf. Stop yapping. Check that video from yesterday for me. Are the views still going up? It's at 3 million views. It even made the front page. Nice. Hey! And Ling is stunned, then suddenly remembers, oh, right. Speaking of the door, how did you fix that door those guys broke last time? I used superglue. Sound of knocking. They both turn their heads to look. Suddenly, the door collapses with a loud crash. Hey, don't you dare pin this on me! I barely touched it and the door just gave out on its own. Xiaomu was startled and blurted out, You peasants! You're obstructing official business, you know. Young lady, I have a proper letter of authorization here. A little later, an intense volleyball match between Gu Yun and Sun Jing. Along with their teammates, they're in a tight spot. In the stands were Xiaomu, Da Ji, and Enling, all looking panicked. How did things even end up like this? Back to the previous scene before Gu Yun. and Ling looked toward the door, seeing Xiaomu with the door that had just collapsed. We have to start from a few hours ago. What's with the young lady act? Xiaomu said while laughing gleefully. Our Xia family's business is none of your concern. You're the ones who broke Jin-san's curse, right? Jin-san said over the phone that I could find you here. Gu Yun made a guess, and Ling covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing out loud. Then she thought it over. Oh, that chubby guy. Wang Di must have left the phone number, knowing she'd come looking this way. Master Wang really knows me best. Xiaomu's demeanor changed as she pleaded sincerely. Master Gu, please help Xiaomu break this curse. An Ling invited her inside and said, Tell us, what kind of curse is it? We've just finished dealing with a few cases involving sorcery. A delivery guy walked past the door, singing while glancing into the house. She recounted that strange, paranormal things always happen around her. Then bodyguards appeared from the shadows. They repeatedly attacked the delivery guy. She thought for a moment and said, Whenever a guy gets close to me, within 3 days they either go missing or transfer schools. After a while, the delivery guy's legs were seen being dragged away. Xiaomu suddenly became shy and narcissistically thought of herself. Gu Yun and An Ling were left utterly speechless. With such a top-tier vibe, could it be that heaven is jealous of me? Is that why it cast down these chains of misfortune? Those chains of misfortune are committing a crime right before our eyes. An Ling pointed toward the door in confusion and shouted, putting the curse aside for a moment. Those two guys standing right behind you, don't you plan on explaining that? On the ceiling, 2 bodyguards, Tuan Hu and Wei Lam, were clinging to the rafters. Yamu turned back toward the door in shock. What guys, it's just me here, she feigned. But in my experience, what you're dealing with isn't exactly a supernatural phenomenon, because victims of the supernatural usually don't survive long enough to transfer schools. Exactly, quick, snap her out of it. That's the real issue here, huh? Xiaomu's eyes narrowed as she teared up. She whimpered, For now, let's not worry about the cause. The reason I'm actually here is because of someone. She confessed, I've fallen for a guy. If he disappears too, then I... Painfully, with tears streaming down her face, she revealed, Dad will never allow Ling to set foot in my house. He'll likely end up just like the others, becoming a victim of the curse in her subconscious. She had long since understood the root of the curse. An Ling, like a superheroine, grabbed Xiaomu's hand. Don't be afraid, girl. Those who fight for love must never give up. How far along are things between you two? About that? I've already gathered all the intel on Ling. And Ling's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. She listened to Xiaomu describe everything she'd found out about that boy. I've even bribed all of Ling's friends. I've followed him to and from school several times. And his old clothes? I won a ton of his stuff from second-hand auctions. See, some of them still have his original scent. Suddenly, she realized something and was horrified. She screamed to Gu Yun's utter astonishment. Wait a second, something is seriously wrong here. Just how many times have you two actually met? She boasted about her research while being shy. She bashfully said they hadn't actually met yet. Back then, I only saw him from a distance. It was like a reality check for An Ling. She was stunned, her mind in a complete whirl. This is literally illegal, isn't it? Gu Yun spoke up coldly. Pardon me, Ms. Xia. I'm afraid we'll have to turn this over to the Bureau of Order. Xiaomu pulled out a thick wad of cash. Both their eyes lit up. I'm offering 7,000 RMB. Here's a 3,000 deposit. Boss, when do you need us? The three of them headed to a large stadium together, chatting as they walked. This stadium looks familiar. Oh, right. What's the name of the guy you're crushing on? Sun Jung was sprinting with the ball. Voices buzzed all around them. Sun Jung, someone actually likes that kid? Now that's what I call a supernatural event. Jama recalled that, last time during a basketball game, between my school and high school number 3, he threw a ball that knocked out the referee, so he got ejected from the game. Elsewhere, Wu Bi and Wang Liu were searching through records. In the archives, Wu Bi was lost in thought over the data, looking at the document in his hand. Wang Liu recounted by his side, 10 years ago. The first bloody case involving Bloody Maria happened at high school number 3. Dozens were injured to varying degrees. After that, there were annual rumors of students copycatting and going insane. But the origin of the case is linked to these 3 people. The bloody trio, these are the victims. Wu Bi's expression tightened as he revealed, This is me from 10 years ago, inside a private casino. Luo Song and Xia Mao were sitting and talking. Luo Song spoke first. Director Xia, X is where it is today, thanks to the support of the Xia Group for our charity foundation. Xia Mao laughed and replied, Chairman Luo, you're being far too kind. Sponsoring you guys is also to keep my business running smoothly. Look, Chairman Lo is a grade A professional. I, Jiamao, sincerely want to build a connection here. Hearing him say that, Lo Song dropped the formalities and got straight to the point. Then I'll give it to you straight. Currently, X is facing a massive crisis. The Witches Association. Jiamao smirked and asked for confirmation. Witches? Luo Song gestured with his hand and continued. They are plotting a sinister scheme targeting the wealthy elite. Currently in this city, the Foundation only has two high-level partners, the Kim family and the Sun family. If Director Zia wants protection, then Jiamao immediately understood what he was getting at. He held up his expensive glass of wine, swirled it, and said, 50 million? If Kim ManHwa and Sun Hack can shell out that much, do you really think I, Jiamao, can't afford it? Chairman Luo, let's enjoy this fine wine together. In a bit, I'll show you something really exciting. Meanwhile, at the basketball court, seeing Gu Yun show up, Sun Jung immediately looked annoyed and shouted, What are you even doing here? I've stopped chasing your sister already. Gu Yun held the ball and replied with a smile, Ms. Jiamu asked me to give you a message. Hearing that name, Sun Jung frowned and scoffed, Jiamu? There's no chance between her and me. Jiamao, who was nearby, was shocked to hear this. He held his face and let out a loud scream. Sun Jung shrugged and added with a smug grin, Her family and mine are on the same level, and if we mess around, it gets way too complicated. Do I look like I want that kind of drama? And Ling, seeing his douchey face, was absolutely furious. She clenched her fists and hissed at Gu Yun. Gu Yun, do you have any quick strike moves that wreck people? I really want to punch his lights out. Immediately after, Gu Yun held up 3 fingers and made a bet with Sun Jung. Since I've already taken the money, let's just play for 3 buckets. If I beat you by 3 shots, you have to come with me. Hearing that, he bared his teeth and snarled. Who the hell do you think you are making the rules? You're just some casual weekend player. Yet you dare challenge a student athlete. Like me? Gu Yun didn't bother arguing. He simply started dribbling the ball on the court. Unless you're chicken. Provoked by the trash talk, Sun Jung accepted the challenge. He pointed straight at his face and replied confidently, That's hilarious. Let me show you what professional-level fear looks like. Then he spread his arms into a defensive stance. Bring it on! The brother of Thien Thien. Gu Yun looked like he was about to drive forward with a burst of speed, but in the end he just stood his ground. He sank the shot while everyone else stood there in total shock. Sun Jang's face turned pale as he screamed at him, That doesn't count! Hey, shooting the ball straight in like that is a foul! Gu Yun didn't give a damn about what he said. The ball, somehow, was already back in his hands. Is that so? Right after saying that, he launched the ball right over Sun Jung's head. The ball slammed against the backboard and bounced back. Gu Yun leaped up, grabbed the rebound cleanly, and in a matter of seconds, he put the ball through the hoop once again. Sun Jung couldn't do anything. He just stood there whining like a baby. Man, I just wanted to play some ball. Feeling totally humiliated, he turned around, intending to bail. Forget it, I'm done. Gu Yun reached out to stop him. Hey, wait. I'll play you with one hand tied behind my back. Let's keep going. In the blink of an eye, Xiamu's 2 bodyguards, Don Hu and Wei Lam, who were disguised as students, quickly tore off their gym jackets. They rushed in to seize Sun Jung. Sun Jung, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Terrified by the 2 of them, he ran for his life. How do you guys know my name? Wei Lam kindly explained. We originally planned to wait until you were worn out from playing. But the boss is in a hurry. With that said, the 2 of them shoved a bag over Sun Jung's head and sped off. Gu Yun was left standing behind, completely clueless about what just happened. They're totally gone! Seeing Sun Jung being snatched away, Xiamu screamed in terror. Unling, Gu Yun quickly ripped off his gym jacket and said urgently, Chase them! Don't panic, boss! I'll be right back! By now, Sun Jung had been tossed into the car. The car was about to pull away. Chase them? How the heck am I supposed to do that now? Gu Yun grabbed a public bike and pedaled at full throttle. As he trailed them, the car sped up, forcing him to bust his butt pedaling. Enling watched this with concern. Pointing ahead, she asked Jiamu, Boss, can we get a refund for this bike rental? She replied helplessly, Of course. The car carrying Sun Jung sped down the road. The destination was the casino. Doan Hu and Wei Lam dragged Sun Jung into the private suite, where Jiamo and Luo Song were sitting. They reported loudly, Boss! The target has been delivered, it's the young lady's lover. Sun Jung saw Xiamao and stammered in a panic. Uncle Zia, it's not me, I didn't do anything. I haven't even touched her yet. The next second, Xiamao hurled the wine glass in his hand straight at Don Hu's head and barked, My daughter is pure and virtuous. You dare say that again? The bodyguard endured the blow and pointed at Sun Jung to accuse him. This guy is the one who intentionally plotted to take advantage of the young lady. Hearing this, Sunjung turned pale with fright. I haven't done a thing, Uncle Xia. My grandfather always mentions you. We don't need to be enemies, Uncle Xia. Jiamao ignored him and turned to Luo Song. Chairman Luo, the Sun family brat caused this mess. Today, for the sake of the Foundation, I'll let him slide once. As for the high-level partnership, Sunjung still hadn't given up hope and kept shouting to justify himself. Seriously, I didn't do it! Luo Song showed his respect to the man. Director Xia, you are truly magnanimous. I am truly impressed. Then I wish us smooth sailing. Suddenly, Gu Yun barged in from outside, kicking Donhu straight in the face. Gotcha, you human trafficker! Then he turned around and pointed toward Xia, Mao and Luo Song, surveying the scene. Are you guys some kind of trafficking ring? Both were stunned and questioned him. Who are you? Gu Yun answered honestly. I'm a freelancer who just switched careers to exorcism. Luo Song stood up as he finished listening. Director Xia, my apologies. That person isn't one of our official staff. Probably just a mole under one of my subordinates. Let me handle this. Saying that, he stepped forward to face Gu Yun and warned him, Look, kid, this place isn't for a rookie like you. You shouldn't be here. Just go back home. Gu Yun completely ignored the warning and asked curiously, Are you a bodyguard they hired? Luo Song lost his patience and barked back, I'm your superior, you brat! Gu Yun looked skeptical and asked doubtfully, Are you Wang Liu? Did you learn how to use a disguise? Not bad skills, but you look way uglier than before. Luo Song was fuming at those words. Wang Liu who? What are you talking about? You're not even a C-rank employee yet. Just a green rookie in the field. And you dare disrespect your boss like this? Looks like I'll have to give you a crash course in Exorcism 101 today. He then took off his coat and lunged at Gu Yun. Instead of being scared, Gu Yun was incredibly hyped. Why didn't you just say so from the start? Luo Song took the initiative to attack first. He swung his arm, throwing a heavy punch, but Gu Yun dodged it. Missed me! Luo Song smirked smugly. In the next instant, he landed a punch square on Gu Yun's face, sending him flying into the wall behind. Night fell quickly. Jixia gathered her people inside the tower. The professor stepped forward and handed her a book. Madam, here is the list for City X. Jixia gave a delighted smile and said, To think we found so many suitable candidates just by setting up a stall in the park. Impressive, as expected of the city Little Pie chose. The customs are truly simple and honest. She waved her hand, giving orders to her subordinates. Pass the order down. Sisters, end the undercover phase. Initiate the operation. Each of you is in charge of one suitable candidate. Start by subduing their relatives and their friends. In the meantime, a taxi just pulled up in front of the casino entrance. Anling and Xiaomu hurriedly stepped inside. Anling looked around and asked Xiaomu, Are you sure Master Gu is here? She smiled and replied, The one who snatched Sunjung was definitely my dad. The butler said he already came to this place. Enling became worried upon hearing that. Master Gu, don't do anything reckless. At least don't beat up the boss. Right after she spoke, Gu Yun was sent flying out of the room right before their eyes. The one who punched him was none other than Luo Song. Jiamao sat in his chair smoking a cigarette, enjoying the performance. He smirked and said to him, Chairman Luo, you're a real pro. The older, the bolder. Xiamao's 50 million was definitely worth it. Hurry up and get ready to go. Luo Song turned back to return to his seat, his tone humble. Luo Song is merely an A-rank employee. The S-rank employees guarding the branch are far more reliable. Director Xia, your choice was absolutely wise. As he spoke, he looked down at the Type 0 on his wrist and thought, Good thing I brought the exorcism gear today. This watch is the initial prototype of the exorcism equipment. The Type 0 seal only contains an incomplete portion of calamity energy. However, this sonic bomb can have its power level adjusted to fire off intense evil spirit energy waves, though not as strong as the final version, with fully sealed calamity energy. When switched to attack mode, it's enough to overwhelm low-level evil spirits, blown to bits in an instant. Luo Song smiled and praised Gu Yun. You're pretty good for a youngster, kid. I've set the device to stun mode. When you get back to headquarters tomorrow, make sure you write a proper apology letter. Gu Yun had stepped back into the room without anyone noticing. He looked completely unfazed. Hey, Master Luo, can you hit me with that move again? Luo Song immediately spun around upon hearing that. His face was a mask of pure shock. What? No way, you're totally fine? Gu Yun looked at him with a smile and replied, It's the first time in my life that I've met someone who can unleash an attack using pure willpower like that. I want more, punch me again. Luo Song broke into a cold sweat and looked back, glancing toward Xia Mo. He thought anxiously to himself, What the hell is Director Xia hesitating for? I'm just here to get funding and some punk starts trouble. When we get back, I'm firing you on the spot. Thinking this, he immediately lunged forward and landed a punch right in Gu-yun's gut. Gu-yun didn't even try to dodge. It was as if he was waiting for it. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of pure ecstasy. This is dope! Meanwhile, Luo Song couldn't pull his hand back. His body was frozen. Why can't I move? Realizing things were getting critical, he had no choice but to use the Type Zero's function. Attack mode! Following that, Luo Song rained down a barrage of punches on Gu-yun. The attacks were lightning fast. And Ling, standing by the door, watched the scene and remarked, "This master looks like he's doing a massage therapy or something." Shamu, standing beside her, suddenly blushed and muttered, "He's so hot." Luo Song strained so hard that his entire face turned beet red. Sun Zheng, sitting on the ground behind them, was so terrified that he pissed his pants. Right at that moment, Zhamo's subordinate ran over with stacks of cash to report to him. "Director Zia, the 50 million is ready." Hearing this, Zia Mao shouted in anger, "Get lost! Can't you read the room?" At this moment, Gu-yun was still nonchalantly taking every punch from Luo Song. He even calmly turned to ask An Ling, "Hey An Ling, what time is it?" She replied hesitantly, "It's 11:30 already." Gu-yun seemed to remember something and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh shoot! If I'm not home by 12, Tien Tien is gonna tear me a new one!" Then he suddenly reached out with precision and caught Luo Song's hand. "The fun's over. Let's wrap this up." With just a single push, he sent him flying, smashing straight into the table behind. Luo Song lay motionless on the ground, pinned under the table. Gu-yun glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Bro, your strikes are too intense. The gap's in your offense. Leave your defense wide open. It's a serious flaw if you don't fix it. It might cost you your life someday." Seeing this, Sun Zheng trembled in fear and tried to sneak away. "Can I go now?" Before he could escape, Jiamao warned him loudly. "Hold on, son kid. We aren't finished yet." Jiamu quickly ran to his side and acted cute, clinging to her father's arm to calm him down. "That doesn't matter anymore." Dad, Jiamu finally realized it. "The one I truly like." Her gaze fixed straight on Gu-yun, her eyes full of infatuation. "Is him?" Hearing her say that, An Ling initially agreed. But a second later, she gasped in shock. "Yeah, young people should date freely, without being bound by family." "Wait, why Master Gu?" Jiamu replied shyly. "She's just head over heels for strong guys." Seeing this, An Ling rushed over to Xiamo, grabbed his hand and said seriously, "Director Zia, this is a schoolgirl crush. We have to nip it in the bud. It'll mess with her grades." He didn't quite get what was happening, but he agreed anyway. "Understood, I will definitely keep my girl on a tight leash." But his mind was completely bewildered. "Who the hell are you?" After leaving the casino, An Ling walked ahead in anger. Gu-yun followed behind carrying a thick bundle of cash, shouting to her, "An Ling, you keep all this money. You even fronted the hospital bills last time. That rich girl is pretty chill, huh?" She settled the rest of the bill so fairly. She didn't care and just muttered an insult at him. Scumbag. Seeing her unusual attitude, Gu-yun asked with concern, "Why are you so mad?" "Director Sia let Sun Zheng go. Our mission is basically a huge success, right?" And Ling replied sarcastically, "Oh, little vixen. A little vixen is impossible to guard against. This old lady really can't compete with her." She turned around completely, pointed her finger at Gu-yun and said seriously, "Gu-yun, if you're into some other girl, just say it straight. I'll just back off, okay?" He felt totally confused after hearing that. "What are you even talking about?" An Ling answered hesitantly. "I'm just afraid of getting hurt. Do you understand?" A second later, San Ni suddenly lunged out from nowhere. San Ni bit Gu-yun's hand and pulled him toward somewhere. "San Ni, where the hell are you running off to?" After a while, it stopped at a hidden bush. Shen Yu was lying there, covered in injuries, unconscious. Scene cuts to another location. Luo Han walked down to the hallway, answering a call from her grandfather. "Yes, Grandpa, let's go back together. I'm heading to your private room now. Magic roll?" It wasn't fun at all. She looked down at the gem in her hand, thinking about the school's lead role. As usual, she stepped into the room where everyone was already waiting. "Hello?" Luo Han saw the two people deep in thought on the chairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" Diamao gestured for them to leave and said softly, "It's getting late. How about Mr. Luo?" Luo Song saw that he was trying to see the guests out and said hurriedly, "Wait a second, what happened earlier was just an accident. The Disaster Prevention Organization for Witches. It's not just limited to combat." He began to persuade him. "Have you ever heard of the Twilight Witch? During the Dark Middle Ages, an evil witch ruled Europe with cruel magic. She stayed young for hundreds of years. And there were even rumors that she was a natural disaster herself. He told the life story of the witch. Devil hunters from all over hell gathered to destroy her together. However, that witch didn't stay dead. After centuries of hibernation, she regrouped her coven to wipe out every descendant of the original witch hunters. What's more, her evil plan is to brainwash everyone around her into blindly following her orders. Luosong's face was full of sincerity. Our organization has listed the Twilight Witch as our biggest threat. We are currently tracking down her henchmen throughout the city. Xiamao laughed and rejected him flat out. Forgive me for being blunt. Even if you find them, you guys wouldn't stand a chance. He then took out a pair of glasses to convince Director Xia. The tech power of our organization isn't just shown in combat. For instance, as we know, witches all have familiars, like the three-headed hellhounds, which are invisible to the naked eye. By using our spiritual glasses, you can detect the movements of evil spirits and take safety measures before the threat even appears. Xiamao took the glasses, looking at them skeptically. This is pretty good. How do you turn it on? He then operated the glasses. Just like mine, just press this touch power button. Instantly, a ferocious three-headed dog was moaned right in front of them. Seeing the summoned dog, both of them stood there, jaw dropped in terror. Over on this side, Shen Yu, covered in wounds, bolted up in a panic. Nearby, Gu Yun and An Ling were talking. Gu Yun pointed at the phone, complaining about a 2,000 RMB budget. An Ling also agreed. This phone is pretty pricey. Wait, isn't it just a specialized device for frying eggs? Why not just pick one that's better optimized? She looked at the two of them talking and asked blankly, "Oh, where am I?" Seeing she was awake, An Ling greeted her cheerfully. "Oh, you're up. You're the one taking care of San Ni, right? You two must be really close. San Ni dragged you all the way here." Shen Yu's face was dead serious as she warned them. "It's very dangerous here. The witch's pursuers and the three-headed hellhounds will track us down here." Hearing this, she put her hands on her hips. "Are you talking about those things downstairs?" She looked down and added, "Master." Gu already took care of them on his way. Gu Yun looked at his phone, not even glancing up at her. "So you've crossed paths with the witch too? I can't believe they'd target a kid this small." "It's fine, you can always come to me. I'm broke after buying this phone. The more jobs, the better, it's a deal." Shen Yui looked at him skeptically and questioned, "Who exactly are you, Gu Yun?" He replied nonchalantly, "I'm just Gu Yun." An Ling pointed at the two of them with a probing look. "Why such a strong reaction? Is there something sus between you two?" "I'm getting criminal vibes here." She immediately retorted, "No, I've been watching him for a long time." "Are you that legendary exorcist from the streets?" He laughed heartily. "So I'm actually famous, huh?" Shen Yu looked at his demeanor and thought to herself, in person he's even more of a flexer than I imagined. Bought a 2,000 RMB phone and now he's broke. She leaned back in the chair and introduced herself. "Since you're Gu Yun, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I am a high-ranking official of the organization. During a secret mission, I was ambushed by the witch. Luckily, the artifact wasn't stolen." Gu Yun bluntly mocked, "So basically, you got beat." "The witch isn't even that strong, is she?" An Ling stood beside him and whispered a reminder. "Stop roasting her." Her face is totally red now. Being teased, Shen Yu's face turned beet red, but she said, "That's not important. What matters is you, Master Gu. We've always felt that you have massive potential. It would be a real shame to let it go to waste like this. Master Gu, please join the organization." She crossed her arms, looking a bit hesitant. "Maybe this is a bit sudden. You might need some time to think it over." Gu Yun thought for a moment, then pointed at her face. "Are you an expert exorcist?" Shen Yue replied, "Yes." He happily pointed toward the room in front of them. "That's perfect. My little sister is convinced that I'm an exorcist. You know normal people can't see those things. She's in her room doing homework right now. Could you help me prove it to her? That way she'll finally be convinced and accept my training." Her face darkened as she lowered her voice. "I just hope she can rely on her own strength to face the dangers of this world." His voice turned solemn. "Ordinary people who encounter this dark world might not be able to handle it." Shen Yu quickly agreed to his request. "Fine, I'll help you." Gu Yun cheered her on. "I'm counting on you, expert." She gave them a thumbs up. "I got this." Smiling, she pushed the door open and stepped in. "Hey there, little sister." Shen Yue and Gu Chen spoke at the same time. She was shocked and pointed at Tian Tian. "Senior?" Tian Tian angrily grabbed Shen Yue by the collar. "Hey there, my foot. I've been coming to your house for tutoring lately. So why have you been ghosting me and not opening the door? You didn't even read the questions I sent on WeChat. Do you just want to drop out? Are you going to make up some BS about missions? Or some ghost hunting crap to say you're busy?" She begged in fear, "I'm sorry, please let me off." and Ling was stunned witnessing this scene. Wait, you two know each other? Tian Tian was still fuming, as she turned to explain to the other two. I tutor her every Friday night. It's been 2 years and Shen Yue is still a high school freshman. She explained while trembling all over. This time I'm actually on a real mission. The wounds on Gu Yun's body showed he had been completely overpowered, and Ling stood nearby, feeling skeptical. Is this expert even legit? He pointed his finger toward her. In a stern voice, Shen Yue, you truly possess a lunar essence brimming with life force. Hearing that, her eyes widened in pure shock. Lunar essence? And Ling witnessed the scene inside the room. She clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with absolute rage. So this is the 1.9-meter, 200-pound beast of a man that you were talking about, Gu Yun. You played me. Meanwhile, over where Luo Song was, Jimao grabbed the bodyguard in a panic and screamed, You're a fraud! Didn't you say you'd guarantee our safety? There's a massive dog right in front of us. His expression remained unfazed. He ordered Luo Xin, the organization's reinforcements. We'll be here soon. Luo Xin, take CEO Xia and get out first. Today, I won't let a single person lose their life. Enough talk. He lunged at the three-headed dog, unleashing a strike. A punch was thrown, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Luo Song quickly assessed the situation. Is this the witch's summoned beast? That the files always mention, even exorcism weapons, have limited effectiveness against it. It would take at least 3 people to even stand a chance of damaging it. If only the S-Rank was here. Moments later, he was sent flying by the dog into the room, where a party was being held next door. Seeing his party crashed, Cheng He was shaking with rage. Where the hell did this beast come from, ruining my vibe? He and Ngok Bitch dropped into their fighting stances with intense energy. A short while later, outside the hotel, Luo Song's backup had arrived. Chen Zhang and his squad, fully armed with guns, asked worriedly, Old Luo, you okay? By now, the inside of the room was nothing but a pile of wreckage, and an exhausted Luo Song was leaning against the wall. Outside on the grass, covered in injuries, she contacted Grand Matriarch Jia. Luckily, Xiaongai and the dog were fast on their feet. Hearing the report, Geisha burst into laughter. What a rare and distinguished guest. It seems this venerable one must personally look after him for a bit. Scene cuts to Gu Yun's house. Shen Yu's cries for help ring out. Save me! Tian Tian ignores the pleas and drags her into the room. You haven't finished the assignments from the last 2 makeup classes, yet you've been slacking off. Don't even think about stepping a foot out of here. She cries and begs, Please let me go! I can't cram any more info into my brain. Gu Yun pushes the door open and tries to reason with Tian Tian. This is the high-level exorcist we contacted, the professional I mentioned. Isn't treating her like this a bit much? She hears this and speaks up with full dissatisfaction. What does this have to do with you? This is a private interaction between teacher and student. Please step out. 1 missed session means 1 less payment. He looks toward Shen Yueju. Yueju, study hard. In the living room now, only he and An Ling remained. She smiles and questions him with a hint of anger. Hey, Mr. Gu, why don't you explain yourself? You and that cute high school girl, with the long, straight black hair, looking all adorable and clueless. What was the deal between you two just now? Gu Yun responds in surprise. Well, that was Gu Yun, an external member of the Consumer Association. During this past year, I texted her for hours every single week, but there was no news. An Ling grits her teeth, feeling quite annoyed. Why did you say she was a guy? Are you hiding something? He points behind him and replies, Exactly, see, she's the girl just like you. Yet she has already become an expert, exorcist for the organization. An Ling, you really need to work on your destructive boxing skills. It just so happens no one is using the treadmill tonight. I'll let you train some more. She shouts angrily, Bullshit! She bows her head in deep sadness. As expected, it wasn't just her being oversensitive. After all that calculating, that little homewrecker still managed to snatch him away. An Ling turns her back to him. Gu Yun, if you're over me, just say it straight. Gu Yun tries to convince her, that's not possible. Your cognitive potential is naturally huge. Maybe one day you'll even catch up to her. She dismisses him sulkily. Not interested. Entering your world was my mistake. Just go live happily ever after with that little homewrecker. She walks toward the door and says goodbye to Gu Yun. Gu Yun stands his ground and calls out a favor to her. You've been to my world before and met the 3 elders. Could you help me pass a message to them, anyone? An Ling storms downstairs in anger. She looks back at the lit apartment, with tears welling in her eyes, thinking to herself, he's still not chasing after me? That fuckboy really hurt my feelings. I'm ghosting him for 3 days. Suddenly there's a sound behind her, like something is melting. All around An Ling, black droplets begin to appear, smoking in a bizarre fashion. Immediately after, something closes in on her, catching her completely off guard. And Ling's legs are severed from her body by that thing. 1 month later, There is absolutely no sign of her on the streets. The next morning, Shen Yu drags herself out of the room, trembling all over. Is it daylight already? She walks out the door and turns to greet him. Oh, Mr. Gu, you're still here? Gu Yun sits on the chair, lost in thought about Anling. How did she manage to reach my world? Does she have a way to go back? Shen Yu opens the door to pick up an item outside. I'm back. Is this a new phone you bought? He takes the phone and replies softly, Oh. It's the one Anling bought online. It finally arrived. Might as well put her number in it. It wasn't in vain that she left a part in the bag. Gu Yun enters Anling's number, feeling a bit worried. She left in such a hurry last night, hope nothing happened. A cold, automated voice announces, The subscriber you are calling is outside the coverage area. Gu Yun walks out of Anling's building and tells Shen Yue, Anling hasn't come home? I just folded the door down to check inside. She asks in surprise, Wait, doors can be folded? He replied, It's been glued back together. He held the phone, his face unable to hide his growing anxiety. The calls aren't going through either. Where could she possibly have gone? Shen Yu leaned over, pulled out her phone, and suggested, How about this? I'll contact the local branch and have the staff help you look for her. Wait for me to unlock my phone. Shen Yu looked at her screen in surprise. This is a bit weird, Gu Yun asked urgently. Is it about Anling? She looked at the incoming message and replied, The branch manager sent a location. It looks like he wants me to head over there. He asked in surprise, You mean that guy Luo? Shen Yu lowered her eyes, completely puzzled. Why send it to me? This doesn't follow standard procedure at all. Mr. Gu, come with me quickly to check it out. Meanwhile, at Luo Song's house, Luo Han helped him into the living room. He leaned back wearily against the chair. Han Yi, get me a glass of water. She spoke up with a bit of attitude. Grandpa, can't you get up yourself? Luo Song pleaded tiredly. Just help me out here. Hearing that, she headed over to get the water. Fine. Luo Song picked up a notebook and began writing. Even though he was the chairman of the city's X organization, he was only an A-rank operative. He had originally wanted to reach S-rank before retiring this year, by relying on this exorcism weapon. But these young kids today have made me realize that not getting promoted might actually be a blessing. Luo Han pushed the glass of water toward him. Here, Luo Song whispered with a heavy heart. Grandpa's abilities probably end here. I'm sorry, Han Yi. I couldn't give you a better life. She comforted him nonchalantly. It's fine. I like a quiet life just getting by. He leaned forward and instructed her seriously. Han Yi, no matter what happens, you must stay strong and keep living. It will be the era of your generation very soon. Suddenly, Luo Song sensed something. He threw the glass of water to his side. From mid-air, a woman's hand reached out and caught the glass. Luo Song stared in that direction, completely on guard. Immediately, Gisa appears right inside the room. Gu Yun pedals urgently and asks, This address. Is it Luo's house, Shen Yue? From behind, she replies, I don't know. Luo and I haven't talked much. He's not even my manager. It must be an emergency. That's why he bypassed protocol to contact me. He grits his teeth, blaming himself for leaving in such a rush yesterday, and for being so harsh with him. I feel so bad about it. He pedals faster and faster, even overtaking cars. He's way too weak. We have to get there and help him right now. Meanwhile, at Luo Song's house, Luo Han panics when she sees him being beaten. Grandpa wipes the blood from his mouth and tells Han Yi, Get behind me! He lunges at Gisa with a bare-handed strike. With just one move, he shatters the watch on Luo Song's wrist. Gisa looks down at him with pure contempt. So you're Chairman Luo Song of the organization? My sister said you were strong. She effortlessly lifts Luo Song up and mocks him. I'm a little disappointed. Now what the hell is your end goal? She immediately summons her weapon. Dead men don't need to know. Luo Song suddenly opens his mouth, holding the glowing watch inside. Instantly, a flash of light causes a small explosion, catching her completely off guard. He takes the chance to retreat. I might not be a match for you, Luo Song says. His face is covered in wounds, but his eyes are full of resolve. But there will surely be young people who will surpass me and continue to face the danger. Gisa summons ice shards and launches them at him. Well said, then I'll do you a favor and end you. Luo Han runs over in terror. Grandpa! He lies on the ground, trembling, pleading. I only beg you to spare Han Yi. She laughs mockingly and reaches out toward her. You really think this venerable one came here just for an old man like you? She screams in terror. Grandpa, no! Luo Song tremblingly reaches his hand out toward Han Yi. Outside, Gu Yun carries Shen Yue on his back, running with all his might toward Luo Song's house. Luo Han cries out in terror, Grandpa, save me! He holds the phone, feeling completely helpless. Is there anyone in the room? Now only her faint cries for help remain. Grandpa Luosong has completely lost consciousness. Suddenly, from the painting on the wall, a golden light shines toward him. The light quickly envelopes Luosong's entire body. Right at this moment, Gu Yun and Shen Yue burst through the door, overwhelmed with worry. Chairman Luo, are you okay? Inside the room, he has been completely taken over by an evil spirit. You guys are too late. The evil spirit looks toward the two S-rankers. You should have gone the other way. Shen Yue anxiously calls out Luosong's name. Chairman Luo! He frowns and explains, in the end we were still one step too late. To be precise, we're almost an hour late. He has been completely overtaken by the mental attack and consumed. He looks toward it and adds, he has turned into an evil spirit now. She grits her teeth and lunges toward the evil spirit. Mr. Gu, save him quickly. Didn't you even save a vampire before? Gu Yun follows behind and replies softly, I'm sorry. My powers only work on the living. There's no coming back for him. Shen Yue recalls her memories of Luosong. Shen Yue, the road ahead is dangerous. You must be careful. Leave your family to us. Just come back alive, okay? She stands before the evil spirit, feeling a pang of frustration. This old man spent his whole life worrying about others. Even at the end, he was terrified of turning into an evil spirit and hurting people. He stands behind her and asks, Do you need me to help him? Find peace? She immediately refuses. Mr. Gu, let me do it. Shen Yue turns her head, her face drenched in tears. Lo called me here because he specifically wanted me to be the one to see him off. Virtual space. She closed her eyes and unleashed her slash. Every memory of him played in her head like a slow-motion film. Shen Yue, you're the S-rank ace. Coming to help us, right? Luosong was overjoyed when she joined the team. This is great. Our city can finally show off its true power. The times he comforted Shen Yue. Even if your battle record is fine, your academic grades, don't worry about it. I'll hire the best tutor to help you graduate. Then the times Luosong worried about her future. Stop fooling around. If you keep this up, you'll become a total deadbeat, Shen Yue. All those memories faded as she returned to reality. Everyone was standing before his gravestone. Shen Yue looked at the stone engraved with Luosong's name. She looked completely devastated, as if the life had been drained out of her. She reached out and tightly gripped my shirt sleeve. Shen Yue couldn't hide her grief and burst into tears. I want to save this city, to become a true ace. She looked up at the sky and prayed, I'll do whatever it takes. Mr. Luo, please come back. Beside her, Gu Yun was also drowning in regret. I regret it so much too. He blamed himself. If I had taught him the destructive boxing technique before leaving yesterday, maybe he wouldn't have died. I struggled to gather my courage. Suddenly, Chen Zhang appeared behind her in the pouring rain. Shen Yue, he leaned in to announce. Yesterday, the 6 Category 6 detainees at the branch were all murdered. Gu Yun couldn't hide his shock. Seeing him point toward him, Category 6, Shen Yue explained. Someone was able to bypass the branch's security system. Safety of the branch. Mr. Gu isn't an outsider. Just say it, uncle. Chen Zhang exhaled through gritted teeth and shared his theory. I suspect there's a mole within the branch. At the same time, Master Luo was murdered. The branch's data was heavily corrupted. Serious. All of this could be the work of the same group. I hope those outside the branch, like you, can find some clues. Gu Yun walks over to cover him with an umbrella and suggests, we can also look for clues on the outside. Chen Zhang is a bit skeptical. Who are you? He immediately introduces himself. I'm a mortal exorcist. It's just that I also have a situation on my end that needs everyone's help. After hearing his explanation, his face turns serious. Your girlfriend is missing? Last night in Love City, records show that many single women have gone missing. There's also no word on Luosong's granddaughter, Luo Han. They suspect that, at this very moment, the women are being held in a prison, and Lin goes over to comfort a little girl who is crying into her hands. Suddenly, a noise comes from outside the door, catching everyone's attention. Gisa and Avro bring heavy chains and hand them to the captives. After a while, they are all shackled and led away to another location. They are brought to a church where, up on the pulpit, Luo Han is tied tightly to a cross. Now Jixia sits on a throne on the stage, smiling down at the crowd. You've finally arrived. It is time, my future sisters. She lets out a delighted laugh. Or perhaps I should say the heirs of Marian. Jixia hears that name, and Lin's face can't hide her absolute shock. That name, it's the Twilight Witch. Jixia smiles and says, I really shouldn't have used such a brutal method to invite you all here. I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me, sisters. Her gaze turns ice cold. You are all beautiful and talented young women, whom I have handpicked from Love City. Hearing this, she can't help but blush. A witch, but she sure knows how to smooth talk. But humans are fragile. Beauty and youth cannot last forever. However, I want to give you all a chance, and to become one of us. To preserve your youth and charm for all eternity. Luohan, covered in wounds, screams out, "She's a murderer! This person is going to kill us!" Don't let her fool you. Jixia reaches her hand toward Anlin. Come, sisters. Your horizons are still narrow. You still don't trust our power. This beauty and I share a special bond. Please come up here. She points at herself in surprise. Huh? Me? Holding a stone, Jixia introduces her. How interesting. This is our sister, Anlin. She has the highest mana in our test. Seeing the stone, Anlin thinks to herself, the sorting stone, and so the main character's academy, is actually a tool for trials. The witch Jixia holds both their hands up high. Star student, and the struggling one down there. What needs to be shown is the magic of a witch. Instantly, both of their arms are severed, and Lin cries out in agony. A split second later, she casts a golden beam of light upon the two of them. The cuts from moments ago are completely restored to how they were. It's healed! Jixia raises her hands and laughs heartily. This is the power of a witch. Once you pass the academic exams, everyone can wield this power. Anlin walks over to Luohan and asks softly, My arm is back together. Is yours the same? She clutches her arm and replies, instead of saying it healed, it's more like I was never injured at all. She asks anxiously, My name is Anlin. Why did they tie you up here? Luohan backs away in fear. Don't come near me. She clutches her arm and warns in a low voice, Being close to me only brings bad luck. Seeing her reaction, Anlin gets even more worried. What's your name? It's okay to tell me, isn't it? Luohan casts a sorrowful glance away. Luohan. Avro approaches with the stack of books and introduces them cheerfully. Outline of Dark Magic History Potions. Defensive Witchcraft and Demon Hunter. Etiquette and Conduct Guide. This is everything you need to learn in 1 week. The kid points to himself and says, And I am an apprentice witch. I'll be the one supervising your studies. Avro! And Lin points at the kid and shouts. She's the younger sister from the magic corner. Do you remember me? We've met before. The professor casts a spell toward her and warns, You must remain absolutely silent when a professor or a senior is speaking. I am the professor. It is my responsibility to ensure that as many of you as possible survive. Before the witch initiation ceremony is completed, she holds up her phone and announces, The matriarch's time in this city is limited. If the ceremony isn't finished in 1 week, everyone will be dragged into the mess. You've all seen the tragic fate of witches who use curses to kill, haven't you? If anyone hasn't, I happen to have a video right here. Anlin breaks into a cold sweat upon seeing the video. Seen it? More like lived it. I'm the one who posted this. My own gossip just hit home. The professor warns, if you don't want to die, before dealing with deadly magic, and read and understand the basics I've given you. She opens a standard door. From today on, except for eating and sleeping, all your time will be spent learning spells. If there's anything you don't get, and I'll be waiting for you in the library. Receiving the pile of books, Anlin screams in frustration. Are you freaking kidding me? Why do I always get stuck with this kind of luck? Guyun will forget about me in no time. Just perfect for that little side chick to enjoy. Beside her, Luohan seriously flips through the pages. I can't die here. I must have my revenge on her. And they're going to regret not killing me when they had the chance, especially since they let me gain this new power. Seeing Luohan's determination, she opens her book to study. Luohan, I don't want to give up either. Meanwhile, inside the library, President Feng keeps asking annoying questions. Coming all the way to Exeter City, with so many enemies in ambush just to recruit newbies? Sister Jixia, aren't you overreacting a bit? Or is it like the rumors say, you're looking for something? Jixia replies coldly, Stay out of it. He walks up to Jixia and whispers, Why don't you talk to me about what you're trying to find? After all, no one understands you better than I do. Take the Winchester skull, for example. You've seen it? I've only heard rumors. As you know, my specialty is turning rumors into reality. She asks excitedly, What do you want in exchange? He chuckles, flashing his gold teeth. You've always known what I want, your magic codex. Jixia barks angrily. In your dreams! Your ambition clearly doesn't stop at just this city of Exeter anymore. He leans back and laughs with amusement. Don't get worked up. This is just a private deal between us. I'll be back later. I hope you can satisfy my curiosity then. Seeing him leave, she calls for the professor. The professor hurries over. He stands beside her and replies, I'm here, matriarch. Jixia commands coldly, Begin the magic transmission for them today. Over at Chang Hu's place, he can't hide the shock on his face. A witch? You? So you're saying... If someone is offering a huge bounty to kidnap a witch, is the organization still assigning missions like that? Immediately, he becomes incredibly hyped. Isn't this the Cerberus that we fought last time? I went easy on it last time and let it slip away. Wooby looks at him coldly and stays calm.
Changhu?
The question is, where can I find them again? Wang Liu suddenly chimes in with a suggestion. I can check with the boys about this. Scene shifts to the castle where Jixia is staying. In the room from earlier, the professor stands on the podium giving instructions. The other witch candidates have already been transferred. You guys are the final group. We will now transfer the magic medium to you. Magic conduit. Those who successfully channel the magical power will be able to continue their training and gain the ability to see evil spirits. Sitting below, Anlin raises her hand to ask a question. What if I can't channel it? She asks coldly. Then at least you can escape the suffering early. Her face darkens as she interrogates him. What terrible luck. What was the success rate of the previous groups? The professor replies indifferently. You don't need to know. Getting no answer, Anlin lunges forward to attack her. Then I'll just have to save myself. The professor dodges the strike, thinking, a magic bag? A moment later, her cheeks flush with excitement. In just one day. And she already learned the heart painting art? An intermediate level? Incantation witch already? As expected of the star student I've been waiting for, Anlin. The professor excitedly uses her magic on her body. Unfortunately, you won't master it by cramming at the last minute. Stuffed in at the last minute. The heart painting art is naturally useless against witches. She transfers the mana. She says coldly, just try to survive the day. At Gu Yun's house, everyone is currently investigating information about Anlin and Luo Han. Suddenly, Shen Yue receives some news. She turns to report to Gu Yun. Gu Yun, the bodies of some girls who went missing earlier have been found in the suburbs. Hearing this, he loses his cool and asks about Anlin. She replies immediately, neither Anlin nor Luo Han were among them. He clenches his fists, his face, unable to hide his anxiety. We need to find that witch fast and get the truth. Sitting nearby, Chen Zhang speaks up. If you're just looking for a witch, there's an opportunity. He looks at his phone screen and continues. At the cocktail party, for Exeter City's elite this time, word is a witch will be showing up. Back at the castle, Anlin slowly pushes herself off the ground, blood trickling from her lip. She looks around as if searching for something. Luo Han's voice rings out. Stop looking, aside from the 5 of us here. I'm afraid no one else survived the mana transfer. Anlin looks toward the source of the sound. She quickly rushes over to her. Luo Han, you're okay. Where did the witches go? Staring intently on the flame in her hand, she replies, by the time I woke up, everyone was gone. As for the witches, we are witches ourselves now. She looks around, confused. There's no way out. How did they even leave this lecture hall? Luo Han scans the room and offers her theory, probably using high-level magic. If we want to get out of here, we'll have to learn a lot more from them. That's our only chance of survival. Meanwhile, Gu Yun attends the party with Xiamu. Xiamu clings to his arm, openly showing her affection for him. Not everyone is born equal. Some people would work themselves to the bone just to get a foot into this lifestyle, but we were simply born into this circle. Master Gu, why not just marry into my family? You could live a life of ease far above the rest. His whole body tenses up as he pulls away from Xiamu. I'm not so sure about that. You really need to give me a straight answer. Seeing his reaction, she playfully cups her face. Don't worry, Master Gu. I know you can handle all this love I'm giving you. Gu Yun points to the food on the table and asks, is all of this food free? Xiamu stands a bit further away and suggests, this is just a basic cocktail party. The self-service spread here is pretty mid. How about I help you order something a bit more special? Gu Yun stuffs food into his mouth. No need, free is good enough for me. On the other end of the line, Shen Yue screams into her headset in a rage. Gu Yun, can you actually do your job? She is sitting in a car, restating his mission. Your job is to find suspicious witches. Shen Yue snaps. You're not there for an all-you-can-eat buffet. Chen Zhang, standing nearby, thinks to himself, the microphone is about to explode from her screaming. Gu Yun stops eating, stuffs the food into his pockets, and replies, my partner once said that bad guys might poison the food. Xiamu, witnessing the whole thing from behind, gives a forced smile. Please stop putting things in your pockets. Xiamu's father sits in the car, clutching himself in anxiety. Nothing bad will happen to Mumu, right? This guy really knows how to milk it. Shen Yu tries to reassure him, telling him not to panic. Master Gu is actually very reliable when it counts. Suddenly, someone walks up and calls out to Gu Yun. He stops and turns around indifferently. There he is, the suspicious one. Yang Zhao stands at attention and reports to him. Security Captain, an emergency has occurred in Sector C. Guyun thinks to himself. He mistook me for the security captain? He immediately gets into character and replies, "You've come at the right time. Your security? Protocols really have quite a few loopholes. Let me show you. It only takes 3 steps. Zia. Mu sees him overacting like this and thinks, don't get too carried away with the role, okay? Guyun then leaves with him. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to instruct Zia Mu. Go wander around for a bit. I'm going to help them sort out some security issues. She blushes, but inside her head she's screaming, don't just ditch the main mission. Zia Mu stands with one hand on her hip, tossing a stone in her other hand, feeling a bit regretful. What a shame. I even had a good times room ready to go. Already, suddenly a voice calls out from in front of her. Hello there. Could you help me hold this for a second? Jessia walks up, smiling as she holds a stone out toward Zia Mu. She immediately collapses. The stone falls to the ground with her. Miss Enlin. In the corridor, Guyun follows him, asking suspiciously, is this Sector C? Yang Zhao, walking ahead, replies, is it or is it not? He stops and crosses his arms, looking at him with deep suspicion. Even though I look the part of a security captain, this isn't your first day on the job, is it? How could you mistake me so easily? Yang Zhao stops and reveals his true identity. I knew I couldn't fool you, now die. Pay with your life for what you did to our sisters! He pulls out a knife and lunges at Guyun, but before he could touch him, Guyun kicks the knife right out of his hand. Yang Zhao quickly launches another strike at him. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yue asks, what's going on? Guyun quickly replies, I ran into one of the witch's lackeys. It seems they recognized me. Hearing this, he snaps back. How could we not? We sisters share the matriarch's magic. And we share her memories too. In the surveillance room, Afro spreads his arms triumphantly. You've messed with our plans way too many times. Today you're dead meat. Guyun spots his weakness and reports back to Shen Yue. This guy's bones are already shattered, but he's still attacking me like a zombie. In the corner, the security guard trembles in fear. The kid summons a flame from the ring. This guy has a much stronger will than that old lady. Your little magic trick won't blow him away this time. While Guyun is busy fighting Yang Zhao, Jessia has secretly whisked Zia Mu away from the party. Shen Yu urgently barks orders at him. Guyun, the blonde witch, just slipped out the main entrance. She's in a taxi. I'm going after her. Guyun asks back. What about the guy I'm fighting? She warns him. They can remote control their victims. You need to get out of there. Just get yourself clear. He grins wickedly and cracks his knuckles. Fine, time to use that move then. Yang Zhao laughs like a total psycho, fueled by excitement. You think I'm letting you leave? I am the great demon king, here to slaughter every last one of these elites. After taking him out, Guyun nonchalantly brushes the dust off his hands. Done? Your mind control is pretty weak, huh? Now for the exit. Afro slams the desk in a rage and barks orders. This guy's a monster. Activate all magic bags. He orders all the puppets to swarm him. Surround the exit! You must block him at the door. Afro's face turns beet red with anger as he clenches his fists. Leave him with no way out. The kid is about to give the order. Suddenly, Guyun appears right behind him. Afro turns pale and spins around to look at him. How the hell did you find your way in here? Standing at the door, he replies coldly. Just got lost. Weren't you just calling yourself a witch? The kid immediately drops to his knees, begging for his life. Spare me, great hero! Outside on the street, KuBI and Changhu are heading down the road. The witch has indeed shown up at the location. Talk about a total glow-up, right, Wang Liu? At this moment, Jessia is completely in her sights. Wang Liu, sitting in the passenger seat, frowns slightly. One of the guys says, that witch has already ruined so many people. As soon as he finishes, Changhu suddenly floors it, sending the car flying into the air. A good while later, Chen Yu's car follows Jessia's taxi to an abandoned building. Chen Zhang watches her silhouette run into the building, clutching the steering wheel tight. We can't let her get away. Shen Yu points toward her, feeling suspicious. Why would the witch's taxi come to such a godforsaken place? The two of them quickly hop out of the car. She orders them to disembark and give chase. She scans the area and spots a figure upstairs. Without hesitating for a second, Shen Yu aims and opens fire. Chen Zhang leans against the car, staying alert. Is she dead yet? Unsure, she replies, I don't know. Suddenly, from above, someone fires back at Shen Yue. It's an ambush! Take cover! Siamu's father is lying on the ground, crying in terror. I only came to check the surveillance cameras. How did I end up in a gunfight? Shen Yue, tucked in a corner, tracks the bullet's path. This trajectory, it's the divine shot of Bilu. Wang Liu clutches his head, scared out of his mind. Wasn't it the witch who ran inside? How the hell does the enemy have an urban sniper? Alex, this is way too dangerous. Wooby replies coldly. What are you talking about? Our people are just simple and honest. With that gunshot. The opponent is a high-ranking member of the Jin Foundation. The opponent is from the branch office. Shen Yu and Wooby condemn them in unison. They're in cahoots with the witch. Unforgivable. Immediately after, both sides continue to trade heavy fire. Director Fong and Jessia stand above, looking down at them. He smiles with satisfaction, impressed. With just one move, you've got the Jin Foundation and the secret target at each other's throats. Absolute pro. Jessia, suitcase in hand, replies coldly, Now get lost. You make me sick. Hearing her kick him out, he lets out a sinister laugh. He gestures to restore his original form. Director Fong turns to leave first, not forgetting to remind her as he goes. Well, I'm heading out. By the way, the stuff you needed is on the table. Jessia looks down at the gunfight with pure contempt. If you had just double-checked before firing, you wouldn't be dying at the hands of your own enemies. It's game over for you. Stupid humans. She triggers an explosion below. Chang-Hu frowns and hits the deck. What kind of crazy crap is the Jin Foundation cooking up? Man, it must be nice to have that much cash. It is what it is. We're broke and getting clapped here too. He immediately unleashes his power, rushing toward Shen Yu's position. Let me handle this. Chang-Hu puts all his strength into his legs, launching an attack at the car, you little brat. Jin Foundation, prepare to meet your maker. Shen Yu swings her scythe powerfully at him. He cries out for help to Wu Bi in S-Rank. Shen Yu provides cover fire. Wang Liu is stunned to hear her name. He shouts, Shen Yue, you're saying our opponent is Shen Yue? I knew it. If they're from the Jin Foundation, it's obvious. That's my homie right there. Wu Bi can't help but frown. How the hell do you know everyone? He turns back with a grin and gives her a thumbs up. All right, it's my turn to step up. You still have to show me some respect. He just rushes down like that in a hurry. Down there, Captain, don't shoot! It's me. Wang Liu, the legit president of the Civilian Demon Hunter Association. To prove they actually know each other, he even pulls out his phone. I'll call Gu Yun right now to prove it. Shen Yu smiles sinisterly and presses her scythe against his neck. He asks in terror, You're the one who started those rumors about me, aren't you? Prepare to die, you witch's lackey! You're Shen Yue? Wang Liu holds out the phone already connected to Gu Yun. On the other end of the line, Gu Yun answers. Hello, Wang Liu, I'm out hunting a witch. Shen Yu doesn't take the call. He struggles to speak to him. Can you explain things to her for a second? Instantly, the five of them fall into deep thought. Meanwhile, over at Jessia's side, she smiles and praises them. The five of you have passed. Only sisters with compatible magic could be brought back. And you've all passed the tests along the way. Xiamu, tied up on the ground, grits her teeth and curses, Lowlifes! What do you think you're doing? I am a lady! Anling is incredibly shocked to see her captured here. Xiamu, Jessia! The air is thick with murderous intent. Congratulations to the six of you on your new life. For hundreds of years, witches were hunted and slaughtered. They once vanished from history, but we still exist. Thanks to the fire of furious vengeance, we will burn this wicked world down and reshape it into the form we desire. She uses a cold gaze to sweep across the group. This cursed world, our hatred will never die. Jessia reaches out to lift Anling's chin and continues. You are our new flames. You are our sisters. She looks just like me. May the fire in your heart burn eternally. A three-headed dog is summoned. She coldly declares, like lovely little sparks, you're only one step away from becoming a witch. Whether you can pass this step or not depends on whether you dare to sacrifice your life. 3 days later, at the graduation ceremony, you must summon a servant from hell. But back at the building, Shen Yu walks up the stairs, visibly annoyed. That Gu Yun guy, I told him to come along and he wouldn't. Now he claims he caught a witch on his own? Wang Liu takes the chance to shove his phone in front of Tran Jiang. Soul Banishing Demon Hunter Association. If there's money, we banish it. Please scan my business card. Chang-Hu leads the way, gnashing his teeth in rage. Who has never been afraid of anyone in this city? Have you ever seen an elite expert living in a tenement? It doesn't even have an elevator. If I find out he's just capping later, have you ever seen a fist as big as a clay pot? Tran Jiang follows behind and speaks up tentatively. I saw a dead witch once. That scene, it really wasn't the kind of destruction that a human could ever cause. Maybe Master Gu is in the middle of a brutal fight. He walks in front, clenching his fist as he replies, That's very possible. Maybe the witch forced Gu Yun to call, to bait us here. But he's already dead. A moment later, the group reaches the door. They all turn to look at Chang. Who? Wang Liu gestures for him to go first. After hearing what you said, I don't even dare to open it. After you, Master Hu. Hearing that, he huffs and stomps over to the door. Bunch of cowards, come on, witch. Show Master Hu what you've got. He throws the door open. Inside, Afro is desperately begging. My good brother, my dear brother, please let me go. I'll do anything you say. Everyone stares at the scene before them, completely stunned. This is the witch? Gu-yun hears the noise and turns around. Oh, you guys are finally here. So this is the 4th place champion. Chang-hu grits his teeth in rage. You, Gu-yun! Immediately after, he walks over, sits next to Gu-yun and laughs loudly. What fight? Who's fighting? Just kidding. I, Chang-hu, am the most peace-loving person ever. Big bro Gu-yun, you're like a real brother to me. Ngo-bik sees him flip the switch on his attitude and whispers a question. What's up? Wang Lu whispers back. I heard the last time he was hospitalized, it was because Gu-yun beat him up. She finally gets it. Got it. Shen Yu walks over to them. She frowns slightly. Enough small talk. Are you really a witch? You look like a minor no matter how I see it. Got any proof? Afro immediately hands over her student ID. Yes, here's my student ID. She skims through the basic info on it. Afro, 16 years old, graduated from the City branch of the Witch Alliance. Assigned to work in City X. Afro says with eyes full of tears. I heard that by becoming a witch. You can stay young forever. And I didn't want to study anymore, so I signed up. I don't actually agree with their ideology. I'm still just a trainee. I don't have a criminal record or anything. She goes over to hug Gu-yun's leg and begs. I can clean, make tea, cook, do laundry, massage, legal or not so legal stuff. I can do it all. I'm still useful to society. Please don't execute me. Shen Yu laughs at the sight. Your survival instinct is truly something. Gu-yun frowns and questions her. Tell the truth. And Ling, you know her, right? Was she kidnapped by your people? Afro frowns slightly upon hearing the name. You mean the girl who was with you last time? I'm afraid. She lowers her voice and adds, she has already become a witch. Meanwhile, with An Ling, the professor is teaching them magic. A witch's magic comes from the forces that compose the world, which is the Twilight Code. An Ling turns and whispers, is Hamuk still not awake? Lahan, focused on her book, replies, how is that any of my business? At the podium, the professor continues the lecture. Lahan coldly mentions the sect. Mana is just the basic foundation. Only after completing the mana channeling can you truly control the power of the elements and complete the spell structure. Only 4 days left. I must learn every type of spell here to master the summoning arts required to graduate. If you don't want to die, you'd better drop that naive idea of caring about the weak. An Ling leans over, reading the book and muttering, all types of magic. The professor summons a pouch and introduces it. Next, I will explain the principles of Wicked Heart, a witch's craft, the magic pouch. Meanwhile, over here, Gu-yun's group is also finding out about it. So this is the tool you use to control people, huh? Afro happily explains, infuse it with mana. Then find a chance to slip it into the target's pocket. As long as you keep the mana flowing, you can make them submissive. And follow your orders. Tran Jiang gnashes his teeth in fury after hearing that. How many people have died in the past? Just because of a simple thing like this? Gu-yun points to himself and makes a request. Try it on me. The girl is terrified by his offer. Big brother, I wouldn't dare. He sits down calmly and gives the command. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. She smiles sinisterly at Gu-yun. He's the one who said it, okay? I was just playing weak on purpose earlier. Once I've got him under control, this place will be a bloodbath. Afro walks over and slips the magic pouch into his pocket. She reaches toward him, and they both fall silent. She points to her face and asks, Big brother, look at me. Am I pretty? Gu-yun picks his nose and replies, you're mid. Afro holds her face in disbelief. It didn't work? No way! Wang Liu takes the pouch and glares at her. Is this thing a fake? The moment he grabs the pouch, it takes effect. He rushes forward and gives her a tight bear hug. And Lin, for you. I'm willing to be a criminal. I'd trade 15 years in prison just to see you look back and smile once more. Gu-yun doesn't hesitate to deck him with a punch. The effect is actually pretty legit. Seeing that, Afro can't hide the terror on her face as she warns, actually, you don't even need to hit him. Just taking the pouch out is enough. Wait, can he really break the magic? The girl grabs his arm and begs, Big brother, please save me. Hit me with that same punch you just used. Flame flickers and rises from her body. Gu-yun asks in surprise, is this the guide flame that witches use to channel their mana? Afro replies seriously, yes, if the mistress finds out I betrayed her, she can trigger this flame at any moment, making me spontaneously combust to death. Shen Yu shows a video to the girl. It's this video, isn't it? Afro gnashes her teeth. Furthermore, I'm afraid that regarding the timing, Afro continues in a grave tone, and Lin has already received the guide flame. If she can't graduate, she'll be killed even if she tries to run away. Suddenly, he notices a grilled meat stall. At that shop, Unlin looks toward him. Gu-yun is shocked. Unlin! Immediately after, she runs off. He chases after Unlin. Where are you going? Turning a street corner, Anlin vanishes within a magic circle. Gu-yun snaps awake and screams her name. Unlin! Suddenly, he notices something in his pocket. The magic item is glowing. The next morning at the castle, a loud noise echoes outside the building. Gu-yun storms in, grabs two people and shouts, "Witch, where are you? Hand over Unlin now!" A person in a witch outfit slumps down and explains, "Sir, what are you talking about? Our place is a legit business." He quickly explains, "That witch with the glasses is a human trafficker!" The other person explains then, he was just a temp. She already quit. The Witch Alliance only has one tiny souvenir shop. Does a place like this look like it could hide someone to you? As soon as he steps out of the building, a security guard rushes in frantically. Who's trashing the place here? Gu-yun glances at this building and clicks his tongue. Just you wait. I'll definitely find the entrance. Meanwhile, with Geisha, she is channeling her power into a skull. It's actually working. These are definitely Green's memories. Give me back everything you've stolen from me! The skull lets out a few sharp cries, looking as if it's about to shatter. Seeing this, Geisha immediately dials back her magic. It can't handle the sheer amount of mana being pumped in. Heh, no wonder you're just another loser I've beaten. Then I'll have to find another way to dig out these sealed memories. A moment later, the professor approaches and reports respectfully, "Matriarch Geisha last night. From the student dorms, someone cast a dream transmission spell." Geisha turns her head in surprise upon hearing that. She walks toward the crowd and says coldly, "One of you is trying to leak info to the outside world." Anlin fearfully hides her face behind a book. Geisha laughs and gestures provocatively. "It's fine. Go ahead and invite them over." She continues, "The church where we are staying connects to the Magic Witch Association via a teleportation array. Even if you blow that place sky high, it won't affect us here one bit. The more you call for help, the closer you draw them into the darkness that I've prepared for you." Geisha walks over and lifts Enlin's chin. "Only when you're forced to watch your loved one get killed right in front of you." He smiles and lightly touches her earring. "Will you become like me and understand that you only survive by hating the whole world?" Gu-yun comes up empty-handed. He kicks the door open and storms into the room in a rage. Afro, who is cleaning, looks up and asks, "You're not actually planning to ignore the magic circle, are you?" The girl looks at him anxiously. The matriarch has already placed a restriction. "Without using the teleportation array, it's impossible to enter the academy area," he barks angrily. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Afro panics, rushing over to grab his legs and beg, I'm so sorry. Big brother, please have mercy on me. Don't hang me up and beat me all night. Don't sell me off to some illegal place." Seeing the girl like this, Wang Six asks, "Was your old place really that savage to people?" He points toward the door and suggests, "Fine, dealing with a little girl isn't worth the hassle anyway. Master Wu will keep an eye on the witch's side. Let's talk strategy first. Should I order some BBQ?" Shen Yu walks up to him. With a sly smirk, she says, "Wang Six, let's talk about that 1.9-meter tall bodybuilder who weighs 200 ki. Wang Six's shout echoes through the whole building. "My treat. BBQ is on me. It's my treat, Shen. Order whatever you want." When the food arrives, he sees Afro eating the skewers whole. He immediately reaches out to stop her. "Don't eat the wooden sticks." The girl looks flustered. "I'm sorry." "Sorry, I didn't know. I've never had high-end BBQ like this before." Gu-yun takes a bite and frowns with suspicion. "What exactly is your witch's goal in iCity? Could it really just be human trafficking?" Afro bows and begins her tale from hundreds of years ago. The matriarch was defeated by the demon hunter Green Winchester. She's been looking for a way to restore her mana ever since. She ordered us to infiltrate various families. On one hand, to track down Winchester's descendants, to reclaim the vital treasure she lost. On the other, to hoard wealth and resources, hoping to regain her status as a calamity. Wang Six and Gu-yun grip their skewers tightly, their faces unable to hide their growing concern. If you dare turn Anlin into a wicked witch too, one who harms others for profit, then my only choice is to burn you all to the ground along with this very earth. Wang Six turns to Shen Yu in fear. "Don't say such creepy stuff." With such a serious face. Terrified, the kid kneels down to apologize. I'm so sorry. Shen Yu holds her phone looking suspicious. After Marion Geisha was iced by Winchester, she was removed from the disaster watch list at headquarters. If she truly recovers her power, the fallout will be unimaginable. Are the witch hunter branches just for show? Chen Zhang operates the computer. Too bad every single lead has gone cold. I'm tracking it down. But data recovery is going to take at least a few days. She casts a glance toward Afro. Got no other clues at all? The kid replies in a soft voice. I do, but it's a long shot. Lowering their eyes, the kid continues. The graduation ritual to summon hellhounds is basically a type of teleportation array, linking straight to hell. Shen Yu is slightly surprised. A teleportation array? Under the night sky, they begin to map out a plan. Exactly, it's a slim chance, but we could intercept the feed and send our people through. The sky gradually brightens, and Ling rereads the book in her hands. She and Lashin exchange a subtle smile. The professor stands at the podium to make the announcement. The time has come. The graduation ritual officially begins. Summoning materials for all 6 are ready. She walks over, scanning the group with her eyes. Who among you wants to go first? Meanwhile, Gu Yun, Wang Six, and Afro sneak along the outer streets. Wubish sits on a roof, briefing them on the plan. The Wicked Witch might have eyes everywhere. Everyone stay low and hidden when the time comes. Use Wang Six as bait to draw their fire. Zhenjiang pulls out his phone. Someone sends him a text. Zhenjiang stuffs his phone into his pocket. We're locking down the scene. Not even a fly gets out. Hiding in the bushes, Afro tells Wubish, this array only works if the distance is close enough. So boss, we gotta get right up to the church. She lies on the roof, aiming her rifle in that direction. Don't sweat it. The Twilight Witch already dipped this afternoon. Now is the perfect time. Gu Yun points at the magic circle the kid drew. All I care about is... How much can you bump up the success rate? Afro answers while drawing. I've done my absolute best. After a bit more effort, the kid looks up. 5%! Wang Six's jaw drops in shock. Only 5%? Gu Yun gives a wicked smirk. He pulls a rabbit out of his pocket. Don't freak out. The will to survive is meant to be used at the clutch moment. Right, San-Ni? San-Ni is brought out, letting out a wicked chuckle. The professor stands before them with 6 bags by her side. Behind them lies a magic circle. She uses her staff to nudge the bags toward them. There are 3 challenges in the summoning ritual. The ratio of ingredients, the completion of the magic array, and the aura during the summon. To take care of everyone. We have prepared the materials in advance. After all, we don't want to lose you so easily. The professor raises an eyebrow at them. Next, let's see if you can seize your own destiny. And Ling and the others grab the bags she distributed. The professor scans them and asks, who's going first? Shamu blushes and raises her hand. Let me! I want to earn the witch's recognition as soon as possible. And Ling stands behind, feeling a bit anxious. Wait, Xiamu, why the sudden personality shift? You almost never bothered to study those books, right? Am I wrong? She immediately summons a 3-headed dog and introduces it. First, I get reacquainted with the companions that you are about to summon. Guided by magical power. Everyone should be able to see it by now. It bared its teeth at her. It made her absolutely lose it in fear. The professor looks at them and praises. There are still those who can hold their ground. But what about the first one? Yamu backs away in terror, refusing. No! My pure noble body. And doesn't want to be eaten by this hideous thing. Lashin steps forward. Let me. She kneels on the ground and begins drawing the magic circle. The professor crosses her arms and praises. Not bad. Lashin reaches out her hand to summon. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupts. Yikes, no way! She frowns and shouts a command. Sit down! Are you trying to catch hands? The Cerberus she summoned whines after being scolded, its eyes welling up with tears of grievance. The professor immediately applauds. Excellent, student Lashin has successfully graduated. Seeing Lashin walk back, Nulak stands up. I volunteer, let's just get this over with. Let me go, I'm ready. Anlin panics and tries to stop her. Don't! Rushing into a fight when you're not ready is a total jinx! She begins drawing the circle, but it's slightly off-center. The professor shoots her a cold, sharp look. A monster appears out of nowhere. It completely swallows Nulak whole. The image of Nulak handing her a piece of candy flashes back. Here, have some candy. Tomorrow we're gonna be just fine. At this moment, Anlin is trembling with pure terror. Standing within the array, the professor remarks, Oh, I forgot to mention, if the circle is flawed, or if your heart wavers during the ritual, it will affect the creature you summon. She adds, with such bad luck, you might even summon the Lord of Hell himself. Now then, who's next? The students remaining behind, having witnessed what happened to Nulak, are too petrified to step forward. She uses magic to ensnare Hamok's legs, dragging her toward herself. Anlin steps through the flames and moves forward. I'll do it. The professor smiles with satisfaction as she sees her step up. Ah, and the straight-A student. Well, I'm counting on you then. I'm not actually a straight-A student. All my life, my grades have been just average. My only hobby is gaming. I have very few friends. Only a couple of people I'd swap game consoles with. If it weren't for this bad luck constitution lately, I would probably just be an ordinary person, never quite fitting into society. Just live a normal life, they said. Maybe that person was the one who changed me. Thinking back, I've known him for a long time. Long before he even remembered me. My life has been spared many times already. In the darkest place, he is my only light. The professor's voice whispers in her ear. Silently chant for the one you wish to summon. Strong, loyal, righteous and just, protect me. A powerful beam of light erupts. Amathoku! The professor is stunned. This magic circle? Is this really a summon a rookie can pull off? She glances at the three-headed dog, her brow furrowing slightly. This aura, the Cerberus, and is actually trembling in fear. The professor points her staff at her and commands, Stop right now! Kill her quickly! Flames fly toward Anlin, but she remains completely unscathed. A head slowly emerges from the magic circle. Gu Yun is summoned, radiating murderous intent as he glares at her. Your daddy is here to catch a body! Witnessing this, the crowd stirs. What on earth is that? That summoning circle. Wasn't it supposed to summon a Cerberus? She secretly altered the structure of the magic circle. Anlin throws her arms around him, crying, Gu Yun! You heard me. You actually came! Gu Yun quickly warns her. Hey, stop, I haven't finished the transfer yet. It's breaking, it's breaking! She asks nonchalantly, Oh, so it can actually break? The professor yells in rage, A summoning ritual! Happens only once in a lifetime! And you used it just to pull someone else in? You will definitely regret this. While the teleportation is still in progress, eliminate the mage! Just as the Cerberus's claws lunged forward, Anlin urges in a panic, It's code red! Sanni, grab some luck and hurry the hell up. Shin also rides her Cerberus toward Gu Yun. She reminds him, Don't get it twisted. I'm just hitching a ride on your magic circle. I've obtained the power of the witch. It's time to say goodbye. Gu Yun wonders, Where will you go with such dangerous power? Shin coolly states, Power itself has no good or evil. She turns her back on Gu Yun. With a blood feud as deep as the ocean, this is my destiny. Anlin rushes over to check. Has Shin left already? He explained that her reactions were lightning fast. Besides, she had made up her mind long ago. Gu Yun spoke in a cold, sharp voice. As for the rest of you wicked witches, get ready to catch these hands and die. The professor quickly manipulated the magic circle, sneering. What year is it? Who even tries to be a hero for justice anymore? Kill him, sisters! The three-headed dogs bared their fangs and lunged at them with hungry ferocity. Gu Yun gathered power in his hands and cursed, You cowards! All you do is hide in the back. He landed one fatal punch after another. Not a single beast could survive Gu Yun's fists. Watching this, Anlin couldn't help but exclaim, I couldn't even see the three-headed dogs before. So, I never imagined Gu Yun's battlefield was like this. Not until what I've seen today. She was in total disbelief. How brutal. The professor continued to command. Sisters, take him on yourselves! 5 fireball formation! With a simple flick of his wrist, Gu Yun sent the attack flying back. The fireball struck a witch directly. Seeing things go south, the professor used 2 others as bait to distract him and quickly fled. Gu Yun didn't hesitate for a second. He finished off the 2 before giving chase. Just as he was about to reach her, she vanished. What a total scrub. On the other side, the professor thought anxiously, the matriarch's intel on the AE family was wrong. He set us up. It's too dangerous here. As soon as she spoke, she started coughing up blood. Wubi appeared and took the professor out. The others surrounded her as well. More and more people were heading toward the gate. Gu Yun was over here throwing a loud fit. That's it? Where the hell is the Twilight Witch? Where's the big battle I was promised? It's already over and I barely even warmed up. Anlin spoke softly to reassure the others. You guys go ahead and call the cops. She leaned in close to him and asked, What's up, master? Is Gu Yun still salty? Gu Yun gritted his teeth and replied, It's making me restless. That's all it's been after all this time. Anlin teased, Still restless, huh? What are you so pressed about? Ugh, he's so pissed. What else can we even do now? She said softly, I have an idea. One that lets you vent your anger and makes the Twilight Witch absolutely heartbroken. Outside, 2 people were worrying their heads off. Big Bro has been in there for a while. Will he be okay? You're a witch too. Go in and check, I don't dare to. Senior will literally kill me. Just then, something flew out, leaving them totally confused. Anlin giggled, Another little brat? But I'm in a great mood today. Scene change, back at the castle. The storage shelves were now completely bare. There was nothing left on them. Anlin was beyond satisfied. All the treasures that old witch hoarded here, we've successfully finessed every single bit. Gu Yun gave a thumbs up, praising the clever plan. From now on, you're the chief strategist of the expedition. Elsewhere, something was smashed to pieces. Foot stomped hard on a stone tablet in pure frustration. That bastard dared to rob my house! Meanwhile, the hospital was filled with a somber atmosphere. Inside a patient's room, the doctor gave instructions. The woman brought in is out of critical condition. Keep a close watch tonight, Tran. Zhang looked at the person on the bed with deep anxiety. He spoke up. Professor, this person's name is unknown. A high-ranking official of the Witches' Union. He once used magic to order the killing of 33 people. In today's chaos at I-City, he played a major role. Tran Zhang's voice sounded hoarse. My disciples, my subordinates, old law, and even me today. Right at that moment, Thitngip pointed a gun at him and stated firmly, You already knew. Tran Zhang was stunned. No wonder they call you Iron Man. It was you who betrayed me. He slowly approached and asked, How did you know it was me? Tran Zhang explained, Ever since you covered for the Union, I've been suspicious of you. You've let witches infiltrate the branch multiple times, and then wiped all the security footage. I haven't actually found the evidence yet, which is exactly why I'm standing guard right here. His hands gripped the blanket tightly. Take that master away. Was that the final order she gave? No one can reach her. That person is a mole. Thitngip only replied, Die, high and mighty matriarch. But right at that moment, the blanket Tran Zhang threw up, caused the gun to misfire. Your biggest mistake is that as a B-rank employee, you lack one crucial thing that us A-ranks have. Tran Zhang pulled something out. The right to access classified intel. In the next second, Thitngip passed out and hit the floor. Tran Zhang sat back down by the hospital bed and stated, You never saw this coming. We've known the witch's secrets for a long time. A mole won't be your savior forever. He pointed his finger and shouted, This is for old law. Suddenly, the girl beside him announced, CEO Tran. That last shot hit her right in the heart. The witch is officially dead. In light of this situation, Tran Zhang pondered for a moment before speaking. Report to headquarters, witch hunt operation. 3 neutralized on site. 2 injured targets in custody. Meanwhile, a witch flew across the sky, voice echoing. Confirmed the Twilight Witch has been reborn. Still laying low in the building, there was a joyous cheer. We hit the jackpot! An Lin looked at the loot on the table with delight. So many rare materials, we're rich! If this was about farming, she'd probably own the whole country by now. I felt something big in here. She picked up a shriveled-up face and jumped back in shock. Anlin screamed in panic, fell to the floor, and demanded, Why is there a mummy head? Is this supposed to be a magic ingredient too? Gu Yun observed it and asked, Looks like some spells are written on here. Do you guys recognize them? Afro replied, Never heard of them. The 3 of them stared intently at the head. Gu Yun asked helplessly, Are you 2 really witches or what? Anlin's face darkened as she made an excuse. I just graduated and I'm still an intern, so stop pressuring me. A second later, she noticed something. I see a name, Green Winchester, over here. Shen Yu announced in annoyance. Senior Gu, you have a phone call. Gu Thian scolded her angrily. You said you'd go pick up missions today. Do you know how many assignments you've put off? Didn't you say Friday wasn't a good time? Trembling, she said it was Master Gu calling. It must be about work. She thought my brother was up to no good again. I'm giving you exactly 1 minute. Shen Yu hurriedly answered the phone. Hello? Yes, Master Gu, what's the matter? Green Winchester. How is that possible? Isn't he supposed to be dead? Gu Van explained, I know he's dead. His head is right here in my hand. Waiting for Shen Yu to confirm again, no. Green Winchester is the very demon hunter who killed the Twilight Witch. He was the sole survivor of that campaign. She added, he didn't just seize the witch's spell book, the Twilight Grimoire, but he also founded a massive demon hunting organization. Shen Yu found it confusing, but when he died to keep him from turning into an evil spirit, shouldn't his body have been cremated? An Lin speculated that regardless of how he died, if the witch still collected that head, it means she wants to retrieve something from Winchester. Afro mentioned the 4 words, Twilight Grimoire. The kid explained that the matriarch, to restore her magic, has always been tracking the grimoire. Maybe she wants to extract memories from Winchester, which is why she took the head. Shen Yu also confirmed, that's right. This head will definitely attract the Twilight Witch. Maybe you guys should hand it over to... At that point, Gu Thian snapped the pen in her hand, face darkening as she reminded them. Time's up, stop playing and start studying. Shen Yu screamed in despair, Senior! This really isn't a game. This is bad. Have mercy on me. Meanwhile, the 2 girls were pale with fear. Will this head really lure the Twilight Witch? Gu Van reached out and picked it up, looking somewhat amused. Not bad. He twirled it in his hand like a ball and said, I've got an idea. At this time, Thietengeep was being suppressed. Shen Yu was struggling in the middle of a mountain of homework under Guthian's lockdown. And Lin and Afro are tidying up the loot they just dug up. Over at Ngo Bitches, they are celebrating their victory. Guvan is currently sitting in the park eating a sandwich. Just then, a security guard shined a light and barked, "It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you guys sleeping? What are you all doing here? And where did that human head come from?" He pointed down at it and said, "Oh, it's just some lost property. A girl named Marion Jezia will be coming to claim it." The guy asked, "Can't you just wait for her at home? If a fight breaks out and the treadmill gets wrecked, the warranty won't cover it anymore." He then reached out, intending to take the head away. All right, I'm seizing this evidence. Now beat it." Guvan's face darkened as he questioned coldly, "You're not the manager. Who are you?" The man immediately transformed. You could tell? As expected of someone people have their eyes on. None other than Josiah. "I am Marion Josiah." Guvan pointed his finger, confused. "Wait, aren't you a man? Don't witches only recruit women?" Her face turned purple with rage as she shifted her form. "It's called shape-shifting, you get it? You country bumpkin?" Jisia huffed indignantly. "I'm so pissed. I've been undercover in Ithan for so long. Only to lose to someone like you." He just provoked her. "Male or female, whatever. Since you're here, let's just throw hands." She put on a seductive act. "Actually, I've been watching you for a while. The way you took down my goons was quite gentlemanly. Not at all off-putting to a lady. Perhaps there's still room for us to talk things out." However, Guvan had already dropped into a fighting stance. "No need. We talk after the fight." Jessia didn't back down. She became even more hyped. "Men really are impatient. Aren't you curious? About why a poor girl would turn into a vengeful witch?" She then pointed toward the sky. A series of lightning bolts began to gather. Guvan was taken aback. "Changing the weather with just a flick of the wrist," Jessia said smugly. "Look closely at everything I once endured in that downpour." The rain suddenly lashed down. Hundreds of years ago, a plague turned the city of Welling into a living hell. I clawed my way out from a pile of corpses, reborn as what humans call an ill omen. The Twilight Grimoire was the only thing protecting me. Guvan asked curiously, "So who gave you that book? And why is it gone now?" "Are you bored already?" Josiah snapped. "It was stolen. I'll tell you later, just keep watching." The story continued. Only one man dared to approach me, leading me out of despair. Green Winchester. But I never expected. The real reason he got close to me was just to take that grimoire for himself. "Which, the one who kills you today is Green Winchester." After killing her, they cheered, "Hell yeah! A new era has begun." Green stood amidst the flames, laughing his head off. "Now there's only one last thing to do. The demon-hunting army and the evil witch will perish together. The grimoire shall belong to me alone." He used my power to build the Demon Hunter Association, fooling the entire world. Right up until the day he died. Jessia spoke softly. "Do you understand now?" Guvan replied firmly. "Totally get it." He judged her nonchalantly. "You're actually Green Winchester." Jessia grew even more furious. "What? What on earth are you looking at?" He stuck to his guns. "No wonder you're a dude." She clenched her hands into fists. "Do you have a death wish?" "You're making my blood boil." Suddenly, Guvan held the head up to re-examine it. "Wait, if you're green, then whose head is this?" Jessia confirmed. "I already said I'm not him." But he remained confused. "But you said only green survived." Hearing that, Jessia blushed and explained shyly, "No one can kill me, the Great One. I have returned to life. But since I lost the grimoire, my power is lacking. I need to recover Green's head, got it?" Guvan finally began to understand. "I see, you want the head back." She happily started sweet-talking him. "You really are someone I can talk to after all. Become my ally. Let's join forces. Not only will you stay young forever, but we can also destroy this ugly world." He pointed at the pink bag and said, "Before you get your hopes up, let me tell you this. That stuff you stuffed into my bag? It has zero effect on me. I'm not interested in your goals at all. Are you going to fight or what?" Jessia gathered spiritual energy in her hand and agreed. "Fine. You really know how to push my buttons. Looks like there's only one way left to negotiate." Ice shards manifested behind Guvan. She screamed, "By defeating you!" Unfazed, he simply snapped his fingers. "If you'd just done that from the start, we'd be done by now." But Josiah warned, "Last chance. It's not too late to surrender to me." Guvan showed no fear at all. "What you should be doing isn't trying to recruit me. It's surpassing me. 15 years of war have taught me that. Only by becoming stronger can you turn the impossible into reality. If you can't even get past my level, how could you ever face your powerful enemies from the past?" Seeing negotiation was impossible, she unleashed her power. "Fine, have it your way then." The ice shards lunged forward rapidly. They formed a massive block of ice. Under Josiah's command, she raised her other hand high and ordered, "Surge forth!" Lightning bolts struck directly down onto the previous ice block. Jisha stood perfectly still watching. However, Guvan was completely unscathed after the strike. Staring at him, she thought, "What? It missed?" No, it definitely hit him, but it couldn't even pierce his skin. Guvan's feet continuously shattered the ice shards all around him. In a split second, he lunged at Josiah. But just as his punch was thrown, it was blocked by vines. Guvan's entire body was bound by the vines that Josiah had summoned. She surrounded him with ice. Above him, a massive island hovered, ready to drop at any moment. The next second, it crashed straight down onto him. Afterward, Jesha made the island fly back up into the air. A deep crater had been blasted into the ground. With a flick of her hand, a wave of fire surged up on this side. Tranjang saw it and panicked. "What the hell?" Detected a shallow 6.2 magnitude earthquake within a 50-meter radius. Just how much power does it take to cause this kind of destruction? After a period of fighting, Jixia was exhausted, drenched in sweat. "You brought this on yourself." The elemental chapter is the grimoire I'm second best at. Her hand reached out, aiming to take Green's head. But right at that moment, Guvan's hand burst out from the ground and snatched it away. He looked incredibly freaky now. Jesha wondered, what's up with his body? Guvan pulled his hand back, prepping an elemental strike. In the end, that's just borrowed power. It's nothing like how I unify my physical form, soul and spirit into one. That is exactly why you're losing. His fist, encased in steel, lunged forward rapidly. The wind pressure caused Josiah's clothes to gradually shred. Even more shocking, she gasped in disbelief, realizing she couldn't even catch her breath. The force of his punch created a vacuum in an instant. Jesha was now struggling within the impact of his fist. Guvan launched himself like a rocket, his voice cold as ice. "It's over." Jixia used her last bit of strength to try and stop him. "Stay away from me!" The next second, she peeked her eyes open to see. Everything around her, including Guvan, had frozen in place. Space itself had come to a standstill. The part of the grimoire I'm best at is the time chapter. What the hell is this? You actually forced me to play my final trump card. Logic tells me I should wipe you out right now. She approached him and decided, but I'll keep you around. I want to leave a little surprise for you, so you'll never forget me. A kiss was placed on Guvan's forehead. In the next instant, cracks appeared before Josiah's eyes. The space she had frozen was starting to shatter. Jessia was stunned. Cracks? No, wait, that's a time barrier. No one should be able to move in there. Guvan was trying to shatter space itself. She couldn't believe it. Unless he's planning to use raw strength to break. The spatial wall! Jessia panicked. He's trying to force his way into the time fragments? Her face turned pale as a ghost. To a normal person, time suspension should be impossible to even perceive. How can he tell when it starts or ends? How can someone react in a split second and shatter the wall of time? Using nothing but raw power! Jessia thought this level of difficulty was like driving a race car at extreme speeds. She imagined Guvan driving a car and reaching out to thread a needle to help an old lady in the back seat of a car going the opposite way. Jessia backed away in terror. I don't have any magic left that can even scratch him anymore. If this hit connects, I'm dead. A moment later, she used her mana to open a magic circle. Let's just call it a draw. Better quit while you're ahead. While I still have the upper hand, let's go our separate ways. Jixia gradually faded away. Goodbye, Guvan. I'll see you in your dreams. With that, she left the area. Just then, Guvan's powerful strike finally landed. The impact was so massive, it sent debris and rocks flying everywhere. He looked around, confused. Where's the witch? Keep fighting! We're right in the middle of a battle! Guvan clenched his fist in frustration. My wounds have already healed. If I could just see that magic one more time, I'd definitely win for sure. Suddenly, a police announcement blared nearby. Listen up, you are surrounded. Stop this destruction immediately. Don't make things worse than they already are. Guvan panicked and tried to explain. Wait a minute. I wasn't the one who trashed this entire place. Well, okay, this part right here was me. But I had a really good reason. He negotiated. Atho, chill out. Let me make a call first. Director Tam, save me! Scene changed to the next morning. And Lin was leisurely sipping her coffee, watching the figures in the sky. She wondered, did Master Gu win? Those witches were flying straight off in one direction. A butterfly arrived to deliver a message to Anlin. Urgent order from the matriarch. All sisters are to withdraw from City X. Retreat to Wellington, retreat to Wellington. She let it go. The professor is dead. None of you can use her mana to set me on fire anymore. Anlin smiled gleefully. Safe travels, you sore losers. Meanwhile, outside, KuBI had made it back to the door. She glanced over at him. Lin flicked her wand in a line, and dishes of food immediately appeared on the table. She handed a sandwich to KuBI. She spoke softly, "Welcome back." Inside a bar, eerie sounds began to echo, a solo bass riff, followed by an intense, pounding drum beat. Then a deep, heavy metal vocal rang out. A monster was standing on stage singing. That arrogant witch is just a total brown-noser. Forbidden power, the chosen descendant. The miracle child of the wind. Let the breath of the wind scream. The bizarre song continued. Struggle, O nightmares. Make your fears a reality. Roar! Tear them apart, O living urban legends. Fong Tong grabbed the mic. Give in to despair. Put out the bounty. The weakest link on the path to becoming a legend. Open your eyes and see. Look up and witness Fong Tong become a legend. He chuckled with delight. Everything is ready. City X, the land of danger. Where fear and pain, where hell begins. His voice boomed. It's also where my legend is born. Somewhere else, something was rising from a building. It reached out as if to swallow an airplane whole. Inside, everyone was working hard. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Get up!" Wong Six woke up with a start, completely bewildered. Wait, for real? Witches hunting witches? Gobik reminded them, talk about a completed commission. While you guys were out here chilling and living it up, the witches already managed to slip out of I-City. Hearing that, he asked in a panic, so the mission's a flop? She urged him, move it. Do you even remember why I'm dragging you along with me? Back to KuBI and Anlin. In front of them was a scene of total chaos, as everyone was frantically rushing to get things done. On the screen, a reporter was providing more updates. Welcome to the morning news. Last night, a tornado ripped through in the parking lot at Namjiao Park. Fortunately, no casualties were reported. We hope citizens stay safe while commuting. The crowd got even more worked up, arguing nonstop. Didn't they just say they'd hold a mobilization meeting to hunt witches today? Why on earth are they saying the witches are already toast? Now there's a mountain of paperwork to deal with. Who is the one making this mess? KuBI looked at them, feeling a bit suspicious. Are they talking about me? It sounds like they're talking about me. But Anlin shyly urged him, come back and eat your cake. Don't worry about it. Just then, Tom Nguyen walked up and said awkwardly, sorry, Master Gu, Ms. Lin. The Foundation has had a lot of changes lately. It's a bit of a cluster. So, did you call me here to collect the reward? He listened, then asked a bit warily, this is the first time I've asked the Foundation for money. Is there a processing fee? Do my past contributions count toward points? Seeing this, she nudged him along to go get it. We'll settle the past stuff privately. This time, we actually have the payment ready. After you. Follow us to speak with the branch president. In the elevator, KuBI turned to ask, branch president? That's a pretty big deal. How much dough can he really cough up? Surely it's like 5,000? Right this way. As they walked in, the man saw him and apologized. Master Gu, sorry for the wait. I've just started this role, so I'm still a bit green. Tranjang turned around and said confidently, please bear with me. Seeing a familiar face, KuBI asked in shock, hey, aren't you the little lackey who tagged along with me a few days ago? How did you become the branch president already? Tam Nguyen stood nearby, awkwardly, introducing him. Tranjang was originally one of only 2 A-rank employees in a city. After President Law sacrificed himself, Tranjang was appointed to the position thanks to his merit in purging the moles. Then he looked down and recounted the past events. I had originally mobilized support from other branches, and even invited Team 5 of the exorcists from overseas, preparing to launch a general offensive today. I didn't expect that just a day before. The witch would be banished by you. Looking at him, Tranjang was incredibly moved. He walked up, grabbed his hand, and pleaded, Master Gu, you're so cool. Can I have your autograph? Facing this, KuBI was a little bewildered. I know about this. I usually signed when borrowing money. Meanwhile, Tom Nguyen couldn't bear to watch. Grimacing, she thought, don't let your inner fanboy show. You're making the whole branch lose face. After that, he walked over and handed him the money. Thank you, Master Gu. The money originally intended for foreign aid is now given to you as a reward, 100,000 yuan. Receiving the money, he couldn't quite believe it. 100,000, this is just too much. Tranjang saw his expression and got a bit worried. Is it too little? Our budget is actually very tight. If it's not enough, then I can only sell my DX Chogokin collection on the second-hand market. Right at that moment, KuBI excitedly held the cash and jumped for joy. Why so much? Can't I just buy this whole building now? Learning this, Tam Nguyen was a bit surprised. You rent that shabby little building but can't afford to buy it? Suddenly, he looked down, having something to say. Since Master Gu has no further objections, I have a request that's a bit awkward to bring up. Then, Tranjiang shared his innermost thoughts. Our Vice President, Latung, was destined to meet you. On the night he faced off against you, he left behind a final testament like this. It turns out his master had entrusted the task to Tranjiang. Little Tran, the young man capable of saving X, has appeared. Hand over everything I have to him. Hearing the familiar name, Guvan asked again, Old Man La? Did he really make this decision right before he passed away? Seeing that he understood, Tranjiang handed over the gift. You avenged him. I hope you will accept this. Looking at the precious watch, Guvan asked, a bit confused. This watch, isn't it an exorcism weapon? This is your organization's public property. Are you sure you can just give it to me like this? Seeing that, Tom Nguyen stepped in to explain its function. This was from when President La Isi was still working in the development department. He assisted in developing secondary products for exorcism gear. She also added some important details. The foundation was established to combat natural disasters. We've researched several disasters that are either dormant or non-combatant. This typo piece was used for pioneering research. An experimental exorcism weapon tester, equipped with disaster fragments. After listening, he looked at the watch with a serious gaze. So this has power equivalent to a witch? Tham Nguyen also clarified a key distinction. Unlike my A-rank void-splitting device, this watch doesn't contain a supernatural entity. It can only be considered a prototype. That's why Mr. Law never rated it as S-rank. But since it's you should be able to use it. Then she reiterated his final wish. Or rather, he really hoped you would be the one to use it. Hearing this, Guvan accepted it, put it on, and said he'd think it over. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a massive tremor on their ship. Someone walked in, accidentally slipped on a banana peel and wiped out hard. The person who fell yelled out in anger, Who left this trash all over the floor? And Lin looked embarrassed and turned to ask, Who's that? Sorry. The person sensed something, stood up and said, That scent looks like this will be easier than I thought. Spiro pointed a weapon directly at them, threateningly. Twilight Witch, take a hit from my holy spear borrow. The outer door had been completely smashed and was falling apart. Everyone rushed outside and saw the state of the door. Seeing this, Guvan turned and asked, Is 100,000 yuan enough for the damages? But they waved it off, saying, No. We can probably just use the insurance. Right? Suddenly, Guvan felt something was off. He turned back and called for An Lin. Thamwit rushed down and asked quickly, What's going on down there? Meanwhile, he didn't hesitate and jumped from above, down to investigate. The moment he landed, Guvan kicked a piece of glass, injuring the man and knocking him to the side. Falling over, Spiro didn't know who it was and shouted, Who's the one launching a sneak attack? Don't be fooled. The person next to you isn't just some ordinary pretty girl. She's the Twilight Witch. Then he stood up and asked with a serious face, What's it to you? Who are you? Spiro introduced himself with such over-the-top confidence, it was almost understandable. I suppose it's fine for a country bumpkin not to know a Western legend. You clearly don't realize the gravity of the situation. I won't hold it against you. I am a high-priced spirit expert hired by the Foundation. The ultimate demon hunter? Spiro Winchester! But Guvan misheard and asked again, Who? Are you the descendant of that book thief? That comment immediately set him off. He pointed right in his face and snapped back. What do you mean, book thief? My family are heroes. They sacrificed themselves to destroy that hag, the Twilight Witch. Getting to meet a legend like me is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Watch your tone. After hearing that, he asked, still a bit confused, Your ancestors destroyed the Twilight Witch? Then let me ask you, why did the Foundation come to you? Spiro replied bluntly. To take down the Twilight Witch, of course. I didn't expect you to be so blunt about it. Your ancestors' efforts were all for nothing. Being mocked like that made him jump. He had just been baited into a verbal trap. He almost fell right into the witch's trap. He wouldn't back down and snapped back. What does that have to do with me? Refusing to accept it, he clutched his head and ranted, Anyway, while my family gained glory, we also suffered a tragic curse. Whenever a trace of a witch's magic appears, near me I'm hit with a wave of bad luck. Recalling that scene, she mocked him right back. That really is pathetic. Spiro couldn't take it anymore and wanted to charge forward, shouting, That's why I'm convinced. That person next to you is definitely the Twilight Witch, or at the very least, an evil witch. Hiding their identity! Move aside! Let my holy spear borrow skin her alive and pick her bones dry! Seeing this, Tom Nguyen rushed over in a panic to stop him. Stop it! Stop it! What do you think you're doing? Mr. Guvan is a key partner of our foundation. You're the Spiro mentioned in the files. Aren't you? Seeing her arrive, he looked delighted and asked, "You must be a Foundation official." As expected, only the elite can truly communicate with one another. So why don't we team up to handle this? To his surprise, Tham Nguyen dismissed him immediately. You can head back now. He froze mid-sentence and asked, "Did the witch and her lackeys return?" She then confirmed directly, "That's right. Marian Geisha has already been defeated by Master Gu. The reward budget, meant for you, has also been given to him." Being hit with such a curveball made Spiro lose his mind. He yelled, What? You're ignoring an international elite like me and giving the job to some security guard instead? Gu Van saw this and told him off to his face, "You can leave now. What are you even yapping about?" Noticing Gu Van's confusion, she reminded him, "Spiro translated means little sparrow." He then repeated it once more. "You can beat it now." Tokni couldn't stand for it. Spiro was so triggered his nose flared as he snapped back, "Me? An international elite? The descendant of a prestigious clan? And you call me Tuakni?" Hearing that, Gu Van turned and asked, "Was the translation wrong? Don't they mean the same thing?" But she just gave a thumbs up and praised the name, saying it was quite nice. Right at that moment, he couldn't take it anymore and lunged forward. "I want to duel you, ex-security guard!" "You'll accept it soon enough. Pick your poison, Tuakni." Seeing this, Tranjong seized the chance to double back. "Finally, I get to watch Master Gu fight from up close. I have to go back." In the end, they simply chose their way. The duel would be a gunfight, and Lin couldn't accept this and stepped up to argue. "Can we have some fair play here? Does my Gu Van even know how to use a gun?" But Spiro started explaining his weapon. "This holy spear. Atabaro has recognized me as its holy wielder. Since I was 3 years old, if one person comes, I shoot. If 100 people come, I still shoot." Gu Van accepted without a hint of fear. "Fine, I'll just use my fists. I've seen the movies. They count 1, 2, 3, then fire. Let's go." They took their stances as Tom Nguyen started the count. 1. As it began, he thought nervously, "They said the witch was driven away. But as soon as I got off the plane, I lost my luggage and passport. With this much bad luck, there's definitely more than one witch in this city." He steeled himself and thought with determination, "Perhaps the entire organization has been infiltrated by witches. I must carry out the mission to eliminate these mind-controlled henchmen." 1! As the count continued, Spiro was looking for an opening. 2. When facing evil, for a righteous cause, bending the rules of fairness a little is only logical. He lunged forward, gun firing, and screamed, "Die, you lackey!" And as she called the next count, a fist came flying in. Gu Van gave Spiro a light punch that sent him reeling with a bloody nose. Watching through the camera, Tran Jiang noted, Spiro was the one who swung first. Spiro had made the first move. After landing the punch, Gu Van looked at him sprawled over there and cut straight to the chase. "What the hell is this Tuakni guy even doing here?" Spiro grunted, "Fine, maybe I judged you guys too harshly. Perhaps there really are kind-hearted witches who escaped the control of the Twilight Witch, but I'm still keeping my eye on you." Lin fired back. "If you're so tough, then don't eat. I'm the one who bought these noodles." Thamwit tried to play peacemaker. All right. The Spirit Hunters Association of Ithan guarantees that both of these people are trustworthy. As for you, whatever your name is, the ultimate demon hunter, finish your food and just head home." Spiro slammed his hand on the table. He explained himself. "Actually, I can't go back anymore." Spiro confessed the truth. "The reason I'm called the ultimate demon hunter, besides my bloodline, is because our profession is basically going extinct. Cyborgs, ninja dancers, mohawk punks, the Foundation's got everyone. The exorcism industry is just too cutthroat these days." 2 streams of tears began to roll down his face. "Back in Uithan, I was living hand to mouth. My holy spear. Borrow, I almost hawked it 3 times just to survive." Huan Ling leaned in to tease the young man. "Just switch careers already. There are plenty of other jobs out there. No need to get stuck in Master Gu's line of work." He looked dejected. "Other jobs don't pay as fast." She was quite surprised. "Wait, does this actually pay that well?" Spiro's face darkened. This was supposed to be just a support role, but the Foundation already allocated a 100,000 budget for it. This revelation left Lin jaw dropped. 100,000? That's serious, bank? She ran over and hugged Gu Van. "Master Gu, please take me as your disciple." He was confused. "Aren't you a witch? Since when did you switch sides? Can you even change your class like that?" Gu Van turned to Spiro. "I've never held that much money in my life. I wouldn't mind splitting a bit with you. So tell me, how much are you short?" And Lin warned, "Don't just throw your money around." Hearing that, he blushed and turned it down. "Are you looking down on me?" I'm a descendant of a prestigious clan. How could I accept charity from you? I want to earn money with my own skills through legitimate spirit hunting. Anlin smirked. Legitimate spirit hunting? And then you just snipe people from the shadows? Spiro was speechless. Uvan still generously offered to share. Tell you what, since you're clearly not convinced, little Shen find an evil spirit. Let's have a little contest. Whoever takes it down first takes the whole bounty. He quickly agreed. Sounds good. Challenge accepted. Tom Nguyen followed through. There are a few mid-tier evil spirit cases pending. I've sent the details to the group chat. That night, a voice asked, "Are you too sure you won't get wrecked in there?" Rumor has it that over 10 years ago, this school had a series of student deaths. It's in the middle of nowhere, so it's been abandoned ever since. Anlin walked ahead, marveling. A place like this is definitely prone to some serious paranormal activity. Guvan asked irritably, "What are you two even tagging along for?" Her eyes lit up as she insisted, "Us witches need to be proactive about spirit hunting, too. Plus, the prize money is obviously—" At this moment, Afro acted all sweet and obedient. Afro felt bad about just freeloading, so she wanted to help out. "If you don't like it, just say the word and I'll ghost." Anlin warned, "Hey, don't be so insecure." Guvan waved it off. "Actually, I don't need a sidekick. Just go home," she grumbled back. "Just focus on finding the evil spirits. You don't know anything. This is the Maid Demon Slayer skit that I've carefully produced. Once I record this and post it, it's going to go viral for sure. It will definitely hit the top of the charts." Afro instantly perked up hearing that. "Sister Anlin, thank you. Afro will definitely slay." Witnessing this scene, Spiro had already made his move, because he wanted to embody the ultimate demon hunter, always the lone wolf hero. "Smile now, look at the camera." He shouted out a heads up. "I'm heading in first." Uvan remarked, "This guy is a total weirdo." Anlin didn't give a damn. "Just ignore him, let's go." She noted that according to the files, a female student was once murdered in the first-floor restroom. A few days later, her friend was also found dead in the restroom. At the dormitory, everyone was buzzing. Was it the same killer? Is there some perverted serial killer on the loose? Guvan added, "I've been exorcising evil spirits in Icheng for years now, and it's true there have been a few cases where the real culprit was actually human. But this time everything feels different. You said earlier this place has been abandoned for over 15 years, right?" He shone his flashlight on the wall, questioning. "Then explain these fresh scratch marks." Anlin clung to Afro in fear. "Is there a killer hiding in here? We're being targeted!" Right then, a dark shadow blurred past. Afro rushed forward to stop it. "Mau Mau, stand down!" Anlin wondered, "Is that your three-headed dog?" The girl explained, "After the last mission failed, I got separated from Mau Mau. I never expected to find him here." Anlin noticed something else. "He's actually typing on my phone!" "I thought you were toast, so I hid here to survive. I've been catching rats to eat every day. I've gained 10 kilos already. Hey, little Afro, want a recipe for dog meat stew?" Just then, Guvan spoke up on high alert. "Something's wrong. That bloodlust from earlier didn't come from this dog." As he spoke, a bullet whizzed toward them. Guvan lunged forward to intercept it. Anlin checked on him anxiously. "Guvan, are you okay?" "It was just a stray shot." Afro gasped as she realized, "This is a silver bullet." "It's a round from the Holy Spear, Borrow." Anlin was surprised. "That name sounds super familiar." "How do you know that?" The girl explained, "It's a weapon the Demon Hunter clan poured all their resources into creating. Infused with 36 types of runes, it's specifically designed to kill witches." Hearing that, she felt a bit creeped out. The situation escalated right then. From behind Spiro, a murderous intent lunged forward. Luckily, Gu Yun held him back. He asked, "Didn't you say it was fair play?" Spiro screamed, "It's that three-headed dog! You guys are shielding the minions of hell. You're all cut from the same cloth." He was filled with resentment. "It was these three-headed dogs that killed so many of our comrades. I will wipe them all out, both master and servant." Gu Yun tried his best to talk him out of it, but after they became witches, they haven't done anything to harm others yet. Attacking someone who can't fight back, how is that any different from an evil spirit? Anling couldn't believe it. She emotionally called out to Gu Yun. He reminisced about 8 years ago, when Gu Yun wasn't yet an elite exorcist. At that moment, a crowd was arguing loudly. Back then, a child threw a flower pot down from the balcony. What if it hit someone? "Did you actually see him throw it?" "I don't need to see it. He was acting shady on the balcony. If it wasn't him, then who was it?" The little boy was sobbing uncontrollably. The evil spirit was holding a flower pot provocatively. It kept throwing pots down below. But this time, Gu Yun leapt up to strike back. "I hate backstabbers the most. And that's how I exorcised an evil spirit for the first time. Things that can cause a human to turn into an evil spirit." At that moment, Gu Yun advised, "That's why I don't just want to purge evil spirits in I City, but I also want to ensure people never become evil spirits again." Spiro mocked, "Evil spirit? I'm done faking it. Do you guys think you're more high and mighty than us? Humans are the most untrustworthy things of all." Anling wondered, what's wrong with him? His whole body, he floated into the air amidst white smoke. Anling was confused. "That's not KR. What on earth is that? It looks like he's been possessed." Roommate, just to grab the scholarship. She slandered me and got me expelled. Luckily, a transfer student lent me their power, so I can make those two beaches kill each other. Anling was terrified. He is completely no longer human. Could he be possessed by a school's evil spirit? Spiro screamed, "You guys too, all of you must die!" Afro quickly ordered, "There's no running away now. Hurry up," but it already turned tail and fled. "Move it!" The kid kept coaxing it to come back. "There's BBQ in this house." As soon as he spoke, Mao leapt up to attack from behind. Spiro caught Afro off guard. What? A counterattack? But the white energy kept hovering in the air around the little girl. It was like a sharp knife shredding Afro's clothes to pieces. Anling quickly realized it was the mirror. Her ability allows her to enter the mirror. "Afro, smash everything that reflects light." Right then, Gu Yun suppressed the evil spirit. He turned and asked, "What did you say?" Anling was speechless and replied, "No, nothing." Outside, someone was watching them. "Found you, the one who's stopping me from becoming a god." CEO Fong smirked, revealing his nasty yellow teeth. "And your weakness is now in my hands." Elsewhere, Gu Thien was sitting and studying. He suddenly sneezed. "Am I catching a cold?" At that moment, behind Gu, Chiu, and Evil, Spirit appeared without Gu Yun even knowing. Lately, I shouldn't wait for my brother to come back to sleep anymore. That's the end of the video. If you guys like it, please hit the like button to support Gao. Thanks and goodbye, everyone.